There's Jackie. Sorry, Jackie, we didn't know you were going to, and Sheena, we didn't know you were going to be on Zoom. All right, so we are all here. I'm calling the meeting for August 30th, 2021 to order. Attendance at the start of the meeting is 100% with Councillor Hanson and Councillor Hughes attending virtually. We have a number of presentations. Oh, no, sorry, adoption of the agenda. I see we already have Councillor Mackay queued up to adopt the agenda. It's his thing. We do have one quick change, Councillor Mackay. We want to switch 9.2 and 9.3 in the order, just because we have staff waiting for the boring bylaw and the offset levies will be quick. So we thought we'd get that out of the way and then move on. So we're just switching those two. And is there any other additions? All right, Councillor Mackay, can you prove that or make a motion as amended?
For sure, that the August 30th, 2021 agenda be adopted as amended.
Thank you for that. Call for the vote. How would you like Councillor Hughes and Councillor Hanson to vote? With their hands, or do you want them to click the yes button on Zoom? Either's fine? Okay, either's fine. All right, we do have a number of registered speakers. I will just pull that up. We have two members of the Recovery Task Force, but they will be speaking when we get to that item. They're on the agenda for then. We have Mr. Bob Russell in person. Is Mr. Russell here? I saw him. Thank you. We have Ken. Tomorrow going to be hard for me to juggle Zoom and the gallery. So is Ken Crutchfield on the Zoom call? Okay, I'm seeing a yes. And then I need Mr. Mike Killick. Okay, thank you. Malcolm Parker is supposed to be here in person. I'm not seeing him. Well, maybe he'll show up in a minute. I did see Mr. Bakowicz walk in. There you are, Matt. Okay, thank you. Is Mr. Gladue on the Zoom call?
Yes.
Oh, thanks, Bruce. And then we have Mr. John Farling. You're supposed to be here in person. Not seeing him. Hopefully he'll show up. Tanya Doran via Zoom. Thank you. And then it says here the Gazette, but you're always here. So, all right. Thank you for your help, everyone. We will start in that order because that's the order they registered. So the first up is Mr. Bob Russell. You want to come to the mic?
Is there a timer somewhere?
It's on the screen there, if you can see it. So welcome back. You know the rules and how it works. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
I'm ready to go. Your Worship and members of Council, I'm appearing today to try and persuade Council to do the right thing and postpone the second and third reading of the 33.75 borrowing bylaw until at least May 30th of 2022, so that the new Council will be afforded an opportunity to obtain and research many of the unknown factors that to date have not been available to the public by Council, either because Council doesn't want to release the material, or even worse, the City Administration have not done the due diligence that was required to support this proposal. One of the main reasons this matter should be postponed well into next year, and you have until 2023, by the way, is that it would be very unfair for the current Council to commit a future Council to this project when the proposal has so many unresolved issues. I've learned that a member of Council may today move and postpone it. And I'm just saying I hope Council doesn't vote for this just to dodge the election vote, and that they will take the time to do the things that I think should be done. And the new Council elected should review all the issues that have been raised. And I'd like to go through this whole list of issues because I've been through that articles, I should say, the plural, John Farlinger and Bruce McPherson had printed in the Gazette, and we should be all indebted to them for all the work they did in publishing this material. First is the question of the amount of the bylaw itself, 33.75 million, when the estimated cost of the project is only 26 million. And by the way, I haven't been able to find financials to back up either case. Why don't we see a business plan? Engineer Frank Vadji, who was here last week, asked why the proposal wasn't supported by a business plan and other information. Why is the city so secretive, he says, and I agree with him. What does the city say? Administration said they will bring forward a business plan to council in 2022. No, that's not the way it should be done. We should have seen the business plan now, and it should have been part of the first submission proposal with the first reading. There are other important factors should have been submitted. I draw attention to the city manager's guess and been repeated by staff that it would cost between 15.5 and 25 million to remediate the Badger lands. That spread of 10 million tells me the figures are not supported by data. Should have been done and still needs to be done is an engineering study supported by soil samples obtained by drilling the Badger lands. It's not rocket science. Competent engineering firms can do it. If you don't know that, you can go on email, you can go website, you can go to the Department of Agriculture, and they have test patterns that you can use. So you test the soil with a prescribed pattern, calculate the amount of contaminated soil has to be removed, and obtain quotes. Take note that Engineering Waddell, head of a remediation company, estimated the remediation cost at 2.7 million. What a spread from what we're hearing from city staff, 15.5 to 25 million. If you do that, then you proceed to the next important step, which again is missing. Engaged in a qualified appraisal firm to complete a highest and best study. And I've seen those before. Report on the land. You may discover there are far better economic and practical uses for the land. I also raised the lack of any power purchase agreement. Haven't had a meeting before we start. There are matters of revenue. They're incorrect. There seem to be. Available solar hours. How are we going to connect with an electrician transmission provider and more? So it's the lack of transparency, which Mr. Vadji raised, and I agree with it. That's what our friends Farlinger and McPherson said as well. How can you proceed with that? Those are my comments. I'm prepared to answer any questions, but before I do, I'm just going to say I am going to be a candidate in the October 18th election, and my list of business will be the data produced by Farlinger and McPherson to go through those lists, and I'm going to sit there and demand those questions that have been raised be answered before this proposal takes another step forward. Thank you.
Is there any questions for Mr. Bob Russell? So I have to go back to Zoom. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Russell, for showing up. Bob, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Stay.
He's still here.
Good. He's packing up. So I'm just wondering, do you have any qualifications or any related qualifications that we should know about in relation to this?
Well, Councillor, I believe I do. I had 6 terms on Edmonton Regional Planning Commission, and each year we had courses that were available, and I never missed any. I also have an honor certificate in land use planning and zoning. And in order to get honors, you have to have at least 95% in your last course. So I think I'm well qualified. I also work for I'm a director of a small drilling company, and we have to face matters of soil tests quite often. So I'm pretty familiar with that area. Thank you for the question.
One more question. You mentioned the 2.7 million was what was another organization said that they believe the cleanup fee would be. I missed the details on who said that or where you got that information.
Well, I have seen this quoted twice in the Gazette, once from the city manager, another by one of the staff members. And it was roughly 15,000, I'm sorry, 15.5 to 25 million.
Mhm.
That's been put forward by city administration. I've seen it twice now. But my person that I'm quoting was a engineer. His name is Waddell, and he runs a mediation company, so he should know what he's talking about. His cost estimates based on what he knew about the Badgerlands was 2.7 million. So I suggest to council, that is a tremendous spread, 2.7 million to 15.5 and 25. Does that
Okay.
answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Any further questions? Oh, Mr. Watkins has a question.
The Waddell report, what year was that done?
I don't know. He was interviewed by the Gazette, so I can't tell you. But it has to be pretty current because he's speaking in a current phrase in the interview.
And I have a little experience with land development and contaminated sites. And, you know, to get an exact measurement of contamination, it all depends on how many holes you drill, how many test holes you drill.
That's right.
So how many test holes were drilled in the Waddell thing versus the city's site in
Well,
report,
I've already,
you know?
I've already told you I don't know,
Oh,
but
you
I
don't
can
know.
tell you there are patterns available and recommended, especially for salt consumption where sand and snow has been dumped for years. There are patterns there, and you can get them from two sources: Alberta Agriculture, and you can get them from the Department of Engineering. From the
Yeah, but really the only way to determine if there's contamination is by drilling test holes and checking. You can't really, there's information from the government, but I mean, the only way you can delineate the boundaries and extremities of contamination is through testing and drilling.
Councillor, I've just said that.
Yeah.
You have to do
Okay.
it by drilling. You drill,
All right.
you soil test,
Okay.
and then you drill right down to impervious clay, if it's indeed is there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I see no further questions, Mr. Russell. Thank you for attending. Next, we have Mr. Mike Killick, who is attending on the Zoom call. So there we go. Can everyone see him in the gallery? Mr. Killick, you've been here before. Thank you for joining us again. You have 5 minutes. You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here to express my concerns with the solar farm borrowing bylaw. First, I want to be clear. I do support green energy and the concept of alternative sources of revenue for the city, but only if they make good financial sense. The borrowing bylaw clearly states taxpayers are on the hook. It says that $33 million borrowed is to be paid back by the city of St. Albert. It goes on to say it's anticipated, not guaranteed, not even confirmed, not stipulated, just anticipated to be paid back by solar farm revenues. If there's no revenue, or more importantly, no profit, then the taxpayers are on the hook. At the June 21st meeting at 5:23 on the video, the ATCO consultant says, quote, the $26 million is plus or minus 30%. So actually a 60% variable in the cost, not a very accurate estimate to support borrowing the 35 million or 33 million. At 5:26 of the video, the consultant says it's critical to, quote, finalize a customer PPA agreement to ensure the financials make sense. This leaves me wondering if the financials make any sense. At the meeting, the financial data said, quote, PPA or power purchase agreements with a customer are entered into before construction commences, as they are a key component in securing the means to pay the project debt. So why would we borrow the money now if the cost of the project has a 60% variance in it? And why would we borrow the money now to build it if we don't even have a potential customer identified? The report says, quote, the site is contaminated. This gives a false impression that the entire site is contaminated. But actually a city study presented to this very council in June 2018 indicates approximately 5%, or excuse me, 5 acres or about 10% of the site is actually contaminated. If a developer was to buy the land, this area could be remediated as a storm water pond as required in the city's stormwater management master plan, and when developed, would generate substantial tax revenues with no risk to residents. The most recent financial data provided contains so many CYA statements, it's almost meaningless. It says, quote, apparent assumptions. Apparent means seeming, real, or true, but not necessarily so. And it goes on to say the financial data contains unknown risks that could cause, quote, outcomes could be materially different, as in cost, profit, or loss could be materially different. Materially means significant or substantial. The latest financial information indicates a PPA price of either $50 or $60 per megawatt hour. However, the PPA are generally signed at 10 to 15% discount to the market price. The latest Alberta Electric System Operator AESO report shows, quote, the 2020 average of $46.72 per megawatt hour purchase price. It's no wonder we don't have a customer interested in buying the power, because we are forecasting to sell it at 10 to 30% higher than they can buy it on the open regulated market today. Comparing this proposal to other municipal solar projects is very misleading. None of the ones listed are even remotely close to what St. Albert is proposing. For example, Vulcan. The Vulcan Municipal Farm is tiny. It's 9 solar panels, cost $400,000, as with 95% funded by the provincial government. The information provided on the city website and the video has so much half accurate and misleading info, it's not possible for me to cover it all in 5 minutes today. Nonetheless, the city has released all this information and video on the web supporting the solar farm. Therefore, I ask council today to vote so residents and voters will know exactly where you stand on this borrowing. To defer it to a later date would be a cop-out, ducking the issue and not being upfront and transparent with voters. I hope the borrowing bylaw is defeated, not deferred. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Killick. Is there any questions for Mr. Killick? Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
Yes, there's been a lot of discussion that the reports are all wrong and that the estimates are all wrong. And other people are coming forward and saying they're experts saying they're all wrong. Yet we hired ATCO, and I think everybody in the world knows who ATCO is. They're a worldwide corporation with, I think I went on their website, they got 6,200 employees worldwide. They got assets of $22 billion. So I think the city tried to hire the best people we could hire to come up with a report and a study. And it seems like everybody is saying the report is all wrong. So maybe you could just tell me why we should not believe ATCO and should believe you.
Oh, thank you for that question. I'm not saying we don't believe ATCO. I'm saying, in fact, we do believe it. And that's why I quoted directly from their presentation. As I said, from their presentation, they said, quote, it's plus or minus 30% of the $26 million estimate. They said clearly, and I quoted from their video of the ATCO consultant, finalize a customer PPA to make sure the financials work. So I'm not saying that we have better information and disregard what ATCO said. I'm actually saying believe what ATCO said. And they have left so many questions in their presentation that it does not support this borrowing bylaw. It's so generic and high level, we don't have the data. And if there's better data out there, I haven't seen it, and we should be more transparent on that.
Maybe you can comment on be more transparent.
Well, I think more transparent in fully saying that, for example, Bonaccord can do it, therefore we should do it. Bonaccord Solar Farm is built on a reclaimed sewage lagoon, not prime commercial or residential land. Bonaccord's is significantly smaller than what we're proposing in St. Albert. Bonaccord was 40% funded by provincial government funding. Same as saying that this is different than Medicine Hat, and their pilot was using different technology. Well, that's correct, but it didn't fail. They actually shut it down because producing solar energy to produce steam, to run a turbine to produce electricity was more expensive than just burning natural gas in the same generator, steam engine, to produce electricity. So we're just not really being transparent with the full facts. And there are a number of other things. The example I would use is it said we would be faced with a 2% tax increase. And then I saw it revised to a 6% tax increase. And now the latest Q&A document says 5%. So in terms of transparency, I'd like to know what is the real number.
Did you say that land is suitable for residential development and that's what it should be used for?
I'm saying that it should be at least offered to a developer to see whether it is a good fit for residential. I assume it would be because it's very close to the servicing that's already there for sewer and water and storm sewer lines that are serving Jensen Lakes. It's in a great location within the city boundaries. And when you look at the remediation report from 2018, it says only a small portion of the land is contaminated, and the term that was used was it is contaminated at a level like seawater. When land is developed, they often scrape off the first couple of meters as they develop the base for roads and et cetera, deep services. So I would suggest that, and I certainly don't know, but I would suggest that it should be offered to a developer, see whether anybody's willing to buy it, at what price, and they would then undertake a study to say how much does it cost to do the remediation. Like I said, there's an opportunity to use that maybe small portion that is contaminated, dig that out, dig a stormwater pond that's mandated in the city of St. Albert documentation, and use that clean dirt that comes out of the stormwater to fill back in where you've dug out the contaminated land. Again, I'm not a developer, but I think that would be something a developer might be interested in.
What is your personal experience in land development and in remediation of contaminated sites?
None, and I don't purport to have any other than being able to read and discuss it with other individuals.
Okay, well, I do. I've had 40 years experience in the land development industry. I own a contaminated site. I've owned a number of contaminated sites. I have remediated contaminated sites. And the highest level of remediation required is for residential. And we've already talked about offering that to residential developers over the years. And a lot of them have steered far away from it because of the contamination issue. When you're talking about salt contamination, it migrates very, very quickly through the ground and goes in every which direction. And the only way you find that out is by testing in numerous directions. There may be $5 or $10 million to clean it up offsite, but there may also be offsite contamination, which the city may also be liable for. And if you're a developer and buy that, you may be also be liable for all those contaminants also. So as far as offering it to another developer, being head of the Urban Development Institute, chapter of the Edmonton chapter, chair of the provincial chapter on the home builders, I don't think there's a lot of developers who are interested in buying contaminated land unless it is significantly discounted from the price that it is being offered for. And as I said, I think we went down that path on numerous occasions before. So with this idea here, you're aware that if we put a solar farm on there, there is no requirement for any remediation. We can use it as it is. And secondly, remediation, and like I said, I'm involved in it and I own a contaminated site. I own a contaminated gas station site. It's like opening up a can of worms, if you've heard the expression, or opening up something with asbestos. As soon as you rip it open, then you may find a heck of a lot more than you anticipated. So I think that, yeah, those are my comments. Sorry, those are my questions.
I see, and Councillor Hughes and Councillor Hanson, thank you for using the hands up on Zoom. It helps me kind of, because I might miss you waving at me. So Councillor Hughes, you're up first. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Killick, for coming. And I just want to apologize because I don't think it's council's position to be arguing with your position. Whatever you want to say is your right to say it, and it's not our position to try to argue with you. I had one question about the statement you made about the 2020. You said it in 2020 in August, the average was $46 a megawatt hour. Can you just expand on? You kind of said it kind of quickly. So could you just clarify again? So is that what the average PPA is $46 a megawatt hour or 4.6 cents a kilowatt hour, or?
Got the Alberta Electric System Operator report, and what they have on their executive summary is that in table 1, the year for pool price that you could on average throughout 2020 was $46.72 per megawatt hour. That's the average. They have a peak of $54.72 and an off peak at $30.71. That's the average price that people could buy power. If you sign a PPA, typically a PPA is a long-term agreement to de-risk the fluctuations in power price, and you sign it at a discount, 10 to 15% discount to what you would buy it on the spot market. Our price quoted in the business plan is higher than the average price, when normally a PPA would be lower than the average price that you could buy it on the spot market.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. And Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Killick, for coming and lending your voice. At the beginning of your presentation, you did mention that you were a proponent of green energy, and it is something that that you support. So I'm wondering what kind of a project you might support for the city to invest in, if not the solar panel.
Well, I think solar panels, as they are existing on our buildings, for example, I support that. There's no land cost, there's no lost revenue that could be obtained by selling that land, developing the land, etc. So those kind of solar green energy initiatives make sense to me, just like I would put solar panels on my house roof. I already own the roof, but I wouldn't go out and buy a chunk of land in my backyard to put them on because the costs are so high for the land. So that would be the most straightforward example I could give you, Councillor Hanson.
So more individual choice of providing your own home green energy or on city facilities as we might have them today. So is it that, so what I'm hearing is that you actually are for solar panels and solar energy, as we do have a lot of sunshine here, but it's just the investment into a farm and the use of our land at the end of the day is what's bothering you the most about this. And obviously the numbers that you feel are not transparent enough, but is it the idea of a farm that's bothering you?
No, solar farms can be very effective, but you have to do certain things in advance. You have to have a customer signed up at a known price that they're going to pay for that power. You then take that and drive that into your financials of how much it's going to cost you to build it. And you then see, and typically power purchase agreements don't buy all the power. They may buy 70% of it, and the rest you sell on the spot market. So a PPA not normally buys 100% of the power that you generate, but there are many factors that need to go into making a sound financial business plan to support a solar farm.
And thank you for that. And is it your opinion, if council supports a borrowing bylaw today, that makes this solar farm a done deal? Or would you step back and look at it as a step towards the possibility of having a solar farm?
I think far be it from me to tell council how to operate, but now that you have, I would suggest that this borrowing bylaw be defeated now. And once the analysis is done on a much better basis, and the financials are brought back to council, then a borrowing bylaw, you would know much better information, how it's going to be repaid, how much does it really cost? Is it plus or minus 30%? You would have a much better cost. I see the solar panels from what were originally presented by ATCO to what's now in the financial information have decreased. The number of solar panels have decreased significantly, but somehow magically the amount of power is being generated is the same. We haven't nailed down the number of hours of daylight and how much power can be generated. So there's just so many questions, fundamental questions to a business case that would support a borrowing bylaw. It seems to me we have the cart before the horse. We should answer those questions and then bring back a borrowing bylaw that we know would have better accuracy in the numbers. We may find it's only 25 million. I don't know. But that's the way I would approach it.
Thank you. So at the end of the day, we're at a step in our process, is what I'm hearing you say.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you taking my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Jolly, do you have a question as well?
Yeah, just really briefly. So, Mr. Killick, I agree that we shouldn't borrow money for a project that we don't know the details on. So do you understand that we wouldn't borrow money until the project budget is approved?
I have heard that, Councillor Jolly. I must admit it's a unique process. I've never heard it before or seen it before at council. And I've watched many budget deliberations over the years with council. So to say, I guess that answers my question of saying, well, why would we borrow it now if we're not going to kind of finalize it until we have better numbers? Why not finalize the numbers and then pass the borrowing bylaw is what I'm saying.
So, sorry, I just to clarify, so a borrowing bylaw does not allow the city to borrow money without an approved budget. Is your presentation based on that understanding that we wouldn't actually borrow the money to build? That's not what a borrowing bylaw does. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it absolutely makes sense. And I'm saying then why not wait for what's the rush for pushing the borrowing bylaw through? Why not get the borrowing bylaw done when you actually need the money, 6, 8, 10 months from now?
Thank you. That's great. That's all I have.
All right, I see no more questions for you, Mr. Killick. Thank you again for joining us. Mr. Crutchfield, I have to apologize to you. I think I announced when I read the list you were ahead of Mr. Killick, but it's not on my speaker list on my on-screen here, so I jumped past you, but now I'm going to ask you to take your 5 minutes. Apologize for the confusion. Start whenever you're ready.
Okay, I appreciate the apology. It really wasn't warranted, but thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Herron and Council, for the opportunity to speak. I'm recommending to Council to defer proceeding with borrowing bylaw 35/2021. From my reading of the media and the general public feedback associated with the proposed bylaw, it is clear to me that there are many legitimate reasons for further examination before proceeding. It is commendable that council is making efforts to pursue what it had set out in the strategic plan and the related corporate business plan, to quote, to identify and recommend opportunities for investment in long-term revenue generating infrastructure. However, as stated in an interview with city officials published July 15th in St. Albert Today, it is not clear why there is so much haste to advance the solar farm borrowing bylaw when administration clearly desired additional time for analysis. I've endeavored to review all the available material, and I thank Mayor Herron for passing on some additional references concerning the proposed solar farm. Despite my best efforts, I remain confounded on many elements of financial analysis. This is the sentiment echoed by other business experts reported in the media. Further, the analysis undertaken and reported by the St. Albert Gazette suggests while the prospect for revenue gain is probable, the authors also conclude that more research should be done before the city commits itself to building the solar farm. It is unclear to me why the predictions for the average power price using the boost model could not be summarized. Similarly, the inability of administration to disclose important elements of the business case contributes to a loss in confidence. The city website describing the solar farm refers to further analysis being undertaken, thereby implying that all is not final. Yet, the borrowing bylaw is presented as an all or nothing proposition that will culminate in construction regardless of analysis. I would rather the city advance examination of the solar farm economics before committing to construction. Getting a second opinion on the financial projections is warranted, as well as exploring options to access other funding sources for design, construction, and/or operation. In the best interest of St. Albert, I end where I began, by recommending council defer proceeding with the borrowing bylaw. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crutchfield. Any questions for Mr. Crutchfield? I am seeing none, so thank you for joining us today.
Yep.
Let me go to my list, sorry. We have Mr. Malcolm Parker. Is Malcolm with us yet? No. All right, Mr. Bakowicz. I'm going off my list. Oh my, yeah. Are you going off of that screen? Thank you for joining us. Do you need me to explain the process?
I think I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Take your 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of St. Albert and I'm also a chartered professional accountant with over 20 years of financial industry experience. This is an exciting time as our society transitions towards more sustainable sources of energy. I commend St. Albert City Council for exploring the viability of the solar farm project for the Badgerlands. There are many features that make this site attractive. I've reviewed the presentations and materials for the proposed solar farm. I conclude that this project has a high degree of risk and uncertainty with marginal returns at best. It is not a project that I would invest a dollar of my own money in. I implore council to vote against the borrowing bylaw at today's meeting. Approving $33 million in borrowing for this project puts current and future St. Albert taxpayers at too much risk. Simply put, the solar farm project requires additional due diligence before moving any further. The solar farm presentation at the June 21st council meeting left many unanswered questions. The consultant was unable to answer questions about the financials they provided. The financial table presented was found to have multiple errors, and this was confirmed by administration during the meeting. Administration was unable to answer important questions, such as how many hours of sunlight the city's current solar panels experience. Furthermore, the solar farm financials were changed mid-meeting. By the time the updated financials were provided to council, the consultant was unavailable to answer questions because they had left the meeting. Given the errors in the financials, the changing numbers mid-meeting, and the multitude of unanswered questions, council should have deferred voting on this. To use an analogy, I cannot imagine a corporate board voting on a $33 million item with this many questions left unanswered. Frankly, the board would probably scold them for wasting their time, instruct them to come back when they have a fully baked product, and then politely ask them to leave the boardroom. Despite these issues, our city council still proceeded with a 6-1 vote in favor of this $33 million item. There are many features in the financial analysis that should be included but weren't. They didn't incorporate the time value of money. There was no annualized ROI quoted. The financials also lack a sensitivity analysis to show what the bottom line impact would be of variable changing. So, for example, what if the carbon tax didn't increase as was expected? There are also many unanswered questions of strategic importance that remain unanswered. What are the other options for the Badgerland site besides a solar farm? How much property tax revenue could be expected if those were sold and developed? What is the true cost of remediating the Badgerlands? Is it the 15 to 25 million that the city administration says, or the 2.7 million that the contractor quoted in the Gazette said? I'm not sure, but these questions deserve answers publicly first before this project goes any further. So where do we go from here? Number one, do not pass the borrowing bylaw today. Number two, have ATCO and administration correct the errors in the financial table and present these publicly at a future council meeting. Number three, identify and assess alternative options for the Badgerlands. Compare these to the solar farm option in a manner that is transparent to the public. Number four, have a third party assess the current costs of remediating the Badgerland site. The public deserves an answer on this. Is it 2.7 or 25 million? If the solar farm is the best option for the site, find a partner for it. ATCO is no stranger to joint ventures and recently touted one on their social media site. If ATCO is so confident in their report and the ROI of the solar farm, you'd expect they'd be willing to join us as a partner. If they aren't willing to do that, we probably have our answer to how viable the solar farm project truly is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bakowicz. I'm looking, is there any questions? Sorry, let me just look at the Zoom ladies. I'm seeing no hands up and none here, so thank you for attending. I wrote down your comments. Next on my list, I have Mr. Bruce Gladue. Bruce, are you with us? Here he is.
Yes, I am.
Thank you for joining us.
Okay.
Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to address you. I'm not here to speak for or against the Badger Solar Farm. What I'm here is to offer a proposition. First of all, the Badger Solar Farm, you know, a badger is very tenacious. That sounds like the Métis Nation. It's our whole lives, it's been about tough decisions and vision. And I think that's what's required now for this solar farm. Excuse me. So just a quick background, our nation, really, we're only really about 370 years old. You know, we don't have that time on the land like the First Nations do, but we're risk takers. And so in our 370 years, we've accomplished a lot, from opening up the West with the fur trade, becoming entrepreneurs, the Pemmican Wars in 1814, just to show our passion for trade, our inventions like the York boat and the Red River cart, just shows our passion for business and for trade and commerce. So This solar farm is not a first rodeo for Métis Nation of Alberta or Métis Local, well, would be for Métis Local 1904, but the Métis Crossing, I'm sure you may have heard of it. It's a 5 megawatt solar farm. It's a partnership with Smoky Lake and Smoky Lake County, and ATCO was a big part of that project with us. And so that solar farm is up and operational. On this project, we've had like cursory discussions and just a quick review of the public facing documents that are available right now. But it's intrigued us enough that we're prepared to sit down and roll up our sleeves and work with you, the mayor and the council and your officials, to see what we can develop in terms of a partnership for the Badger solar farms. We obviously recognize, like some of the other speakers, that there's tons of research to be done, due diligence, but we feel like working with our provincial office, we would continue with our own due diligence, be able to move this forward and really begin to explore it. But again, like one of the things that, like at least for the Métis that I believe from what I've been hearing, it's just not always depends on the bottom line. There's the environmental pieces that are attached to it. So, you know, using the solar farm is going to reduce the carbon footprint. And so the next piece now requires a bit of vision. So for us, like I could see us putting together pulling out a little bit of the, if there's any revenues and setting it aside for a cleanup at some point. And I would hope as a city, as a partner, that might be something you'd look for as well. And then once the life of the solar farm is done, we could see that turning into a green area, something very similar to what's happening right now with White Spruce, the Greenlands White Spruce Park, and the trails that are going into there, and building it out as a green space, as a continuation of the trails throughout St. Albert. Let's see now. Again, that's what vision it takes, though, because you're looking at 20, 25 years down the road. Obviously, I'm not going to be here, but I have confidence in our youth, and I have confidence in the nation that that's something that is going to maintain that. So, in terms of opportunities for us, fortunately, we have the Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation. That if we were look to our partnership, there are several funding envelopes we look for. There's also, I don't know if you've read about it, but $200 million has been recently announced federally infrastructure funding. And that money is going to be distributed by the Métis governance models throughout Canada, starting with the Métis Nation of Ontario, Manitoba Métis Federation, Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, and the Métis Nation of Alberta, and the Métis Nation of BC. So the Métis Nation of Alberta will distribute its infrastructure funds here. And so in terms of land-based Métis, there's a Métis Settlements General Council, but they have their own funding envelope as part of separate from the $200 million. So when you look at Métis now, we live in towns, villages, and cities. So in order to access that, this is going to be a unique opportunity for us to contribute to some of the infrastructure needs in St. Albert, I believe. And using this solar farm as a pilot or as a test for that partnership, I think is a really unique opportunity. And so I think with what we're going to do with the due diligence, and then obviously with the city as well, and having working together and leveraging that capacity. Am I done?
Yeah, 5 minutes is up. Just if you can wrap it up in 10 or 15 seconds.
Yep. So that was it. I just wanted to say that we're here. We'd like to explore a partnership opportunity, and so we have our officials ready to sit down, and so I hope at some point that your officials will, that we could set something up. So thank you so much, Council.
Can I, I'm going to ask you a quick question. I'll go to Council. You mentioned early on in your presentation, another solar farm partnership with a different Métis local. Can you just remind me of that so I can do some research?
Well, it's not a Métis local. It's a Métis Nation of Alberta. And the partnership is with the town of Smoky Lake, and it includes the, I believe, the county as well. And I could have them send you some info on that if you'd like.
That would be appreciated. Thank you so much. All right, I'll open up to Council. I see Councillor Hughes has her hand up. Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So the operation you have in Smoky Lake, is that 100% solar, or is it also derived with diesel or any other natural gas blend?
No, it's 100% 5 megawatt solar.
Okay, 5 megawatts?
Yeah.
And you have a PPA going on that right now or no?
Yes, but I couldn't be able to answer that for you right now. What that looks like, I'd have to get the M&A officials. That's I couldn't speak for them because I don't work for them. I'm a local president here in St. Albert, and so that would be part of their knowledge base. They'd have that.
So you're not quite sure what they're selling their power at right now. So when you were looking at our financials, how did you determine that they looked reasonable?
Well, we didn't say it looked reasonable. What he said is that it gave us enough confidence to take it to the next level. And so what I did there was I sent over the information, like I said, the public-facing information that you guys have right now to them, and they've reviewed it. And I'm sure as we continue further, we're even going to draw more people into it, because one of the things that we had was for one of our financial guys, when they cut that deal, was a dude out of Toronto, charges $3,000 a day. And so that's all he does is sits there and punches these numbers. And so at some point, once we get to that, we'll probably bring him in as well.
Which financials did you give to him? Because we've got quite a few on the website and quite a few that aren't on the website that are available.
Just the public facing stuff. So that was I believe the ATCO piece. I could send it to you if you'd like.
Sure. I'm just wondering, is it what came at the June 21st council meeting that was just on the website?
I believe so. It's
those numbers are actually updated midway in the meeting, and I don't see those numbers available on the current website. So those numbers aren't accurate at all. They were admitted to not being accurate during the meeting, just FYI. And then the assumptions have also changed since June as well, although the financials have not been updated. So just FYI on that. So do you have a battery backup on your solar right now, or is it just full on solar?
Again, you'd have to talk to the M&A and their officials on that, but I'm presuming they got all the bells and whistles on it.
Okay, because it's just a lot more if you have battery backup. So that's why I'm trying to figure this out. And is this being built, the one that you have right now, was it built on Métis land, or is it built on St. Plain? Is it not St. Plain? Is it built on the town land, or is it built in Métis land?
It's well, basically, when you say Métis land, it's fee simple title that we own it, and so yeah, it's on our fee simple title property there.
So it's not within the town of Smoky Lake or within the county of Smoky Lake.
No.
So it's very different from here because we're looking at building on land that's not.
I hear you. That's why we said, hey, we got a lot of due diligence to do. Like we're saying, we'll be a dance partner, but that doesn't mean we want to get married.
Yeah, I do think there'd be a lot of due diligence to do on this. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you very much. Oh, I guess and for this, how much for the 5 megawatts? How much was funded from other government levels or from other grants?
Again, I'd have to. I'm not able to answer that. That's the M&A's. That's their numbers, and so I can't speak on behalf of their numbers. That it wouldn't be. It'd be just like the city commenting on some of the numbers coming out of the finance minister.
So when you said that you were interested in this, was it you that looked at these numbers and said they're interested, or did somebody else look at these numbers that didn't come today?
And so when I say we looked at the numbers, I mean, we have a Métis local where I canvassed my council, and we have a Métis Nation of Alberta president who I engaged with, and she has her officials. And so they were made all aware of this. And so I'm not sure, the interview here, but I'll tell you this is, if you guys don't want us as a dance partner, then we're okay with that too.
Yeah, it's not that I don't. I just wanted to make sure that when you're saying you're interested, that you're who's saying they're interested and who's looked at the numbers and what numbers.
Yeah, but again, like when we say we're interested in the discussion. And so once we get to a point where we say, hey, look, it looks like we might want to look at a partnership and we can start to talk numbers. We're so far from that it's not even funny right now. But I think in terms of an Indigenous group coming forward like this is something unique to the city, in that you guys are looking for alternative ways to curb your costs. And I'm offering you one, not just with the solar farm, but in $200 million worth of infrastructure funding. And as a local here, as a community, as a recognized local governance model at the Métis Nation of Alberta, If we were to put something together for, let's say, a bridge, maybe that's, but again, if this is what we're going to get, this kind of interview and this experience, then I'm sorry I came forward. Thank you.
No, you know what? I don't mean to offend you. I just wanted to figure out where the numbers were coming from. And it's not that we don't want to. I just wanted to know what information you had been provided so that I had base.
And I said that any of the public facing documents that you have, what from that don't you get? Public facing documents. It's all the stuff on your website. And so that's what everybody's looking at, and everybody else is commenting on that, but you haven't said, hey, look, blah, 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 like that. I would say, like, is this because I'm Métis that is that why you're afraid of me?
I'm not remotely. I'm really interested in what.
Unless you have any more questions.
Mayor, I'm going to sign off now before I say something, but that offer is still on the table, and I look forward to a response from your officials. Thank you so much.
Before you sign off, I have actually one more question. So at a high level, you're offering a partnership with the city of St. Albert, and what you could bring to the table, and from what I've gathered, is funding through the Alberta Indigenous Partnership Fund or the federal money that was going through the Alberta Métis Nation. Is that, you've got access to funding?
We would apply to it. It's not guaranteed, right? The Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation is not guaranteed, and with the Métis Nation of Alberta as well, right? So at a very high level, what we want to do is discuss a possible partnership, because we realize there's still a lot of work to be done. But because it's green and it's solar and it's, we're just thinking about the kids and the future, why wouldn't you do that? That's the vision we're talking about, is to make a tough decision today for the future. And then in that 20 years, when that solar life of the farm is done, we clean it up and we build a green space there. And future generations now have opportunity for that.
I do appreciate you coming to council and making the offer. I know the Métis local is new to St. Albert, and we do want to work with you on projects in any range of topics. So we'll end it here unless there's more questions, but I will have somebody contact you back. And if you could provide me the Smoky Lake details that you have, I would really appreciate it. And I'll distribute it to council. Sound good?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, next on my registered speakers list is Mr. John Parlinger. Not in attendance, was he? Okay, well, I still have Tanya Doran on Zoom. So Tanya, are you with us still?
Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent. I know you presented to us before as the chair of the Environmental Advisory Committee, so you know the process. So take your 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thanks. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm here personally, just to let you know that I do indeed support this borrowing bylaw. I appreciate that this is a very first step in this process, and the city has a number of feasibility studies underway from ATCO, additional research that has to be provided prior to this important project as it moves forward. So the incorporation of the solar farm for the city of St. Albert supports the goals of the environmental master plan, and specifically 2 goals of the EMP, both managing air quality as well as the commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So as most of us know, Alberta is currently one of the dirtiest electricity grids in Canada, and offsetting the city of St. Albert's current corporate emissions with renewable energy like the solar farm reduces the emissions and continues to support that larger grid transition to a greener grid. Certainly in my experience, the payback on the solar farm, and again, this is still to be seen, there's some numbers to be worked out, should offset the current electricity cost, and what would be confirmed throughout the work I presume ATCO is currently completing. So in addition, the city continues to demonstrate ongoing leadership for GHG reductions and climate leadership. So a sec here. I just want to let you guys know that Alberta is also anticipated to lead Canada in wind and solar generation by 2025. So that leadership really talks about what's coming in terms of our market and where we're going to see both government and municipal leadership. So I'll quote a previous mayor when I say our previous mayor used to say things like, it's hard to lead from the middle, and I certainly applaud this leadership and respect to the fact that the city could be their own primary customer for the generation that would come off of this solar farm to, again, offset that current corporate emissions and electricity requirement from the solar farm. And I certainly, again, support this borrowing bylaw should the solar farm be intended to offset that current corporate emissions from the city. So I look forward to speaking at many of these future phases as they come forward about the solar farm for future councils. So thank you.
Awesome. I see that Councillor Jolly has a question for you.
Thank you. Really briefly, are you able to explain kind of what expertise you have in this area?
Not a lot of expertise, policy and such. So my background is really green buildings, not solar generation. So I did spend some time a number of years ago on the environmental, the vision that set the sustainability plan for energy efficiency Alberta. So my background is efficiency, not generation so much. So for me, I also spent 6 years on the environmental advisory committee for the city of St. Albert in terms of the environmental master plan and setting goals for the city themselves, along with a number of other residents.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Any other questions? None from the Zoom and no more from our council colleagues. So thank you for joining us, Ms. Doran.
Thank you.
And I have two left, Malcolm Parker or Malcolm Parker or John Farling, are you with us? All right. Okay, so that is all the registered speakers. We do have business arising. Obviously, all of those were on the solar farm borrowing bylaw. So we will get to that when it comes on the agenda. For those of you actually who want to wait, I'm having a quick look at the agenda. A lot of the next following items are already on consent. We're going to have a conversation about committee structures, and we're going to have the Recovery Task Force final report, which you might all feel very interested in. So I'm thinking maybe about 45 minutes to an hour, we'll get to the solar farm borrowing bylaw. That's just a guess, but I think we could do it. All right, moving on, consent agenda. We have one in front of us. Councillor Hughes has asked that the budget dates be removed from consent. So can we have the consent up with that removed? And I need Councillor Broadhead's jumping in. Thank you, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1 regular council meeting minutes of August the 16th, 2021. 7.1 CGIS recommendation capital prioritization matrix. 7.2 community living standing committee CLSC draft unadopted minutes and agenda items from August the 23rd. 7.3 CLSC recommendations arising from Arts Development Advisory Committee, Mayor's celebration of the arts policy. 7.5 Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee, CGIS draft unadopted minutes and agenda items from the August the 23rd, 2021. 7.6 CGIS recommendation audit management recommendations. 8.3 Edmonton annexation requests for funds from capital reserve. 9.1 bylaw 30/2021 master rates bylaw 46/2020 amendments first reading.
Thank you for that. Call for the vote. Councillor Hughes is in favor and Councillor Hansen has her hand up in favor, so we're good. So that passes unanimously. All right, so on consent, we just approved the minutes from August 16th. We approved the, I better read the recommendation for this one. So the recommendation for this one was that the revised capital prioritization matrix provided as an attachment to the July 12, 2021 agenda report to the Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee entitled Capital Prioritization Matrix be approved and utilized by administration to guide funding recommendations for the 2022 budget and beyond. And that the Automation, Modernization and Planning Fund be gradually established through an annual operating business case funded through assessment growth over the next 4 to 5 years to achieve an ultimate fund balance of $700,000. We did 7.2 on consent, which was the agenda that was provided to the Community Living Standing Committee on August 23rd, 23rd, 2021, plus the draft minutes. 7.3 I will read into the record because it was on consent. Their motion read as follows. That Council Policy CCC 22 be accepted with the following amendments to include a review of the policy at least once every 3 years and review the jury selection process by the end of Q1 2024, and be amended to change the definition of the jury and service standards expectations to the Arts Development Advisory Committee and external professional advice as needed to educate the recipients of awards and make recommendations to council. All right, so council, we have, next thing on our agenda is 7.4, which is the Community Living Standing Committee recommendation, the review of the effectiveness of the Community Living Standing Committee. And of course, 7.7 is very similar, so we probably don't have a presentation from council. Is Marta doing a presentation on this, Mr. Scoble? I would think we've already received the presentation.
No,
Yeah, okay.
there was no
So Councillor Jolly, your motion from your committee was to repeal, so I'll have you read it into the record.
So I will do that as the chair of the committee. As not the chair of the committee, though, could I propose that we defer this to the next term? Because at the end of the day, it's going to be the next council that decides if they want to keep going with this or not. Or it sounds like Councillor Mackay would move that. So,
So we have a recommendation from the committee.
okay.
We have to deal with that recommendation. So why don't we place it on the floor? And then like someone else might want to
Propose an amendment?
or
Okay.
postpone, propose a postponement.
Okay, great. I will do that then.
Is it postponement? Thank you.
So that bylaw 39, 2019 be repealed.
All right. Before I go to you, Councillor Mackay, is there any questions on this or the process we're going through? Wait, I can't see. Seeing nothing on Zoom. All right, Councillor Mackay, I'm going to go to you.
Well, I'm going to take up the postponement motion as requested. I think there was an alternative motion in the package. I'm not sure because the legislative officer is currently in.
I've got the
place.
package here.
There.
So the one that was given to the Community Living Committee?
Yeah, there was an alternative motion. Number
There's
1.
3 different ones. Okay. Make no recommendation was the first one.
And then go, what was next to?
So if alternative 1, I'll read it to you. Make no recommendation, in which case the review contemplated by section 22 of the bylaw will occur at the council meeting on September 13th of this year. Alternative 2 is recommend that council repeal, and alternative 3 was recommend that council repeal. They're both repealing, so I don't know. Were you talking about the one that administration had proposed?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. But
Oh, I'm sorry.
My perception was that it was actually till next
So-
term, so you could make it rather than September 13th, you would just make.
So their proposed date was to come up with the matrix for evaluation by June 30th of next year, and then have that applied to the community structures by the 30th of 2023.
Is that what your committee, or is that what?
That's the committee.
7.7?
That's what the CGI committee is putting forward.
No, I think what we should just do is put it on the floor, postponement motion that puts us into next term. And I'm not sure, I guess it could either be I would suggest that it be.
You want to
quarter
use
four.
the June 30th, 2022 date, which is what's coming up from CGI?
As long as it's postponed, yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm asking is if you're going to postpone it, put a date on it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was just saying June 30th. Part of that was though, is that there would be expectation that there'd be evaluation framework, but I don't want to get into debate right now. So
What do you see before June 30th?
before June 30th, yeah.
You got that? Postpone this to a date before June 30th, 2022.
I apologize. Did you want it before?
Yes, we want the word before.
Before?
in there.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll just change that. Thanks.
On or before, whatever. Before I accept that, Councillor Jolly, is that a question on his motion? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I like the wording of before. So to administration, I guess your interpretation of that motion, would it be to kind of first discuss with council how they want to proceed before putting a lot of work into an evaluation model? Is that how that would look?
I think Marta just chimed in.
Well, if you would like to go with Marta
No.
first, and then we can come in, yeah.
Okay.
If I understand correctly, what we're talking about now is doing a review of the standing committees sometime before June 30th, 2022. So my understanding is from the discussion that we would need to bring forward some sort of an evaluation matrix for council's consideration prior to that. So if you are considering this, then I would just recommend putting in a date when you'd like to see the evaluation matrix in by as well, so that it's clear for administration.
So I guess to Councillor Mackay, would you be willing to amend this to kind of take out the review of effectiveness and just say kind of the decision about next steps be pushed to, I don't know, Q4 or Q1 of 2022?
I haven't accepted his motion yet, so it's not really.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm looking for here is just a total postponement of this whole topic and discussion until the next term so that a new council can take this on, whether it's part of the procedural bylaw that is necessary or the way that council will conduct its affairs and its business. To come back with an evaluation matrix isn't, I mean, we could have a whole new council sitting here and they would have nothing to refer back to. So I'm just saying, let's postpone this entire discussion until a time when the new council can discuss it.
What have we had drafted up here? It says that the Community Living Standing Committee recommendation, review the effectiveness of the CLC be postponed to a date sometime before June 30th, 2022.
That would be good. That would be a motion I'd like to put on the floor.
Okay, all right. Postponement motion will take precedence over your motion, so I will accept that. But actually, I'm not accepting it quite yet because I just noticed there's two hands up at home. So Councillor Hanson, go ahead. Is this a question on the postponement?
Yes, it is. I guess to Councillor Mackay, with the postponement, I guess my question would be with an evaluation matrix complete so that the next council has something to measure against. So I guess I'm asking for this. I realize you want the discussion to be postponed, but I'm assuming you want to have some kind of an outcome or measurement for them to discuss about so that they have something to work with.
I guess my response to that would be just something I just said earlier. It would be very difficult for a new councillor to have any input on the makeup of the current committee structure. So what good would an evaluation matrix do to that individual? Certainly, if there are other members of this council that are successful October 18th, they would have some input. But I mean, right now we don't have an evaluation matrix. It would be, I believe, really difficult for administration to race through to get one done before September 13th. So I believe...
I'm not asking for that. I'm just wondering when you want to have the discussion. If they don't have the experience of being on the committee for very long, wouldn't they need some kind of a measurement outcome to work with?
I guess I'm going to stay with my answer. No, I'm not suggesting there should be a matrix.
Okay, and then my second question would be, does your postponement of this discussion, I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly, does that align with the CGIS I know they're slightly different. I mean, ours includes the matrix. So I guess if this gets defeated and if Councillor Jolly's motion gets defeated about repealing it, where does it leave this committee?
I'll answer that, and maybe Marta can correct me if I'm wrong. I would say they don't align. Although when we get to 7.7, we could probably work on alignment. If it fails and the repeal motion fails, then I would look for a motion from anyone on this council, not just the Standing Living Committee, to make a similar motion to what administration had proposed at committee. Does that
Okay.
sound?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to know the steps. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. Councillor Hughes, question on the postponement.
Yeah. So Councillor Mackay, I know that when we were at the committee level, your concern was about making sure that all of council was able to provide feedback during the pilot process. And this motion, basically, this council provides no feedback. Like, you don't need to have a matrix to say whether or not you felt it worked, or how to evaluate whether or not you think this is an effective tool compared to the other one. So I'm trying to reconcile what your intention was for why you voted against it a week ago to now saying we're now going to let the next council, who did not have 2 years experience going through it, have the sole, ultimately the next council can make any decision they want at any time, regardless of what this motion is. But it precludes this council from actually completing its pilot to do the feedback. So I'm trying to figure out where do you see that there's going to be a thoughtful discussion about that? Because that was your intention, was that you wanted to have a thoughtful discussion about it.
You've answered your question, I think. My entire discussion at committee was around the fact that if we're not going to have the discussion at this council, if we don't have the ability, like you said, if we don't have an evaluation, we just have our own personal opinions, and that's all they are, opinions. They're not based on any actual matrix or evaluation protocol. It would just be an opinion. And I just don't see us having to have that fair conversation without having that matrix. So I reiterated numerous times it was about process, was why I was against the motion. So I mean, I'm going to stay with process, and I think we could definitely have the discussion today. I'm not sure where it would reside or end in. It could end in the committee structure being repealed, or it could mean it going forward. I'm just saying right now, I think we need to have this discussion, or the next council needs to have a discussion as to how they want.
Okay, I'm just going, we're not in debate.
I'm not.
No.
I'm just asking a question.
Okay, so
Yeah, no, but I think we're starting to venture in.
and I appreciate that, Mayor Herron. The other question is, let's say that this motion were to pass, the one that, let's say that the postponement fails, but then the CLSC recommendation did pass. And we again have a differing here on both of them. I guess I'm going to look to Ledge Services. Then what? Like,
I don't know. That's a question on the postponement motion, Councillor Hughes.
well, I guess I'm looking at the entire picture here. It's just that we have a complete dissociation here between these two committees, and one could pass and one could fail. And regardless if we postpone this or not, Councillor Henderson put the ball down the road. I'm just asking the other way.
But let's let the postponement motion flow, and if it fails, then we'll have to answer that question, because that's a good question.
Yeah.
That's a good question. All right, any more just questions on the postponement? All right, Councillor Mackay. Oh, you guys. Sorry, I thought you had a question. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay, accepting your motion.
Well, is that what's on the floor here? So that
Yes.
the CLSC recommendation, review of the effectiveness of CLSC be postponed to a date sometime before June 30th, 2022.
That's the motion. I've accepted it. Go into your opening arguments.
I think during the questions we've
No,
had,
I know. That's why I was worried.
so I'm not going to
You're
put
good?
forward anymore.
You're not bringing forward the.
No, I'm putting forward the motion. I'm not going to need to get into debate anymore.
Right, okay.
I thought I put my reasons out there in relation to the.
Which is why I said we're getting into debate. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I will get into debate. When I think about how these committees have worked for this particular council, and I think I mentioned this last week, it's been pretty awful for all sorts of reasons that I don't need to get into. But so to Councillor Hughes's point on our advice, I agree. I mean, my advice based on this group is that they don't work well, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't be work exceptionally well for whoever is sitting here in 2 months. And I think that really depends on who's sitting at the table and how they want to govern. So if that group wants to split up work in a committee structure, and that could work really, really well. But if that group doesn't, then it won't. And so I do see the value in delaying this decision until it is those people sitting at that table, and why I'm going to be supporting this. Because at the end of the day, this is not going to impact us in the next 2 weeks. So that's why I'm supporting it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hughes, do you have your hand up? Or is that still up for questions?
No, I think so. Thank you. So this is going to pass, which is disappointing, because this was a pilot that ultimately failed because we never completed the pilot. We didn't actually do a proper feedback analysis. And even those that don't like it are still going to push the ball down the road. So I guess if you say it didn't work with this council, but it could for the next, I guess, are you saying that this council was dysfunctional, or was a structure problem with the committees? And I personally think it was a structure problem with the committees. So I think that the problems of splitting it up and not giving everybody an equal say, there's so many issues with it. Just the fact that 7.4 and 7.7 are not the same and are not being debated at the same time, that in itself shows the deficiencies in the committees. So everything that we had for feedback is now going to be pushed off and not even been used. And do you have to have a matrix to know? No, but what you do have is you had experience. You had live experience as to what had happened, Councillor Mackay, who you said, I don't need it to have any expertise on this. We had expertise. We lived through it for 2 years, and you saw the deficiencies and you saw what worked. And now none of that information is being provided to the next council, none of it. And so if you didn't want to do it now, we could have a committee of the whole meeting. The mayor could call one, we could have a proper discussion about it and have that be the only topic of the day and talk about it for an hour and come up with a recommendation. But, you know, pushing it off to the next council and saying, let them decide, it really disqualifies what you actually think of your own opinion of this and what your own experiences were with it. And I mean, I had issues with it from the beginning. I tried to make it work the best I could for the full 2 years. I participated wholly in all of the committees that when I was put in front of me. But that doesn't mean it was a good or successful or better than what we had before. So, I mean, deferring this is and saying before June, I mean, come on. So the next council has absolutely the opportunity to make their own changes whenever they feel fit, just like this council did. But that does not mean that we should be deferring feedback and making a decision and leaving it to someone else and ignoring the 2 years of experience this council's had. So I'll be voting against this. Probably the only one. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I've got Councillor Broadhead up next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's interesting because my experience on the committee I sat on was positive for the whole last 2 years. And so from my perspective, if we're going to evaluate the nature and the functionality of anything, it's best to do that against a objective, less set of principles, so that our own personal experience, irrespective of whether it's good or whether it's bad, can be divorced from the actual efficacy of the governance model. And that's what we don't have here. Now, we can say that over the last 2 years, yeah, we've had a good experience, but I would question that. We were on Zoom for most of it. COVID, you can call it an excuse, you can call it what it was, but the reality of it is that the last 2 years were different than the last 100. And it impacted our community. People were at home for 16 months straight. I got emails from people who didn't leave their yard for 16 months. And to say that our governance as a council was not affected for those 16 months, I think would be a misrepresentation of the truth. The reality is that we are all affected by COVID, and so is our governance model and the process of flowing information through our committees or council. And so to pass judgment on a committee structure, I think is premature. I don't know what contributed to positive experience. I know what contributed to, I don't know what contributed to negative experience. I know what contributed to positive experience. So I'm actually going to support this motion, because the decision around this is not whether I sit here or whether I don't in the next council. It's going to be the next council that's going to have to make it work or not. And if it comes back by June of 2022, they'll have had a couple of months to work through it, and they'll get, truthfully, a small slice of experience, but at least they'll know what will work in terms of evaluation criteria, and then they can make up their own mind. And then we're not making up their own mind for them, which is my problem with any kind of motion that says let's kill it right now, because then they won't have that own motion. They won't have that opportunity to assess. So in any case, Councillor Mackay, I'm supporting your motion.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Watkins, you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think I'm going to support it. The motion basically passes it off onto the next council. And I think that passing it off onto the next council is really not the right thing to do. It's possible, but not probable, that there could be 7 new people in here. And how is anyone going to be able to assess the 2 systems if all they have experienced is the one that they're coming into? So they'll come into the two committee system. They won't know they won't have had experience with the first committee system. Secondly, if we put it off, Jackie and I aren't running again. We'll have no input into our 3 years of experience with the system. It'll just be passed on to somebody else. The 7 people sitting here are the only 7 people besides administration that have experience in the 2 systems right now. So I think we as a council voted to divide it into 2 committees, and it's pretty clear that we're kind of split on what we should do with it. It's kind of unfortunate that we don't have a matrix, but I think we're a little hung up on a matrix. I think that we're adults and we've experienced this for 3 years. And if you asked me to give you a written assessment of what I thought the difference was between the 2, I think I could give you a written assessment. I don't think I would need a matrix, or I don't think I'd need a questionnaire to come up with a fair assessment of how it's worked in the last 2 years. So I'm not going to support it, because I think we should have an assessment, and we should do it before or at the September 13th meeting. And whether somebody came up with a quick questionnaire or whether we just provide a written assessment of what it is, I think we should do an assessment and not just pass it off. I think it's too important a governance issue to just kind of slip off to the next council. So I'm not going to be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's really important that the next council does come in with a structure in place, and we have a structure in place. So I will be supporting this motion. At the end of the day, most boards, most agencies, commissions, whatever, not-for-profit organizations, when they have boards, they have sub or standing committees. The purpose of those, whether it's finance, audit, infrastructure, the purpose of those is to tackle issues in a more informal way. And I know you've heard me say this many times, but in order to do a deeper dive, it's more informal, it's less political. You can actually talk about the issue a little bit more without the politics hanging over your head. That committee then brings it to the greater board for a decision. This is not a new model. It's a very, very sound model. But as Councillor Broadhead said, we've just come through some very odd times, unprecedented times where we just haven't been able to give this as anything a really good try. This is not a model that's new. It gets used in many, many municipalities. And as I said, throughout all kinds of governance structures. It's a good use of our time. It's an efficient use of our time. When all of us get together for a committee of the whole, we're basically hashing out a meeting that we're going to do at the next council meeting. So this gets rid of that redundancy. And so I think, honestly, whether it's, I don't know why some have had a negative experience. My experience has been very positive. I've really, really enjoyed the committee structure. I really enjoyed that less formal environment. And I think one of the things we could do better is invite the public in for more informal discussions around certain issues. I don't think we got to that point because of the COVID pandemic. So there is room for improvement for sure, but I really, truly believe that this is a very sound structure used very widely across the world. And there's no reason why it couldn't be successful here. So I hope that the new council sees it as productive, good use of their time, and continues with it. So I really do appreciate the postponement here.
Thank you. I'll add my 2 cents in. I honestly think the committee structure has been working. First of all, let me say to Councillor Watkins and Councillor Hanson, who are definitely not going to be sitting here next term, I hope you take the time to jot down your thoughts of what worked, what didn't, and where you see room for improvement. I would like to, if this passes, have your feedback. And anyone who's not sitting here next term, please give the feedback, because I think that is important. I'm just going to give you, so we don't have an evaluation matrix, and staff have acknowledged that this slipped through the cracks, and I completely understand it was unprecedented, and in the grand scheme of things, we're going to be okay. But I'm going to give why I think this works. We just approved on consent the CLC recommendation on Arts Development Advisory Committee. I am an ex officio on both committees. That one I didn't show up for because I saw the agenda, I read the agenda, and I thought, I trust my council colleagues to deal with this. You guys had, I did watch it after, a 45 odd minute debate on this and a good conversation. Passed on consent, saved 4 members of council their time because we trust you. We also approved the capital prioritization matrix, which had a huge motion in there with a $700 fund set up. Again, not one member of council pulled that off of consent. We trusted the committee who'd made that decision. That's where this works, is we had good conversation, good recommendations coming forward. It's way more efficient to deal with that. Can you imagine those 2 agenda items being on today's agenda in Folsom? We would be here for 2 more hours. That's why this committee structure works. So I'm going to have to look to March if this passes, but we're going to have to try to figure out evaluation, some sort of matrix. And I think probably the time saved for members of council, which should be part of that matrix, time saved in overtime for our staff should be part of that matrix. I do see room for improvement. How it's presented to council, do we need the whole package in our agenda package? You know, what level of authority the committees can have. There's lots of rooms for improvement. How we do agenda planning, room for improvement, I get it. But I didn't want to throw any baby out with any bathwater today, so I'm going to support the postponement. Councillor Mackay. To close.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I mean, I appreciate all the comments on both sides of this discussion. And realistically wise, I think if this actually, the postponement motion fails and the original motion goes on back on the floor, I would probably vote to eliminate the committee structure. That's just the way I feel at this moment. However, I believe strongly in good governance. I believe strongly in process, and there was supposed to be a evaluation matrix in front of us. And I'm not, it didn't happen. So I believe that we owe it to this structure to move it on to the next term. But I take all the good comments. The other part of it is I really didn't want to have us spend a lot of time. I think we've got bigger discussions on the table than this one. And honestly, I'm surprised by the length of the discussion already. So.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes by majority with Councillor Hughes and Councillor Watkins opposed. So, okay, so 7.5 was approved on consent, which was the agenda package in the minutes
Sorry,
from.
Mayor Herron, sorry if I could interrupt. Now that this has been postponed, could we also make an amendment to the bylaw? Because the bylaw does state that this has to occur. If we can make an amendment, and I'll read it to you, that bylaw 39, 2019 be amended to postpone the review of the effectiveness of the standing committee to a date before June 30th, 2022. So if we can make that change in the bylaw itself.
Sorry, say that one more time. Or did Marta send it?
Yes, that's what we were discussing, that we need to amend the bylaw itself, the clause.
So what does the bylaw currently say?
It says, it is the intention of the council of the committee shall function on a pilot basis for a period of 2 years, and that the effectiveness of the committee in contributing to good governance of the city and the desirability of continuing the committee beyond the general municipal election of 2021 shall be evaluated by council not later than September 30th, 2021 on the basis of the evaluation matrix.
And you're proposing an amendment that says what?
The amendment would just be to amend to postpone the review of the effectiveness of the standing committee to date before June 30th. It's very similar to what you've done, but now we want to amend the bylaw to reflect.
To match it?
To match it, that's correct. Yeah.
All right. Councillor Mackay, can you make that motion?
Well,
We're just pairing up what we just did to the bylaw.
What we did is we actually did the we changed the motion of the CLSC recommendation to postpone the discussion. Now we want the reflection to be in the bylaw itself.
I guess
and that's up to you. I mean, that we're just suggesting it, but it truly is up to council.
Yeah, which is what the CGI committee recommendation is to amend the bylaw.
And
right?
that is to amend the bylaw.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about process. I mean, that's all I was trying to move forward to. This, I mean, I guess I would have loved to have this information prior to the motion, because I don't see
this
why we
doesn't
need
change the process, Councillor Mackay.
I mean,
sorry, I'm going to go to Councillor Jolly.
Yeah.
So what we just voted on is delaying a decision on whether even to have a prioritization matrix until next term.
No, we made a motion to postpone a repealed motion, a repealing motion. That's all we did.
Yes. And so the matrix and the bylaw, I mean, I would suggest that could just be removed, that whatever section that is. So the bylaw can be amended to remove whatever section that talks about evaluation. And
that would achieve the same result.
It would it would achieve the same result, but kind of match what Councillor Mackay was trying to achieve so that we can decide.
Marta, would you agree that we could either amend the section such as the CGI committee had proposed, or just remove the section?
We can remove the section.
Pardon?
We can remove the section, but the motion that was passed was that the review of the CLSC be postponed. We didn't postpone the motion to repeal the bylaw, not the way it was worded.
Oh, okay.
So we have a motion that just passed to review the effectiveness of the standing committee by June 30th. And right now the bylaw says we have to do it by September 30th. So they're inconsistent. So simply to make them consistent with one another, we would need a motion to amend the bylaw or delete section 22, whichever it would be fine. And that change would come, you would see that change on September 30th. So you can see it and pass that through just to line up with the discussion that had just happened in the motion that you just passed.
Councillor Hanson, your hand is up. Is that for a question, or are you wanting to make the motion?
No, it's actually just, could we, when we get to the next motion around Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee, could we just add the second bylaw into our motion? Like put bylaw 39 and 40? Would that make it easier?
Marta, would that be okay?
It would work. Yes, that's fine.
Okay. I think we're going to do that then, because I think that's easiest. All right, so I will go back to what we did on consent. We approved the agenda package and the unadopted minutes from the Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting from August 23rd of this year. And then 7.6 also on consent, which is audit. I will actually read this one into the record. That the audit management recommendations report dated August 23rd, 2021 be received as information. All right. We are now on to 7.7. This is a very similar topic to the one we just discussed. Councillor Hansen, this is your committee. Do you want to make the motion and add in the other bylaw as well? Is that your course of action? Councillor Hansen?
Sorry, just trying to unmute myself here. Yes, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, and then I'll open it up to questions before I accept it.
Okay,
Go
so, but what I'll do is, shall I say that the Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee and the Community Living Standing Committee recommend to Council that Section 22 of Bylaw 39/2019 and 40/2019 be amended to provide that a council review the committee's effectiveness and desirability of its continued existence beyond the midpoint of 2021 to 2025 council term occur no later than September 30th, 2023 on the basis of an evaluation matrix adopted by council not later than June 30th, 2022, and that any consequential amendments to the bylaw be made at that same time.
All right, before I accept that, I'll open it up to questions. Councillor Jolly.
So if this passes, that means that our previous motion conflicts with this one. Is that, am I understanding?
I'm going to get Marta to answer that one.
Through the chair, Councillor Jolly. Oh, I'm getting feedback. Okay, so the answer is that they don't align. However, they could both be at the same time. So we could have a review of the effectiveness of CLSC by June 30th and a review of CGISC on the basis of an evaluation matrix at the midterm. That's at council's discretion, not entirely aligned. However, they could both exist together.
Because the matrix you will work on will be for both committees, will it not be?
It would be, it could be used for both committees. That's correct.
So I guess, Mayor Herron, I would propose an amendment so that this one matches our previous one so that we make a decision before June 30th rather than have staff go through all the work of the matrix if that's not the direction we want to go in. So I still support the previous motion, which is in conflict with this.
You need to look at them as two different motions. So we've got a motion that she's changed to both bylaws to develop the matrix and by June 30th. And we've got a kind of a separate motion to review the CLSC by June 30th. They're separate.
So,
but they're all going to work together. We're going to get the matrix by June 30th for both committees.
well, that is not. Okay.
That's what Councillor Hansen has changed her motion to. Does that make sense?
If I can
Go ahead,
interject. Sorry, Councillor Hansen did read in CLSC, but that's not correct. The recommendation that she was reading and was just the recommendation that CGISC made. We can't change what CLSC recommended and what CGISC recommended. So CGISC recommendation is the recommendation that Councillor Hansen read in. And if we do want to amend both bylaws, we can draft in order to review the effectiveness of both standing committees. We have a motion drafted that we could use if you wanted to align a motion to the previous standing committee's motion. But we're just specifically speaking about CGISC right now.
So Marta, so if I make a similar motion to the last one for CGIS, that just basically the discussion gets pushed to June 30th, 2022. And then sort of the next number 2 motion is that both both bylaws get amended to reflect this change.
Yes, that's correct. That's what
Okay.
we had understood. Yes.
So, okay, well then I will, you haven't accepted my motion, have you? So perhaps I can just go back and reflect whatever we said in that first motion, which is the CGIS, well, whatever it was, postpone. I don't have it in front of me. Is it in the chat?
You want the previous motion?
Yeah, so it would be that the CGIS recommendation review of effectiveness of CGIS be postponed to a date sometime before June 30th, 2022. And so that's exactly the same as what we just passed.
Yeah. So take Councillor Mackay's motion from the Community Living Committee and just put in community infrastructure.
Yeah, and so that's what I just read to you.
Yeah, and then we can make a motion to align the bylaws. And then Marta, what's now missing is the development of the matrix. Do we need a motion, or are you just going to do that?
We need direction about whether we need a matrix or not. Currently, we have the direction to come back to council by June 30th to evaluate the effectiveness. If you would like an evaluation matrix, that should be clearly stated in there when we amend the bylaw itself, so that we know when to bring it back by.
Okay, so I'm going to have Councillor Hanson make a motion similar to the last one. I'm also going to have her make a motion to amend the two bylaws, and Councillor Broadhead's going to make a motion to develop the matrix.
Okay, well, I think I did read it out that the CGIS review of effectiveness of the CGIS, okay. Review of the effectiveness of CGIS be postponed to a date sometime before June 30th, 2022.
Got it?
Yes.
It's on the screen.
Oh,
I don't know if
okay. I was reading the old one. No, I can't see the screen, but I'm reading the CLSC one, just substituting it.
I'm sure it's the same. The screen says that the CGIS Standing Committee recommendation review of the effectiveness of this CGI committee be postponed to a date sometime before June 30th, 2022. Is that what you want?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Councillor Hughes, question? No? Okay. Accepting that motion, go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
I don't think I need to carry on. I think we've had the debate already. So, but probably important to align both the motions and so that our staff have clear direction of what they need to do. So hope council agrees with this.
All right, thank you for that. Anyone else? Councillor Hughes, your hand is up.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm still voting against this. And I don't like being hogtied into making a decision on one because you made a decision on the other one. So, you know, I hear about the efficiencies, but we had a standing committee of the whole, all 7 people got together, we hashed it out for whatever it took, and it came back to council and it went on consent. So I hear that, and I thought, I gotta say something because it was especially efficient back then. We met once in the afternoon, discussed it all, it came back and it was approved. And now we have 2 committees that we don't necessarily know what's happening unless you attend both committees. And it's the same ultimate process, but with fewer decision makers actually able to make decisions that they can make amendments or make motions. So I understand that this is being done for consistency, but I said before, what if they don't match up? And then I was brushed aside. But nonetheless, I will not be voting in favor of something I don't believe in. And they're disqualifying everyone's vote or saying, you should really write something about it later and give it to us and we'll maybe consider it, or maybe we won't, or who knows what will happen to it, is not the same as putting 7 people down in the same room and having a proper discussion, which is what was the anticipation, was at the bare minimum, we'd have a proper discussion to me the whole, and instead it's being deferred. So no, I don't support any of this. I think this is just a complete farce. Thank you.
Councillor Watkins.
I'm not supporting it, not because I don't support the committees. It's just because I don't support pushing it entirely off on the next council without the input of us officially given prior to us leaving.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Anything else, Councillor Hanson?
No, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Call for the vote. Voting is closed. Passes by majority with Councillor Hughes and Councillor Watkins against. Can we put the motion to amend the bylaws in the chat so Councillor Hanson can see them? Oh, that was fast. Councillor Hanson, can you see that in the chat?
I sure can. That bylaw, yeah.
Yeah, read it.
I feel like I'm getting feedback. That bylaws 39/2019 and 40/2019 be amended to postpone the review of the effectiveness of the standing committees to a date before June 30th, 2022 upon the basis of an evaluation matrix developed no later than March 31st, 2022.
Oh, so we don't need a separate motion on the matrix?
No, I guess not.
All right, any questions on this? Do you have a question, Councillor Watkins? Okay.
Oops.
All right, I accept that motion. Anything further, Councillor Hanson?
Just thanks to Marta for clearing all of this up. I do think that, as Councillor Broadhead said, that if the next council can have some sort of measurement to review the effectiveness of the committee structure, that would be good. And so anything that will help them and provide them with a framework would be, I think, a really good part of good governance. So yeah, I think it's a good amendment.
All right, anyone else, Councillor Jolly? Debate?
Yeah, on debate, I absolutely do not support this motion. I supported motions that delay the decision on whether even to have a prioritization matrix to sometime soon. And what this does is require staff to do a whole bunch of work that may or may not be required. So I'm really disappointed that this is where we've ended up. Like Councillor Mackay and Councillor Hughes, if I were to vote today, I would absolutely want to repeal these two bylaws that create these committees, because this conversation is a perfect example. If we had all gotten in a room together, we could have figured this out. And instead, we're having this debate multiple times. Everyone's confused. So I am not in support of this change.
All right, anything to close, Councillor? Oh, sorry, let me make sure there's nobody else on Zoom. Okay, Councillor Hanson, anything to close?
I appreciate what Councillor Jolly has said. Yeah, the problem is we've got two different bylaws for two different committees, and so it does have to go through twice. Maybe it's something that council wants to look at next time, just having one standing committee bylaw with two separate portions of it, so that it's all under one bylaw. That would probably make life easier. And again, I think there's just a lot of opportunity for improvement that we haven't had a chance to really push forward in the last 2 years. So I would say to council, don't give up. This is a very, very sound way to govern, and it's a good use of our time, and it's efficient. So that's all I have. Thanks.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes by majority with Hughes, Jolly, and Mackay. Is that right? Opposed. All right. Okay. Well, I had poor Rachel and our new, that was hard to follow. I did not think that would take so long. I'm going to give you all a 7-minute break. We'll be back here in our chairs at 4 o'clock for the COVID Recovery Task Force final report. Whew. We ready to go? Okay. All right, next on the agenda, let me make sure that Councillor Hughes and Councillor Hanson are back. Councillor Hughes is. Why don't I see Councillor Hanson? Councillor Hanson, are you with us? She is not there. Can you mark that? I don't know where she went. All right, 8.1 on our agenda is the COVID-19 Recovery Task Force final report. We have Trevor Dooley presenting, but he also has two members of the committee to help him. So Trevor, I'll throw it over to you and then you can introduce, are you introducing our committee? Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ms. Beach McCutcheon and Mr. Cripps from the COVID-19 Recovery Task Force are here today to present the task force's final report to Council. They volunteered their time over the past 16 months as citizen members of the task force, and upon completion of their presentation today, they and administration would be happy to take any questions from Council. Thank you, and over to Ms. Beach McCutcheon and Mr. Cripps. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jason and I are here today to present the final report from the COVID-19 Recovery Task Force as part of the mandate created for us in early 2020. And please know that as you hear us speaking, we are reflecting the thoughts of our fellow task force members. We do have one additional member in the gallery. Nick Parkinson is with us this afternoon. Many of our other members couldn't be with us, but we anticipate they are here in spirit. We will be presenting the path and process we took to develop this report and the recommendations we are presenting, and we thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. One of the first things that the task force did was to create our vision statement, and it appears here on the screen with the mandate. Both the vision and mandate statements were used to guide the work of the task force throughout its 18-month duration. The vision particularly served as our true north in those moments where we were uncertain and considering how we should proceed.
Thanks, Undine. Mayor and Council will be doing a tag team back and forth, so you'll see us jockeying back and forth. Before we begin with the final report, I'd like to just refresh all of our memories on what was previously in the intern report and the presentation that was presented to you, I believe, in December. So through the spring and summer of 2020, we established a vision for the Recovery Task Force. We also received information around both the economic and social impacts to help frame the problems that we were trying to address, and settled in on 4 problem statements throughout the summer of 2020. The task force utilized Cultivating the Conversation web tool to solicit ideas and feedback from St. Albertans to support the recovery. As well, we advocated for and championed a number of quick wins, including development bonds and mobile testing sites.
When we last presented to you in December, we offered a set of recommendations for Council's consideration, and I believe this slide is actually taken directly from that December presentation. The task force presented 4 recommendations which had a higher sense of urgency and a high impact on the community as priorities for Council to take into consideration. From these 4 recommendations, Council added a business incentives initiative to the 2021 corporate business plan. The task force also recommended that a business resiliency program be developed by the city, which was actioned by Council and implemented by the Economic Development Department. There were 15 recommendations made by the task force for 2021 that were aligned with initiatives underway at the city, and these have been reported on throughout 2021 through the quarterly recovery report.
After presenting the interim report to Council, the task force engaged with community stakeholders on its contents in order to develop the final report that you're seeing here today. This involved understanding how the pandemic had affected stakeholders, as well as solicited feedback to identify and address any gaps in the interim report regarding post-pandemic recovery. The engagement was primarily focused throughout the winter months. As vaccines rolled out over the same time period, the task force played an initial role in advocacy for testing and vaccination sites to be being established in the city, as well as encouraging fellow citizens and residents to get vaccinated as quickly as possible. Alignment with our internal report, aligned with our intern report recommendations, we supported actions like spontaneous use activities and outdoor amenities, such as driveway fire pits, outdoor patios, and the freezeway at Lionsgate Park.
The task force engaged with 4 main groups who represented a broad cross-section of stakeholders within St. Albert. As shown on the screen, they were the Chamber of Commerce, our nonprofits, the art community, council committees, and the Youth Advisory Committee. Although these groups represented very different facets of the community, it was clear that there were a fair level of overlap in the impact the pandemic had had on all. We found commonalities regarding uptake in technology, a more concentrated impact to vulnerable populations, increased mental health challenges, and business models adapting to a new normal. The task force believes that these common themes suggest a continuity and synergy within the community, which is represented in the final report, and which we believe will serve St. Albert well as the recovery work continues. Regarding our interim report itself, we largely received support on its contents. There were several gaps identified in the interim report, which we have incorporated, and Jason will provide details on the next slide.
So as Sandine mentioned, we did determine some gaps, and you'll see these on the slide sheet slide in front of you, identifying the need for the importance of the arts and culture with a community-wide recovery. Encouraging a youth perspective regarding the pandemic and the recovery was also incorporated, and a clear definition of vulnerable populations. And I'm just going to scroll for a quick second. The youth perspective was really, I would say, engaging and empowering. And I think if we have those future leaders to come after us, I think we're in really good shape as St. Albertans. So in addition to addressing the gaps, the task force also added a new strategy, a new opportunity under strategy 4.1, the need to recognize the grief, sense of loss, and resiliency experienced by the pandemic. We recently wrote the city's Arts Development Advisory Committee regarding this item. So these additions are what delineates from the interim report that you would have seen in a previous meeting back in December.
The problem statements and desired future outcomes have not changed, and the recommendations before Council today are intended to be an input to the next Council to consider in their strategic planning activities in 2022, as we have all come to understand that full community recovery will require a community effort and likely years to completely effect.
And finally, in addition to the recommendations that the task force presented to Council previously, we have supported a number of other initiatives for the Council's interest and potential advocacy for us. We certainly would like to thank the Council for their continued support on our journey over the last year and a half, and we'd be absolutely remiss if we didn't also mention the fantastic support we had from administration, whether it's Kevin, Trevor, Christine. I'm going to miss a whole bunch of names, but Council, you need to know that your administration served our needs extremely well. So with that, I'm going to actually hand the final couple of slides over to Trevor before we take any questions you may have.
And thank you again to Mr. Cripps and Ms. Beach McCutcheon, but really the request from Council today, as you'll see in your agenda package, is that the Recovery Task Force final report be received as information, and that the CAO be directed to include the final report on the agenda of the 2022 Council Strategic Planning Session to help inform the next Council Strategic Plan. Thank you, Council. I'm happy to take any questions either for administration or for our Recovery Task Force representatives.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. All right, I'll open it up to questions. Councillor Hanson, by the way, is back with us, everyone. So she just momentarily lost her internet, but she's back. And I'm seeing no questions. Pardon? Do you have? Okay. Okay, so we'll let Councillor Mackay make a motion, and then I'll let you come in on debate for a comment. So go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks. I think that the comments will come via debate. That the COVID-19 Recovery Task Force final report attached to the agenda report dated August 30th, 2021 be received as information, and that the oh, you want me to read both of them or one?
Yeah, go ahead.
That the CAO be directed to include the COVID-19 Recovery Task Force final report on the agenda of the 2022 Council Strategic Planning Session to inform the development of council priorities in the council strategic plan going forward from 2022 to 2025.
All right, I accept that. I'll let you have opening comments.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna hold most of my comments in closing. I just want to thank Ms. Sandy McCutcheon and Mr. Cripps, and I also want to thank all the members of the Recovery Task Force, and I will name them in closing comments. So I will pass it on.
All right, Councilor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And my comments are simply this. Thank you so much for the work that you guys, sorry, don't mean to be gender specific, but the group did together. One of the things that truly impressed me during the whole COVID era, and we're not out of it yet, but the value that you brought to the community and in just doing some strategic thinking about what we could do during this time to focus our community and being more holistic in how we respond. A couple of big wins in there, and I want to thank you, and I want to thank council members who are part of it, because yeah, you did the city proud and helped us through this time, and we're still not out of it yet, but maybe we're at the end of the beginning, to quote an old line. So I love the two motions here. I'm hoping that perhaps the report that the committee put together is part of the orientation group, give the new council an opportunity to prepare for the strategic plan. But in any case, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Councilor Jolly.
Thank you. And I'm going to start with kind of my support of the actual motions. This is an excellent document to be part of a strategic planning session. Hopefully come January, February, when the next council sits down to talk strategy, we'll be at a better place than we are right now. And this is a really exciting document to bring to that table. To the committee, thank you so much for your work on this. I'd like to comment specifically on the identification of gaps, specifically arts and culture and youth in the interim report. That was one of my big concerns as we started the process. So I'm so impressed that that was identified through the process. So thank you so much. And I'm happy to support these motions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I saw Councillor Hansen's hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a little bit more of the same. Big thanks. It's been a pleasure to sit on this task force, and you know, we had a wonderful cross section of people bringing a lot of different perspectives, and we were really able to I think cover the whole gamut of the kind of residents that we have in our city. And we're not out of this as we hoped we would be by this time. I think the part of grief and loss and is going to set in a little bit more as we go forward, because you know, we did lose people to this disease, and we're going to have to take time to make sure that we remember them, because it's truly been a cult for our families in St. Albert. So great presentation, Sandine and Jason. And just delighted to support the final report. And thanks to our staff members as well. You guys were by our side, sticking with us the whole way through. So thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I think you did a pretty good report, actually. I like the perspective you brought forward. I like the recommendations you brought forward. And I appreciate the recommendations you brought forward in the meantime, in between too, that were all passed and moved forward. So I do want to thank you guys for the work you guys put into it. I think it was valuable. My disappointment has nothing to do with you. My disappointment is that when we started this back a year last April, we thought that we'd be concluding COVID by this time. We thought that this would be the actual end date, and we're nowhere near the end. You know, there's no end in sight. So my only concern is that this committee is coming to a close, and yet the situation in front of us has not come to a close. And it looks like, based on what Edmonton did today, it's reviving right back up again. So, but as far as what everything that you brought to the table to date, I think it's been excellent. And I do appreciate all the work you guys have put into this. And I like the final report you put forward. So I think it'll be really good discussion for the next council for sure. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I get to say something now. By the way, Jason, I had a glass of wine at Tryst. It was served by a very nice young man on Saturday afternoon. Very good. Honestly, I don't want to let you guys go. This has been one of the best experiences and the best group. And Nick, the three of you are here. I don't want to leave you out. And then those that couldn't be here today, we had an open call for members to apply for this. I mean, I know I nudged a few people, but we assembled a group that was diverse, and you provided what we have these world cafes every year around budget, and we really ask residents what's good, what's bad, what we can improve. This whole committee has been like a world cafe in my mind, because we can really talk about everything under the sun about St. Albert and what we can do to improve it. And what bubbled up for me throughout all this was getting people outside, getting recreation accessible, so those that don't have the same financial needs can use them, and just get outside and use the city, which because of COVID was a necessity, but I'm hoping post-COVID will really be something that resonates with our community, and we will push that forward. And that's seen in the report. If you look on page 9 of the report, there's a screenshot of one of our Zoom calls, and I think everyone is laughing in it. So it shows how much fun we had during this process. I'm glad that we had some new people coming in applying for committees, because we got some new perspectives and new ideas. So that's why I say I don't want you to go. I hope you guys continue to serve the community in some other capacity in the future, because your insight and your contributions were really invaluable. So I will let Councillor Mackay close, and you will thank the other members by name. Okay, thank you.
I will.
That. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you. I thought you were going to tear up. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it. All great comments, and we knew right from the very beginning. Well, there was lots that we didn't know about COVID-19. I mean, who's ever gone through one of these things before? I mean, as I've said many times, nobody created a playbook for a pandemic that was in the operational material that we maintain. And wouldn't you know it, just as that time my computer went out. Unbelievable. Can you name, because I have all the names on my computer. I can probably name them off by heart, but
Probably, yeah.
But I'll have to get IT to work on my computer here as it goes. But anyways, I want to continue off with the comments that we knew that there was going to be a community commitment that was going to have to definitely be involved. And so when we reached out for voices from the community, we were so lucky and very fortunate to attract everyone that applied. And I mean, the breadth of knowledge has already been identified, but it was truly phenomenal and fantastic. So you have my thanks for that as well. My computer's still rebooting here, so I apologize for that. Don't worry about it, Jason. I got them here. Now I got them all. I got them all, man. I'm here. So in addition to the members that are already here, I'll repeat them again. We've got Sandine Beach McCutcheon. Thank you very much for bringing that social aspect, that really vulnerable population wealth of experience that you have. I really appreciated your insight throughout all of our conversations. We had Mr. Dan Holman, who is a retail giant and does a lot of business coaching. He understands some of the challenges that our retail and other business sector had to go through and how they had to pivot. And he was instrumental, but then he was replaced by a gentleman that I hope to see lots of in the future, Mr. Tim Buckland. He's with Alberta Health Services now, but he's just a wealth of information. Although I don't know if he has any legs, because we only saw him on Zoom. Not sure if he, what in real. We've already heard from yourself, Mr. Cripps. You bring just a wealth of experience from your involvement with different ministries within the provincial government and on into forestry and so environmental issues and recovery. So thank you very much for all of your insight. I haven't been to Trist yet, so I haven't been served by Prodigy there yourself. So Jennifer McCurdy, I mean, we all know Jennifer from her past with the president of the chamber. She really grounded us in some of the impacts that COVID was having on our business community and the importance of needing to shop local and support local. And we certainly need to be carry that forward, even post-COVID. It's absolutely critical that we support businesses that have set up in our community. And so it was a pleasure having Jennifer there. Susan Keating, Vice President of Melcor, land developer, years of experience in how to build and develop communities and what's successful and what doesn't. And she brought in a real strong perspective in relation to that side of our community. So thank you very much, Susan. I hope you're watching. I need another road out of Melcor Properties into Jensen Lakes. Mr. Nick Parkinson, thank you for coming today. Nick brought his experience, his wealth of experience in the social sector from his involvement with YMCA. And the knowledge and, and the willingness to share what you were learning was instrumental in our development of our report, because you come from such a broad background. And so thank you very much for all you've contributed to our task force. And last but not least of our members was Mr. Alan Tom, and most of us are very familiar with Alan and his work from Ernst & Young, both whether it was with the Regional Transit Initiative and then ongoing in relation to the operational and fiscal review. I just think he was just paying us back for all the money we paid him for his involvement, so it was good. But what a brilliant man, and I'm so happy that he's a St. Albert resident, because he brings a lot to the committee. We've already identified, and I don't want to forget, Mr. Dooley was leading the charge many times here. He worked tirelessly in relation to the building. We have Christine, we have the rest hanging out here somewhere, and I called. Well, where were they? Here. Oh, they're hiding. And Karina, thank you very much, because I mean, obviously they took a whole bunch of information, a whole bunch of jumbled thoughts, a whole bunch of themes, and somehow it turned into a phenomenal report that we have in front of us. I don't know who said what, when, but there's really no Ken Mackay words in there, I'm sure, I can assure you. So, but I appreciate all of the help of administration, Mr. Scoble and Mr. Hiltz as well. So I know I was lengthy, but I had to make sure that I was in, thank you personally, because has been noted by members of council, we aren't. We would hope that we would be talking about community events and moving out of the COVID, and this was in our rearview mirror. I think the realization has come now that it's not. So I think one of the strengths of the task force recommendations is these things aren't just one-offs. They can continue forward. We can build on them. You've provided us with a foundational document that I think will be the envy of other communities that are looking in post-pandemic recovery. So thank you very much. It was my pleasure to serve with you.
All right, excellent comments. Call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that passes unanimously. Probably could have said that before I waited for your nod, because I knew where that one was going. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming out today, too. All right. Is Daria with us?
Right here. Right.
Hi, Daria.
Hello.
Which is our strategic framework. Take it away.
I'm just going to share my screen here. Just allow me a moment, please. Can everybody see that?
Yes, we can. It's just not in the full slideshow manner.
Yeah, there you go.
There
So
we
good
go.
afternoon, members council. I'm here today to present the updated City of St. Albert Strategic Framework. It's a council policy CCG06. I'll provide an overview of the framework and then recommendation that administration has for today. So the purpose of this policy is to have a strategic framework in place that will allow administration to align strategic and business planning, budgeting, management, and reporting practices and processes to achieve outcomes established in the community vision and pillars of sustainability and City of St. Albert Council strategic plan. So together with these components and council bylaws, policies, and resolutions, CAO has the information required to make decisions related to strategic and business planning, budgeting, management, and implementation of initiatives to achieve community vision and council strategic plan. So this is the old visual of our strategic plan, just to remind everybody of what it looked like before and what we're amending. So summary of changes. We have added municipal development plan within the framework once the MDP was approved by council. We introduced a new practice for development of long-range strategies. This was one of the gaps that we had in the process before. So the new approach is that we're aligning long-range strategies with each of the goals of MDP and having more formal organizational strategy that will be looking at long-term as well. We're replacing master plans approach with more of an outcome-based long-range strategies. We have documented practice for development of council strategic plan, and the plan's relationship within the framework is better defined. We better define alignment between department mid-range plans and corporate business plan and budget. We updated information throughout the policy for accuracy and guidelines related to policy development. We built on business planning and management practices in place. So really, a lot of this has already been in place. We've just made sure that we enhance it and create stronger alignment to incorporate recommendations made from the organizational and fiscal review, which was to look at stronger alignment between strategic and business plan to provide opportunities to improve efficiencies. So our strategic framework takes us over 5 phases. So from visioning to planning to prioritizing, actioning, and measuring. So as council members know, we have community vision and pillars of sustainability. It's documented in council policy. This vision and pillars of sustainability was developed through council committee that included residents, as well as public participation, including input from 7,000 residents. The vision is updated every 10 years with next update scheduled for 2025 and include pillars of sustainability that we need to keep top of mind as we are planning for the city. As I mentioned, we have built in the municipal development plan. So this is 30-year out, looking at how our community will be developing. It is documented and approved by council in bylaw 2020, and it has goals and principles established in the plan that we are using to build on for long-range strategies. So for long-range strategies, I mentioned that we have enhanced the process to make sure that we have standardized the process across the organization. And it's building upon the goals and principles outlined in the municipal development plan, including program and service objectives, and demonstrates the incorporation of smart city principles. So we've taken the time to build in those principles in each long-range strategy as we're developing them. The information is used for development of council strategic plan and ultimately department mid-range plans and the corporate business plan and budget. It is developed for a rolling 10-year term with a 5-year rolling implementation plan, and it will be updated on a 5-year cycle and implementation plans on a 2-year cycle. Next is the council strategic plan. So as you know, this is a 4-year council strategic plan that is informed by previous elements. And it also is documented in council policy and is informed by council vision, mission, and values. My apologies. So it's developed with long-term focus on achieving community vision, but sets priorities for a 4-year council term. It is used to inform corporate business plan, mid-range department plans, and ultimately the budget. It's developed in first quarter of the year following the election and approved by mid-April. We provide progress report quarterly, and council holds annual discussion to confirm the plan and make any necessary adjustments. The next in our process is planning and prioritizing. So the mid-range department plans, these plans are set for a 5-year term. They're developed for each department, and they summarize the work that will be undertaken over the 5-year period. It includes a delivery of services to community, initiatives related to council strategic plan, and long-range strategies and administration priorities. And it's updated every 2 years. We use that information to further inform and develop a corporate business plan, which prioritizes initiatives over a 4-year council term and, of course, to inform the budget. This supports delivery of programs and services and implementation of outcomes that are outlined in council strategic plan, long-range strategies, and department plans. It is developed in the first quarter of the year following the council election to align with the new council strategic plan, and similar to council plan, it's updated annually as necessary. And then, of course, the final one in this phase is corporate budget. So this is a multi-year financial representation of city strategic plan, mid-range department plans, and service level inventory, and of course, corporate business plan. And we follow budget and taxation guiding principles to develop the budget. On the actioning side, so delivery of programs and services and optimizing programs and services is ongoing. Services that are delivered are according to service and service level inventory that's approved by council. And also optimizing and improving programs and services is according to council policy for a program and service review. Any changes to external services and service levels are approved by council motion. And on the measuring side, so strategic framework really gives us a foundation to develop performance measurement program. We monitor performance on a regular basis, and we use information and other insight to identify opportunities for improvement. Measures are across strategic, corporate, and program and service perspectives, and we provide quarterly and annual reports to council on progress towards achieving corporate business plan and financial performance. So information that we collect through monitoring and reporting is used to inform any additional plans or initiatives that we can take on through department work to make sure that we continue to improve our performance. And similar to that process, we share information with council during council strategic planning session in case we need to make adjustments and take on any activities related to improving and optimizing programs and services delivered to community. So recommendations for council today is that the amended council policy CCG 06, City of St. Albert Strategic Framework, provided as an attachment to the August 2021 agenda report, be approved, and that administration review and bring back any other council policies that may require updates as a result of amended council policy CG 06 by the end of Q2 2022. So that completes my presentation, and I'll be more than happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Daria. I got to say, I don't know if Councillor Hanson or Councillor Hughes could see the PowerPoint. I'm not sure what you see at home, but the interactiveness of it was really good. And I think that should be part of orientation because it really lays out how any probably municipality, what documents, supersede others and the planning process. So I thought it was excellent. So I'm going to open it up to questions. I've got.
Thank you.
Councillor Jelly, do you have a question or is that from old? Okay, Councillor Broadhead.
Yeah, great presentation. And I'm not sure I really got it. Well, I do have a question. So I read through it and it's fairly straightforward. The one question I had, because there seemed to be a lot of wordsmithing going on, and so under 9, you replaced evaluation with monitoring.
What page you on, Councillor?
That would be page 142 of our package, or 8 of 11. And so as I read through the following, it talks about continuous improvement, optimization. But to me, we've lost the evaluation. Council is going to have some sort of assistance in the evaluation of the monitoring and the reporting that that administration puts forward. Am I missing something? Is that part of what's proposed here? I just think we lost something in the translation. I may be mistaken. I just raised it.
Yeah. The intent was not to take out the evaluation. That's very much part of the framework. We just use different language. So to monitor and then evaluate and report back. So we didn't lose that as part of the framework. That's very much part of our continuous program and the program and service review policy.
All right. I believe you.
I can bring up the visual again, and there is a whole phase that speaks to that. It's just a different term used.
All right, I think I saw Councillor Hansen's hand up.
No, I just wanted to say that I like the direction that the city is going in terms of your master plans and the coordination of moving to an outcomes-based strategic plan. I think government typically does tend to work in silos. And so when you've got a bunch of master plans that are sort of reflective of individual departments, somebody's kind of got to mastermind that all into a coordinated approach so that they all connect. And that's hard to do because they're all quite complicated and the goals are quite solid. So I just say hats off to your department to try and coordinate those efforts, because the more that we can present ourselves as a whole community, I think the better. So it is part of a strong strategic framework. So great report. And yes, we could see the interactiveness of it. It's cool.
Thank you. I have to give shout out to our graphic designer, Stephanie. They don't usually come to council meetings, but she's responsible for this new way of trying to present information that otherwise would be just words and slides.
It was awesome.
While your mic is on, Councillor Hansen, there's no more questions. Do you want to make the motion?
I'd be happy to. Just got to click back to my agenda report here. Hang on. That the amended council policy CG-06 City of St. Albert Strategic Framework provided as an attachment to the August 30th, 2021 agenda report entitled Council Policy-G-C06 City of St. Albert Strategic Framework Policy be approved. And number 2, that administration review and bring forward any other council policies that may require updates as a result of amended council policy C-CG-06 City of St. Albert Strategic Framework, the end of Q2 2022.
All right, thank you for that. I accept that motion. Any opening comments?
I think I've given them, but kudos to you guys. It looks like by this recorded motion, you still got lots of work ahead of you.
True. Thank you.
Councillor Jolly has a comment.
Thank you. I just want to extend my thanks as well. The complexity that's involved in strategy for an organization and a community of this size is our graphic designers did a great job of it. And I'm so impressed to see everything flowing into each other. it really makes it so that we know what our focus is, we know what we need to do to get there, and it makes us think about the long term and not just tomorrow, which is really exciting. I commented this weekend that I was particularly pleased to see the long range strategies, including sustainable growth, housing options, community well-being, mobility choices included, because those are so critical to our community to make sure that we stay vibrant for decades to come. So thank you for that, and nothing further.
All right. Anything to close, Councillor Hanson?
No, thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm all done.
Okay, call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that one has passed by majority. All right.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thanks, Daria. 8.3, we approved on consent. I'll read the motion. If I can find it. There we go. All right, on consent, we approve that council approved $50,000 from the capital reserve to be utilized for work related to the proposed annexation of the City of Edmonton lands. 8.4, Councillor Hughes, you pulled us off of consent. It's the budget dates. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Okay, so let me just fast forward to that one spot. So when I looked at the actual budget dates, I had some concerns. Like, the calendar doesn't show it on a little calendar, which would have been a bit more helpful for everybody. But if we're the council, we're approving to have the council of the day, they get sworn in November 1st, and then they're getting the budget November 2nd. And then they have questions on November 2nd, November 4th. And then we're having resident cafes the following week. And then at the end of that week, there's a deadline for the BIRs and PMs. And then we have additional stakeholder engagement after the deadline for BIRs and PMs. And then we have PM deliberations, and we're still gonna get this entire thing done by November 30th. So when I saw this, I thought, first of all, this seems very compressed. It seems, I guess the word's compressed. When I looked at previous terms, often everything gets spread out by an extra week because nothing can get presented in October. And so then you just approve the budget a week later, or you approve it like December 6th, and then you do the final approval on the 15th or whatever it happens to be on the 21st. So, I mean, I guess I was looking to this council because I'm thinking that I don't want to make the changes myself, but I do think that administration should be going back. And I have an alternate motion I'm prepared to bring forward. I just wasn't sure if anyone else's thoughts were on this. To have them come back and revise this, because first of all, I think that we should have some public engagement before we ask questions. And all the questions are the opportunity to have actual budget deliberation is going to be within 96 hours of actually being sworn in on council. They will have done their entire budget process before actually completing their first normal council meeting. Like the first is the inauguration, and it is not a normal council meeting. You know that. It's not where you discuss council business or anything. It's just getting the organizational stuff done. So they get sworn in, and within 24 hours, they're doing a budget. And within another 20, and in that same 24 hours, they're asking questions of the budget. If they just had the 2 weeks of presentations about how to be a counselor full time, and somehow they're supposed to go through this budget and get it done. I think this is an unrealistic calendar for the next council, especially the new people, to be able to tackle and do well in. I think we're setting them up for failure, quite frankly. I think that, so that was my concern. I'm welcome to hear what administration has to say about this, but I'm having a difficult time with the schedule of what we're actually asking the next council to do.
Okay, I would, my thoughts when I read it, Councillor Hughes, was I would have thought that the deadline for the BIRs and the PM should be after the engagement. Maybe the last day, November 16th. I think probably the best public engagement for budget is door knocking through an election. So, but, you know, saying that, Mr. Scobel, she's got a point. This is pretty intense for the first, could we push some of this a week out? That would take us to, you know, like early December for the last committee, the whole PM deliberations if required, which in the last couple of years we haven't required it anyway, but would early December be too late to get it into package by December 20th?
Right. Well, I guess starting from the beginning, like November 2nd is only the presentation of information, right? Like, you know, there's a couple of weeks there before the BIRs and the PMs. I guess that's the question. Do you want to move the BIRs a week and
well, no, actually, sorry, it's not, you've got November 2nd as your COO presentation.
Right.
We also have the of the present from departments on the same day.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. There was a bit of interference.
You have November 2nd, the presentation to council, which is, but you have on the very same day, you're starting into committee of the whole, which is not normal. Normally you give the presentation and then we have a week or so with it before we go into department presentations. Am I correct on that, guys? Yeah.
Well, we can, again, whatever council wishes, we can amend the schedule.
Yeah.
You know, I guess the question is, it's a new council. We've pushed it right to December 20th to approve that. So we can build some stuff in there, but at the same time, you know, there's always the opportunity you can pass a limited budget. Some councils do that and move it into the new year as well. But, you know, again, St. Albert has a very continuous cycle of budgeting 365 days a year. So I wouldn't want to push it too far.
I get it,
either.
but if we get the public presentation of the budget on November 2nd, it's unfair for even the public to be ready to present and stuff on November 2nd. I know the council will probably get the budget ahead of time, probably before they're sworn in.
Mhm.
I'm assuming, but again, they're going through intense orientation.
But they're usually, again, introductory presentations, and then the deliberations come later. I mean, whatever council wishes to do, we'll make it work. So.
Councillor Hughes, do you want to make a motion to ask them to bring it back on the 13th? And using the input from tonight. So I would suggest presentation council on November 2nd, and then starting the following week, do the department presentations. It's only a week, I think.
Yeah, I just sent it. I wanted to hear what you had to say before I sent it. And I was trying to craft it up on the fly, but I thought it could be that the administration bring back a budget calendar dates to move the budget question sessions, not necessarily the presentation, but just the question sessions, to after November 7th, and to adjust new dates accordingly. Because when I look at the dates, like for example, potentially the World Cafes could be done earlier. They could be done the week of the 2nd if council wanted it to, or how it would work out. But I just think that having some time to digest the budget, as you said, I think is necessary. And
I'm motion, Councillor Hughes. There's no reference to question sessions in the proposed calendars. You're talking the present.
Budget presentations. I'll change it. Can we change it to budget presentations?
Yeah.
Yeah, to begin after November 7th. And then we can say and reflective on this discussion. I'm sorry, I should have put that in there. But just because I think that what you had to say, Mayor Herron, I mean, this isn't your first rodeo at a budget. So you understand as well what's going to be expected of all the councillors. And I think that even if we had to move it back by a couple of days before you finish the budget deliberations, 20 days to prepare the budget seems excessive. In the past, the administration has been able to do it easily in 11. So, you know, pushing everything back by 4 or 5 days, if we need to make it fit, I don't think is unrealistic. And always the year that we have, I'm sorry, I'm doing debate, but sorry, I'll leave it.
Yeah. So I'm going to suggest, Councillor Hughes, if you're open to it, we'll put, so the Tuesday after the November 2nd presentation will be November 9th. So we start 1, 2, like the budget presentations on the 9th.
I just said after the 7th to give some flexibility.
Brackets the same.
Yeah, it just to give the flexibility, because I'm not sure if the next council has a committee meeting on the 8th and maybe they want to do it on the 8th, right? Like just if, I don't know. I'm just not I'm not trying to fit into a slot. I'm just telling you, just push it back a week. And then
Okay.
juggle everything else around.
So did you guys get her proposed motion? All right. Okay. Let me just see. Councillor Hanson, do you have any questions that I'm not seeing your hand up? Okay. All right, Councillor Hughes, you want to make your motion?
Okay, can we put it in the chat just so I can see? Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's what I had. The administration amend the budget calendar dates to move the budget presentation sessions to start after November 7th, 2021, and bring back for council's approval by September 13th, 2021, and adjust any other dates accordingly.
Okay. And I don't know if yeah, I see Stanley on the line here. I would suggest too that you don't shut down any BIRs or PMs until after all stakeholder engagement. That's just not fair.
Yeah. I don't know if we need to put that in there or if they can hear it and just do it. I'm expecting that. Yeah.
Got a thumbs up. All right.
Yeah.
Any questions on Councillor Hughes's motion? All right, accept it. Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
I already said a lot of it already, so sorry I jumped the gun on that, but I'm confident that every other council that I've ever seen has not had such a compressed schedule, and that even if we had to push things back by 4 or 5 days on the other end, there should be more than enough time for administration to complete the budget process on their end to do the math that's required. I've seen it much tighter than even 10 days and still been successful. So I don't want to set up the new council for failure. I don't want to have them overwhelmed and not been able to participate thoroughly in the budget process just because they were so busy and they didn't have the chance to digest the information and then ask questions in a thoughtful manner. And the budget is such an important document. I don't want to make people feel it should be rushed out of convenience. That's it. Thank you.
All right, anyone else on this debate? No, I actually think it was a good catch, Councillor Hughes. I also think it leads to a bigger conversation of multi-year budgeting, because this is an intense process that maybe doesn't need to be so intense. So call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that passes unanimously. All right, let's try to get to offsite levy bylaw, and then we will take our supper break. It's supposed to be here around 5:15. So do we have Tanya Hines with us? There she is.
Yep. I'm going to share my screen.
Go ahead. If you were in chambers, Tanya, you would have heard Councillor Mackay said you're the smartest person he knows.
That's terrifying. Okay, is everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, so good afternoon. My name is Tanya Hines. I'm the supervisor of long-term engineering, and I'm here today to recommend to council that the city's offsite levy bylaw be amended through bylaw 49/2021, and the offsite levy bylaw was last amended on April 6, 2021. Today's update mainly impacts lands in the northern part of the city. There has been some questions asked on whether this update is making changes to the city's Badger lands, and I just wanted to clarify that it is not. The city lands are in areas 21 and 41, and you can see that they're not within the colored areas. So when project costs are first established, the city relies on the estimates provided in the UMP and the TMP, and over time, as new or more detailed project information is obtained, those costs are refined. So as the result of design work that was undertaken this year, there were some significant changes in project estimates for some offsite levy projects. And so because of this, the two developers who are front-ending the design work asked the city to amend the offsite levy bylaw. So an amendment is required to update the offsite levy rates for the remainder of the 2021 construction season and approve any changes to the offsite levy project list, estimated construction costs, and allocation of costs to benefiting parties referenced in the bylaw. And as this amendment affects 5 projects and several benefiting parties, the request to bring this additional offsite levy amendment to council was supported, but it is intended to be a singular event, and updates to the bylaw will continue on an annual basis. So when the offsite levy bylaw and annual report were presented to council earlier this year, the estimated project cost for Stormwater Project 5, which is the Northeast Storm Trunk, increased by $8.6 million. And that was based on a pre-design report. So this resulted in a significant increase of stormwater offsite levies to developers contributing to this project. So two of the developers in this area offered to front end the design costs for this project, in addition to two sanitary projects required in the same area, to determine if cost estimates in the model could be refined. And so currently the design is only at the 30% completion stage, but it is expected to advance during the remainder of this year, and further cost estimates may be adjusted in the 2022 offsite levy annual update. And the proposed design resulted in changes to 5 offsite levy projects. So that was 3 sanitary and 2 storm projects. So all 5 projects impacted by this design work are located in the northeastern part of the city. These projects will mainly service lands in the north part of the city and the annexed lands. And as part of this update, Area 4 had to be split into areas 4 and 17.2, as not all areas of the original Area 4 were benefiting from all of the projects it would be contributing to. So some of the projects are designed to be constructed concurrently, and project cost estimates are reflective of efficiencies and synergies anticipated through common alignment and some shared components between adjacent and complementary infrastructure. So changes to project scope and amount of lands being serviced also resulted in estimated project cost adjustments. And as you can see, that's a fairly significant project savings of almost $15 million. So Sanitary Project 2 is being renamed the Northeast Lift Station and Gravity Trunk. This is because the project has been relocated from the site of the current Erin Ridge North Temporary Lift Station to a site located on the planned Solar Crest development. And that's normally was formerly Keys Cross. And this required the addition of a gravity trunk main. This change eliminates the need for Solar Crest to construct their own lift station and force main to pump sewage uphill to the previous site for Sanitary Project 2. And it is assumed from preliminary discussions that Solar Crest will be providing the land for the lift station at no cost. And the project cost estimate for Sanitary Project 2 has reduced significantly from $19.5 million to $11.8 million. The area contributing to the lift station for design purposes has been reduced substantially from about 3,000 hectares to just under or just over 1,082 hectares, which has decreased the capacity required for this facility. So the revised location at Solar Crest doesn't require the wet well to be as deep, which has offset the cost for the additional trunk main gravity sewer. And the cost for the gravity sewer is lower than typical due to considerable synergies between Storm Project 5 and Sanitary Project 2, because they have a common alignment for excavation and road restoration. The cost estimate for the remaining work for Sanitary Project 3 has been reduced from $13 million to about $7.6 million. And costs for the force main have reduced due to changes in size of the pipes being used, the amount of pipe required, and the common alignment between Storm Project 5 and Sanitary Project 3. And the cost estimate for Sanitary Project 14 has actually increased from about 2.9 million to 6.4. And then this is based on the initial 30% design for Sanitary Project 2, which we received because it was for a lift station with a deep wet well and a contributing area of about 500 hectares. So this design and cost estimate matches closely to the requirements for Sanitary Project 14. So this project cost was also revised. The cost estimate for Project 5 has decreased from 14.3 million to 9.8 million due to the 30% design. And some of these cost savings are attributed to changes in the size and number of pipes being used, as well as the common alignment. And the cost estimate for remaining work for Project 10, or Storm Project 10, has reduced from 7.2 million to 6.4 million, and that's also due to the 30% design. And one other component is the offsite levy model contains a staging adjustment. This adjusts the offsite levy rates by taking into account inflation when projects will be constructed, when levies will be collected, and the interest impacts on reserve accounts. The staging cost adjustment determines how much the rates have to be adjusted to deal with the impacts of staging, so that at the end of the 25-year development timeline, the reserve balances are at zero. And sometimes this will result in levies increasing in some categories and decreasing in others. And so because the offsite levy range rates are changing in some areas where development is still expected to occur this year, the staging adjustment with the offsite levy model had to be rerun. So if the bylaw update is adopted, some instances less offsite levies will be collected this year than what was projected when we did the 2020 or the April 2021 update due to the offsite levy rate decreases. So the resultant changes to projected reserve balance influences the staging adjustment calculation and is reflected in changes to sanitary and stormwater offsite levy rates for all projects within those infrastructure categories. As both the transportation and water projects have a single benefiting basin and did not have any project updates, there are no changes to the transportation and water offsite levy rates. Sanitary rates saw some small rate decreases in some areas, and some areas saw an increase of about $37,000 per hectare. Stormwater rates saw some areas decrease by about $48,500 per hectare, and some areas increased by almost $42,000 per hectare. So the large fluctuation in rates can be attributed to the servicing change, which is different or new areas contributing to some projects now, and the change in project costs. And the smaller cost adjustments can just be attributed to the staging adjustment. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for allowing me to present at council today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
All right, excellent presentation. Questions, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you. Great presentation for sure. Just two questions. So this is in the north and it affects the northeast. Are there any other areas, say in the west or in the south, that are currently going through servicing as well, that are aching to have this same sort of adjustment made to them?
Not that we're aware. This one was mostly based on design, and because there were so many projects involved, as far as I know, that hasn't been communicated to us. So,
and at the beginning, you said this was a singular event. Are we setting a precedent, or is there a threshold that has to be exceeded before you consider doing this mid-year update?
I think it would have to be quite significant, because there's, it is quite a bit, there's a lot of work involved with it, and a lot of analysis that went into this to get these numbers right. But I think because we'd had such a significant increase when we came in April with the Stormwater Project 5, that was the impetus for the developers to get onto the design work. And the reality is that the servicing in that area needs to move forward. So the design work is the obvious next step. So.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
All right, just looking if there's any questions from home. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to figure out, is it because of the magnitude that we're doing the update mid-year? Because I don't remember ever seeing us do an update mid-year before, after we did one in April. So what was the impetus for this?
It was just the magnitude of the change, and that there were so many projects being influenced, and because we'd had such an increase, the development community or the developers that were impacted were pushing very hard for this update. And we said if there was a significant change at the 30% design, we would consider bringing it forward if there was enough information to make an update.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Watkins, do you want to make the motion?
I will move that bylaw 49-2021 being amendment 9 to offsite levy bylaw 30-2013 be read a first time.
All right, I accept that motion. Go ahead.
I know this is unusual, but the magnitude of the expenses were significant. You see what happens is the development industry works closely with administration to prepare the offsite levies and give them cost estimates of all this major infrastructure. And often some of this infrastructure is years off into the future that you're trying to estimate. So in this instance here, what the developer said was, well, we think that this estimate is way too high, and it results in a levy that's overinflated. And an overinflated levy speaks right to affordability, because that's just really just added right onto the price of the housing in the lot. So I think this is a good idea to have a look at these things and review. It shows the willingness of the municipality to work with the development industry to come up with a solution that is cost effective to everyone, and that still meets all the requirements and builds all the required infrastructure. So yeah, I'm happy to support this.
All right, any other comments on debate? I'm seeing none. Call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that passes unanimously. All right. All right, I did see Christina walk in with our dinner, so it's 5:05. Let's take a half an hour, 5:35 back in our chairs, and then we will go on to the next item.
Sorry, are you going to finish reading all the recommendations?
Thank you. I'm hungry.
Are you that hungry?
I'm hungry.
I'll move that
Go
bylaw.
ahead.
Bylaw 49-2021 be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins.
No, my comments are the same as the first. Just thank administration for working with the development industry to keep our levies as low as possible because these speak right to housing affordability.
Thank you. All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Anyone want to do unanimous consent? Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third and final reading of bylaw 49, 2021.
Awesome. Call for the vote. All right, unanimous consent passes unanimously, so we can go on to third reading.
That bylaw 49-2021 be read a third and final time. No further comments.
Okay, thanks. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. I was going to say,
Thank
can you
you.
remind me when we get to master rates, but we only have first reading on master rates. So, all right, dinner time. I'll give you to 5:36 now. Okay. 36, everyone's back. Except I don't see Councillor Hughes. Yeah, there she is. All right. Okay, before we start, you guys heard me at the very beginning say that Malcolm Parker had registered to speak. He's here. And I understand, Mr. Parker, you had let Ledge know that you couldn't be here right at 2. I wasn't aware of that, but that's good to know. So why don't you come down to the mic now? And we will get your presentation.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead whenever you're ready. You know the gist, 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, my apologies. I had meetings this afternoon and I didn't get through till 3:30. So anyway, what I ended up doing is I had an article that I submitted to the Gazette asking them to post it in their Wednesday edition before this meeting. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, and I felt that my comments were important enough that I should communicate publicly. So that's why I'm speaking to you this afternoon. The title of my article was City Council, It is Time to Listen. The subject of the city creating a municipal energy corporation and a solar farm has again become a hot topic. The notice in the August 18th Gazette by John Farlinger and Bruce McPherson, as well as many concerned citizens, has brought forward a number of financial and accountability concerns that this council does not seem to understand. A similar proposal was voted down in December 2019, yet we are seeing it being presented again with many unanswered questions. The role of elected officials is to provide responsible governance and not become involved in operating businesses as they do not have the business acumen. All projects presented to City Council must have a well-researched feasibility study and well-thought-out business case to justify the project and its costs. The current business case is flawed in its revenue assumptions and financial costs. It is imperative that members of council do their homework, listen to subject matter experts, and ask the pertinent questions. Elected officials are not qualified as subject matter experts and have to rely on administration's advice. Most important, and this is the key, council needs to listen to those knowledgeable on the specific topic being brought forward. Council is accountable to those it serves, and they must be open and transparent in responding to media questions, citizens' questions, and interviews. Anything less impacts their credibility. Based on the recent letters to the editor, this council has not been transparent and is now wanting to finalize their decision at tonight's meeting. Council meeting without having the appropriate questions being answered. Research shows other municipalities such as Chestermere have gone down this path and it did not work out, so they now have to address how to handle a $30 million financial issue. Fort McMurray was another jurisdiction considering a similar investment. If council is hoping this project will resolve the revenue situation, there are less risky options to consider, such as reducing unnecessary spending. It was Lee Iacocca, a former CEO of Chrysler, who once said, any company can cut its costs 10% and the service levels will not be compromised. This is a municipal election year, and it is hoped candidates with appropriate experience will put their name forward and voters will take the time to become informed so the most qualified candidates are elected. The temptation is there. Thank you very much for listening to my comments, and I appreciate having the opportunity to speak to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Any questions? Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Appreciate your commentary. What do you base that the Gazette has particular expertise? I mean, we've got people here that got 20 years in the business.
No, I think what I was saying when I was talking about people that run for office.
Sir, you said that our administration doesn't have the expertise.
No, I didn't say that.
Wow, that's what I heard.
No, I was talking, elected officials, not administration. In fact, just to expand on that, the comment was that council actually have to rely on administration's presentation and the experience or the recommendations they bring forward.
And so what expertise was written in the paper? What expertise did they bring? I have to ask that question because that's been presented all night.
Well,
is that what you read in the Gazette? It's gospel.
That's the question that's being asked by people as they're saying,
and I appreciate
okay,
that.
what's been brought forward?
I appreciate that. But what you've done is you've cast aspersions on our staff and their qualifications.
No.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Madam
Thank
Mayor.
you. Councillor Watkins.
I had a question too. You said that council do not have business acumen. Did you say that? That was what you were quoting in your speech. You said council do not have business acumen.
Right.
So do you think that nobody here on council has any business acumen?
You're asking my personal opinion?
Well, that's what you stated.
Yeah, okay.
I've ran a private business for myself for 25 years.
I look at the people that are on the present council, and a lot of them do not have business experience. That's my
okay, well, I want to remind you that I do have business experience. I've ran my own business, and I have some business acumen.
Yeah.
You also said that we should listen to the subject matter experts, and you quoted John Farlinger and Bruce McPherson and their article. Are those the subject matter experts we should listen to as opposed to ATCO?
No, ATCO would probably be one, and the other one would be a fellow by the name of Frank Badgie, if I got his name correct, who has a chemical engineering background in utilities. And he's made, from my understand, a number of presentations and comments around the...
Do you know his qualifications?
No, just what I said, that's all I know.
Okay. Well, like I said, you got up and you said we have no business acumen and we didn't listen to the experts. And I kind of take offense to that because we did listen to the experts. We listened to ATCO. And I do have some business acumen. I've ran my own business.
No, I wasn't singling
and you
out
said we don't
anybody,
listen
I was
to those.
generalizing.
We don't listen to those people that are knowledgeable. And I think we did listen to those people who are knowledgeable. And many people came in here tonight, like Councillor Broadhead said, and have quoted an article written in the Gazette that was written by a person who runs a travel agency and somebody who runs the casino. And I'm not too sure what their business expertise is in renewable energy. And the article, I've got it right here. I've read it and I've quoted it. There's not many stats in here quoted. There's actually really no numbers in here quoted. There's just a bunch of aspirations and a bunch of things that says it's in my opinion, in my opinion, in my opinion. So I'm just, what would you suggest we do with the Badgerlands?
Well, I think what really has to be done, and I guess that was what was in my comments here, is that, and I'm not saying that council necessarily hasn't done this, but that they really understand the information that's brought forward, and ask the right questions. And that being said, hopefully that they will make proper decisions, but from the information that we're hearing through the media and social media, is that council have kind of closed their ears and they're not answering the questions that people are asking, and they're not conducting interviews with people that have asked for it, and they haven't even talked to the Gazette.
Are you basing that on the article in the Gazette wrote that said that they asked a bunch of questions and the staff didn't reply to their answers?
Partly, yes.
Okay. Well, I guess our staff answers to us, if not the Gazette. And there are times when staff has been really, really busy with COVID and all sorts of other things, and they've been swamped, and maybe there wasn't the time to answer those questions appropriately. So I think we should give staff a bit of a break here. I think they've been working really hard under COVID and trying to do the right thing. And I think we're trying to do the right thing too. And I think a lot of people come forward, just as yourself, and have a lot of concerns about this. But then when tax times comes and taxes are increased, they're going to be the first persons down here complaining. And then the other thing is you don't have a lot of alternatives or suggestions of what we should be doing other than this. And I think the Canadian Association of Taxpayers said that we were doing a pretty darn good job of running this city. So I don't think there's a hell of a lot of costs that are going to be cut.
Just making sure there's no more questions. Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Parker, for coming. I too have taken offense to the tone of not only the Gazette article, but kind of what you have said here today. These are tough decisions that we have to make, and we are looking at the future of the city. Now, having said that, tonight is not about the Municipal Energy Corp. We don't have a recommended motion on the table for that. This is simply a borrowing bylaw. It's not approving a solar farm. It's setting up the finances if the next council approves it. So I guess I would just say we need to make sure that we're talking about the same thing and we're talking about topical items that are on the agenda for this evening. And I think the Municipal Energy Corp and the solar farm have been confused into one item. So tonight, it's about a borrowing bylaw. It's about setting up finances. And if this solar farm goes ahead, then the finances are in place. And if that is something that you have issue with, I think that would be a more topical item to talk about. That's all I have.
Councillor Jolly has a question too.
Yeah, thank you. So just to clarify, it sounds like your advice is based on what you've read in the Gazette and what you've seen on social media. Is that accurate?
And, you know, people just in general discussions, when you run into them, ask you what your thoughts are about it. And I've always been very strong in my view that governments do not have the role of having to run businesses. And I just believe in that. So again, that was one of the concerns I have, but that's kind of where the information came from.
Okay, thank you. And today you brought up the MEC, which is not on our agenda. So I'm just curious about why you were discussing that today.
Well, I was under the impression from what I read previously, and maybe it changed from then till now, that the Municipal Utility Corporation, the solar farms are both going to be talked about tonight.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I think therein lies the misunderstanding, Mr. Parker, is where the MEC, it's not a utility corp, it's an energy corp, has never been on the agenda today. And to tell you the truth, the solar farm is not really on the agenda today because that is an approved capital project. It's how we fund it. So, I mean, I appreciate you coming. When you and I served together on council for that 2010 to 13 term, I don't think we once did a borrowing bylaw, did we?
No.
Yeah, it was kind of a new thing. So
I think the only
I think we're going to talk about it as we get into debate, but the borrowing bylaw is not approval of spending. It's just which avenue we spend from. So what I'm saying is your presence here today is actually kind of highlighted some of the confusion in the community. It's not about an MEC today. It's not about the solar farm itself. I mean, granted, you know, some of the comments that have been made by members of council are accurate, that we are, as you well know, because you've sat here, you have expert staff and we have expert staff, and we have got established solar farms already, or solar arrays in the city that our staff have worked on and understand. And where they find their experience lacking, they go to experts, which is ATCO, and all ATCO's done is a feasibility study. The detailed analysis is still yet to come. So, you know, the only part that and I don't want to say I took offense, but the only part that I'm frustrated with is we have been communicating this. It's in the frequently asked questions. I've spoken about it. Anyone who's emailed me, I've given them the explanation. So the fact that people are saying we're not being transparent is what I'm frustrated with, because I don't think we could be more transparent. So I appreciate you coming. It just really highlights some of the work that council has to do to talk to the public. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are on Solar Farm 9.2. Mr. Scoble, do you have a presentation?
Yes, I do. I think it will provide a lot of clarification to the issues that are in the community here at the moment with where this is in the process.
And I hope people, honestly, Mr. Scoble, I'll start this. I hope people watch this. I mean, there was a gallery full of people here in opposition. None of them are here to hear your presentation, which is the most frustrating thing I can say. Yeah, so, you know, please go ahead and help us educate the community on what we're trying to do.
All right, I'll just share my screen here. All right, here we go. So good afternoon, or just made it. Good afternoon. Administration is here today recommending that council give second and third reading to borrowing bylaw 35/2021 for a solar farm. The presentation administration has prepared varies from the presentation that we would normally give for a borrowing bylaw. It covers off both a refresher of drivers for this project, which were not a focus in the project charter presentation in June, given they've been publicly discussed in the past. And it also provides representing some information from the feasibility study presented with the project charter in June, and an update on work currently in progress, but not finalized under phase 3 of the project, which has been the focus of late. This variance from the normal practice is to provide clarity, but also to identify what is not clear yet in response to external drivers and questions from residents since the first reading. We will explain the phases of the project in this presentation. However, briefly to frame the overall presentation, we are currently in phase 3, which is detailed design, the deliverables for which include a detailed design package. Design was at 30% in June, not 100%. It is not done. It will include a financial summary and revenue strategy recommendations. It will include operations and maintenance requirements. In other words, looking at the entire life cycle of the project. It will include permitting, agreements, and regulatory and public engagement. While there are different permutations of approaching a project, the path being currently taken, inclusive of future decision gates and public engagement, is within the goalposts for governance processes and project management practices, both public and private. I've done many capital projects in both areas. It is a matter of tweaking these as the project progresses based on the information gained. So a little bit about the background again. So setting the context. These financial challenges have been publicly discussed on many occasions since the beginning of council's term, and even before that. And with the passing of time, they're ever more omnipresent and significant. There are no scare tactics. I will be presenting the financial wall budget this fall. We have all heard last year in the middle of the pandemic from the province of the fiscal reckoning coming in Alberta. That fiscal reckoning has a trickle-down effect into municipalities and compounds the financial challenges identified prior to the pandemic. We have decreasing revenues, such as a 25% reduction in capital grant funding from the province. We are having slower revenue recovery from COVID, and I think that's going to be even slower than we're projecting with the situation we're currently in. And there are many other measures in the 2021 provincial budget that have affected our available funding for services and capital projects. As we've increased expenses, such as borrowing costs on Ray Gibbon Drive, mandated policing and transit contract increases, operating impacts of the pending annexation, and infrastructure deficit funding. We have talked publicly about our growth capital budget, which despite council rationalizing, still remains underfunded. And we have talked about our repair, maintain, and replace shortfall and the need to establish a surtax to maintain our infrastructure we already have in place. If nothing else changes, faced with decreasing revenues and increasing expenses, higher than historical tax increases are needed to remain whole. Our forecast is for at least 5% increases annually going forward for the foreseeable future. We can likely mitigate 2022 to a degree with the measures we took through COVID, but that opportunity won't be likely present in 2023 and beyond. And finally, if the past is an indicator of the future, it would be prudent to anticipate externally driven emerging costs in the future, not accounted for in our current forecasting. So it is clearly understood what do nothing or just accepting the status quo and increasing property taxes will result in. The following graph is based on an average St. Albert single-family home that we use every year in our budgeting, assessed at $435,000. The total change to the municipal tax rate over 10 years is an increase of 63% if we have 5% tax increases, versus 19.5% if we were able to maintain our tax increases at 1.8%, which has been the average for the last 10 years. In terms of dollars, this means paying $1,607 more a year in 10 years' time with 5% tax increases instead of 1.8% tax increases. This graph does not contemplate physical growth or increases to either the education or homeland requisitions. We've put them in there as a placeholder. I mean, It's not a rate the city sets. We don't know what will happen with those in the future, but there could be increases in those as well. So in the last slide, I talked about increasing taxes to maintain the status quo, including the current revenue deficit in the absence of any other actions. The other option is to reduce services and service levels to the community, the combined community, inclusive of residents, businesses, and community partners. Reducing services and service levels in St. Albert is not without challenge. St. Albert continually ranks #1 in quality of life with comparator communities in Alberta. This was the most recent full survey taken in 2019. Much of that quality of life comes from the services and service levels the city offers. Normally we do these surveys every 2 years, but we did do a modified survey in 2020 to see if the pulse of the community had changed significantly at that time in the pandemic, and generally it had not. We will be doing another survey this fall, in the late fall, as regularly scheduled. And what these surveys over the years have told us is that St. Albert residents value the services and service levels, with the largest segment, and in this case the majority of respondents, willing to support inflationary tax increases to maintain the services and service levels. This is not the case in all communities. Some communities are willing to accept reductions in services and service levels to mitigate tax impacts to zero or reduce them. And we see these in these comparator communities. We review all of them. But this has historically been the case in St. Albert. So again, the next survey will tell us if St. Albert has changed its position on this. In recent years prior to the pandemic, administration initiated a number of cost-saving and efficiency initiatives to maintain tax increases below the municipal price index and inflation, and hold our position of below average operating costs per capita. Administration followed up on these measures with the recommendation to council to undertake an operational and fiscal review in mid-2020, which was adopted and completed prior to the summer recess this year. The operational and fiscal review recommendations from Ernst & Young, partially in recognition of the short-term measures taken by both council and administration, recommended a number of mid to long-term cost-saving and efficiency opportunities, which administration has developed a plan for and has initiated work on many of them, with the remainder to be looked at in the next couple of years based on prioritizations provided by Ernst & Young. But what the review by Ernst & Young also said was that the city must look for new opportunities to explore new revenue streams to ease financial pressures. There is no silver bullet to the fiscal sustainability issue. The solar farm by itself is not the silver bullet, and cost side management by itself is not the silver bullet. Multiple revenue and expense initiatives are needed. Elaborating on our cost side management in the last slide, every year the province publishes the operating expense per capita for Alberta municipalities. Historically, St. Albert has had below average operating expenses per capita relative to our peer municipalities, and this trend continued in 2020. The Canadian Taxpayer Federation also compared these in 2019, and our position relative to our peers was generally the same, and this has been presented publicly previously. However, this data is also not necessarily comparing apples to apples, and this is where services and service levels established by councils come in. For example, not all communities have a theater or the tree canopy that St. Albert does. So going forward, the main determinant in cost side management will be the services and service levels provided by the city, complemented by mainly long-term efficiency, efficiency opportunities identified in the operational and fiscal review. So to sum up where we stand today, in the absence of new revenue, if we want St. Albert to stay the same, we need higher taxes and service cuts. If we want lower taxes, we need service cuts and building up and in and business growth. And if we want current services, we need higher taxes and building up and in and business growth. At the end of the day, we can't have current services, low taxes, and St. Albert remaining the same as it is. That outcome does not exist. In fact, St. Albert can't stay the same and conform to the Regional Growth Plan, a provincially approved statutory plan. There's been a lot of effort into build up and in with the land use bylaw amendments and business growth, but it's not going to solve our issues anytime soon, which I'll explain a bit further. So Council's strategic plan focused on establishing a growth policy framework, enhancing business and commercial growth, and integrating the city's transportation systems. This has been intentional to grow the city's non-residential tax base and improve overall financial sustainability. There has been significant progress on this front, with major successes including Flourish, the land use bylaw amendments, and the soon-to-be completed annexation with Sturgeon County, which gives us a goal of 70 to 30 residential and the MDP, and a land supply to grow for a number of decades. Council also invested in strategic infrastructure projects to foster economic development, notably the $27 million investment in Ray Gibbon Drive, which has seen almost an immediate return of $90 million in private sector investment along the corridor. We are seeing success in organically moving the dial on the residential to non-residential tax ratio. Organically means new business growth and not transferring the residential tax burden to the existing businesses. So despite the pandemic, 2020 had the third highest number of building and mechanical permits in St. Albert since 2008. Total permit revenue last year was also the fourth highest since 2008. St. Albert led the region in Q3 and Q4 in industrial area construction. That includes Edmonton. We were number one. 2020 construction permit values exceeded $200 million and exceeded 2019 by more than 40%. Success continues in 2021, albeit with a bit more of a residential focus this year, but we're still seeing good non-residential performance. So through July of this year, year-to-date single-family building permits are up 147%. Year-to-date building permits, all types, are up 48%. Year-to-date new construction is up 37%. So at this point, one may ask, what's the point of all this? What's the problem, or how does it relate to the solar farm? As a result of this success, available service land, emphasis on service land, within the city is quickly shrinking, which likely means additional city investments in infrastructure will be required to maintain momentum towards that 70-30 tax ratio. The last thing we want to do is lose this momentum, as it will take years to rebuild investment confidence to overcome running out of land, which means additional infrastructure investments, municipal investments, will be required. This means without new revenue, the currently reduced pot for capital projects will have to be spread further and will make investment decisions for all the capital projects on the books more difficult, and the list of unfunded projects will grow, whether it's be existing projects or infrastructure investment projects, if this is what the council decides to continue to enable growth to reach our goals. Please bear with me for another couple slides to explain the timing of the gains from non-residential investment growth. So when comparing cities in Alberta, St. Albert remains one of the highest residential tax bases at almost 80% residential to 20% non-residential. So what does this mean? It means that if we use a community in the middle of the range, such as Leduc, at 63% residential to 37% non-residential, that when we and they both buy $100 of diesel for a sanding truck, Leduc residents pay $63 of the $100, and St. Albert residents pay $80 of that same $100 for the same product, made at the same refinery, and hauled a comparable distance. So when a resident says their taxes are high in St. Albert, they are right, but it is predominantly due to the tax ratio, not the city's operating costs. It also means that future tax increases, projected to be higher in the past, will be mostly borne by residential property owners. So with our successes, it looks like we're on the road to reaching 70-30, which provides residential taxation relief, albeit still above average residential tax burden in the region. However, the real issue is how long will it take us to get there? So from 2008 to 2019, the city moved from 85-15 to its goal of 80-20. So it took us 10 years or more to move 5%. Our new goal requires us to move another 10%. If we stay at the same rate, it will take us 20 years to reach that goal. Perhaps we're moving faster based on our success, and if we can continue that momentum, the goal would still be 10 or 15 years out, while we have increased taxation in front of us right now. So if we tackle increased taxation for the next few years, we need another source of revenue, as non-residential growth revenue will not address the problem in the near future. That source of revenue is non-traditional revenue. The solar farm is a non-traditional revenue opportunity, and it can help to mitigate tax increases and service level impacts, associated with decreasing revenues and increasing costs. There's an excellent site here that residents can check if they like on various, why municipalities are ideal solar generators, as it says. So that's a separate independent organization. Municipalities, of course, have limited revenue opportunities available. One of the few revenue opportunities outside of the standard ones is municipally controlled corporations. Another point is other new revenue streams often compete with local or regional businesses. So the point of this slide is the solar farm is a non-traditional revenue source, and it does not require a municipal controlled corporation, and it has limited to no impact on businesses, specifically direct competition with existing St. Albert businesses. Switching gears a little bit, should only a financial lens be applied to this project? Should only an environmental lens be applied to this project? Should both lenses be applied in decision making? Should the social lens be applied as well to consider the triple bottom line or sustainability in decision making? In this context, applying the social lens could be solar farm revenue proceeds used to sustain current city funding to social profit and business sector organizations, which could be at risk in the next few years, given services and service levels may have to be reduced to mitigate tax impacts. Could it be used to help build new arenas that the community has said it wants? And there's many partners out there seeking to build arenas with us. That is one possibility, or these are two possibilities, I guess, and something for council to ultimately decide. This is a slide that I used 10 years ago. It's still very relevant. It's from Scientific American in 2011. And as it says, all climate is local. Mayors are often better equipped than presidents to cut greenhouse gases. In some ways, cities may be in a better position than nations to do something about climate change. Climate change is a global issue that requires local solutions for the best effect. Each community has its own circumstances, conditions, abilities, opportunities, and attributes that it can utilize to do its part in tackling this issue. A little bit about the technology. So photovoltaic solar panels produce DC electricity, which is converted to AC through the use of an inverter. Medicine Hat, an example some in the community are comparing this solar proposal to, as was said earlier tonight by one of the delegates, was piloting a very different experimental technology that essentially uses parabolic mirrors to concentrate solar energy to heat a tube of oil, which transfers the heat to produce steam used in a traditional combined cycle electrical generation plant. Medicine Hat adapted an existing natural gas-fired plant for this purpose. While this technology has been shown to make economic sense in other parts of the world and was proven to be technically feasible in a cold climate, it was not shown to be commercially viable in Alberta, given its high maintenance costs and our low natural gas prices. That is why Medicine Hat discontinued their solar farm. Solar PV is becoming very common technology adopted by a number of communities, including Sexsmith, Bon Accord, Vulcan, Innisfil, Raymond, Viking, to name a few. Again, I refer back to the link I provided earlier. It's also already been employed by the city at our transit facility, our public works facility, and we're currently installing one of the larger arrays in the province on top of Service Place. No doubt the solar farm proposed is larger and ambitious relative to some other projects, but these solar farms will continue to grow in size. A few of the site considerations to be looked at are distance to grid interconnections, topography, soil conditions, distance from other developments. So these are some of the factors that are under consideration in phase 3 detailed design. A little bit more on the environmental side. So solar is a significantly more efficient source of clean and sustainable energy. This renewable energy source generates 3 to 25 times less emissions than generating the same amount of energy from fossil fuels. In 2019, the city's greenhouse gas emissions reduced nearly 11%. The city's most recent greenhouse gas emissions target is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 20% below 2008 levels by 2020. So the Environment Branch is working with Strategic Services to explore updating our greenhouse gas target. A 15.1 megawatt DC solar farm has the potential to reduce over 10,800 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year, which is equivalent to removing 3,300 passenger cars, off the road or offsetting over 2,500 single-family homes for the year. City-owned use to offset the city's grid electricity consumption would result in up to an estimated 33% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions compared to 2008 levels, so well exceeding our current target. While we're on our way and making good progress towards our greenhouse gas reduction goals, the yardstick continues to move. We are starting to see even more ambitious goals emerging in response to ongoing climate change issues, such as a federal target of 40 to 45% reductions by 2030, and the City of Edmonton target 50% reductions by 2030. So the solar farm has the opportunity to enable St. Albert to set a more ambitious goal. So now the borrowing bylaw. The borrowing bylaw is a step in the process legislated by the Municipal Government Act. We are not borrowing the money now, nor necessarily all of it or any of it, and maybe none of it all at once. The projected costs continue to be refined through the design phase. As an example, for Project 9, the new sewer line up along Sturgeon Road, the approved borrowing limit was $30 million in the borrowing bylaw, and the city only actually borrowed $12 million as costs were refined through the design process. As well, Fire Hall 4 borrowing bylaw was approved on July 6th of this year. It is not intended to be actioned until such a time as we can assess the viability of new alternative built forms, which may ultimately lead to a less expensive project. So work is in progress to provide the most prudent product for the city, and we have not borrowed any money in the last 6 weeks. It's not an instantaneous borrowing when these things happen. The borrowing bylaw approval ensures that financing does not impact the project scheduling, but provides funding once the project commences, if it commences. So, another example of that is the borrowing bylaw for the branch library, which there was a borrowing bylaw in place. The project was never done, and there was never any money taken out as a loan against that project. So what does what I just said mean? Oops, sorry. St. Albert has historically typically chosen to debt finance the entire project, inclusive of both pre-construction and construction phases. Some municipalities only debt finance construction. In fact, this is my experience, and I suggest that it may be something we may want to do this way going forward. This means that the borrowing bylaw is only for construction when final design is done and funded by another means, and there is much more certainty around the project, its merits, and its costs. This is easier to do in communities with high growth or periods of high growth, such as booms, and ones that have a lower residential to non-residential tax ratio. So historically in St. Albert, we've had steady growth. We haven't had the big booms and busts, and we've already discussed the tax ratio. Either approach is permissible, and each has pros and cons depending on the community and the situation. It is not an impossibility to only borrow for construction in St. Albert, but it has been historical practice in St. Albert to borrow for pre-construction and construction. One way to think of a borrowing bylaw is like a mortgage pre-approval in the house purchasing process. Just because you are pre-approved doesn't necessarily mean that you will use it, and if you do, that you'll use the maximum amount you are pre-approved for. Once pre-approved, it allows you to do the legwork in the buying process, like house hunting, making an offer, meeting conditions, and then closing. Phase 3, which we'll talk about, is the detailed design in the process. And it's analogous to these home pre-purchase steps, which are decision gates in the house purchase, such as house inspection results, encroachments, liens, and the bank's approval. Or appraisal, any of which may cause you to decide not to buy the house, or your financer to not let you purchase the house. The key difference is once all the conditions are removed on a house, it's hard for the home buyer to not close the deal without liability. Whereas with a borrowing bylaw and the financer being the loaning institution, but really the City of St. Albert controlling that, the project does not have to proceed to construction, where the vast majority of the debenture borrowing occurs. If the situation has changed, the city needs to reprioritize projects, etc. So now a little bit about the project. And the major points I've heard from the delegates tonight is violent agreement with the project plan. all saying the same thing administration is saying. Unfortunately, it seems like there is confusion around city processes that has led to this. The borrowing bylaw is not a decision point on the solar farm from a project development, decision, and implementation basis, or in other words, the project's merits or lack of merits. The borrowing bylaw process is running concurrent with the project, which at this point is in phase 3. The borrowing bylaw is not part of the process to make technical or business decisions on implementing, such as building the project or not, other than the project doesn't proceed to a final decision to build or not if a funding source to complete pre-construction activities, in this case, the approval of a borrowing bylaw, is not in place. Of course, the borrowing bylaw is also an important decision, and with the traditional borrowing practices in St. Albert, there are two processes running concurrently, and at the moment butting heads in a bit of a chicken and egg situation. Good information is needed to make good decisions, but funding is needed to gather good information to make good decisions. Non-contentious projects such as Ray Gibbon Drive and Fire Hall 4 are recent borrowing bylaws that were not deemed contentious and proceeded according to St. Albert's historical practices. So it's not so much about the processes historically employed. Perhaps it is more about having the right process for the nature of the project being considered, such that they work together instead of working against each other. So looking at the project timelines and decision gates on the screen, phases 1 and 2 were feasibility phases at 30% design, not 100% design. That was the information that came forward to council in June when the project charter was approved. The project is currently in phase 3, which is concurrent with the borrowing bylaw before council this evening. It has a long way to go. It will be 12 months before phase 3, where detailed design is complete. Once phase 3 is complete, there is a decision gate, and council would be informed if administration is proceeding or not to phase 4, which is ready for tender. Again, there is another decision gate when the project is ready for tender, and council would be informed if administration is proceeding to construction or not. At any decision gate, a council member could make inquiries and or notice a motion for council to debate whether to continue the project if that council member had concerns with the project proceeding to the next phase. For phase 5, there's also an option to phase construction and assess system performance after the first construction phase to make a decision to proceed or not with the second and third construction phases. In terms of project financing, separate debentures could be taken out for each construction phase to minimize overall financial risk on the project. But back to phase 3, where we're at in the process currently, it's inclusive of completing design work, looking at the life cycle of the project, which includes operations, maintenance, and closure costs, such as decommissioning and final disposition of equipment, and site remediation and reclamation of the site to the appropriate criteria, depending on the future land use. In other words, it will look at the cradle to the grave of the project. It also includes financial analysis, both of revenues and costs, regulatory applications, and public engagement. There is still much work to do and many questions to be answered, not only for council and the public, but for administration as well. I will comment for a moment about the administration resources on this project. In addition to other functions in production and professions, there are in-house practicing engineers, accountants, and lawyers working on the team. Going off the top of my head and not looking at their CVs, team members combined have worked for 5 public and private utility operations, inclusive of electricity, natural gas, and environmental utilities, and 3 major Canadian energy companies. It is also too important to note that their professional practice standards and codes of ethics drive their decision-making, and that they also stay in their lane and scope of practice and seek out external competent professionals such as electrical engineers when needed. The party we retained to help us is ATCO. On their team, they have a solar engineer, a distribution engineer, civil engineers, as well as environmental remediation and wildlife specialists. They've been involved in at least 11 solar projects in central and northern Alberta. So next, let's talk a little bit about the cash flow for the project. So council provided funding to complete phases 1 and 2, the feasibility, and there are some of these funds remaining to commence work on phase 3, but not enough to complete it. Hence the borrowing bylaw before you today based on the city's historical practices. So the borrowing bylaw proposed is to complete phase 3 and for phases 4 and 5. Phase 5, which is construction, could be staged with separate debentures for each stage with pros and cons relative to completing it in one phase. Initial reviews suggest that the reduced financial benefits from a staged construction approach would have to be weighed against the benefits of limiting the city's financial risk. Additional work is required to fully understand the implications of a staged approach to Phase 5, and this would be a future decision should the project continue to progress. As shown by the relative cash flows, the pre-construction activities are marginal in relative cost, and the significant proportion of funds for construction are not at risk if a borrowing bylaw is passed today, with the decision gates in the project still to come. So construction would begin in 2023, which is where you would start to take out, I didn't do the numbers, but it looks like 95% of the funding for this project. So a little bit more about Phase 3. There's a number of considerations that require further analysis. We need to further analyze the impact of off-site levy bylaws, which is not currently in the project costs. According to the off-site levy bylaw, development on the Badger lands will incur up to $8.9 million in costs to the city when a development permit for a solar farm on the site is received. However, this dollar amount is likely higher than what a typical subdivision development on the property would be. There's municipal reserve for about 10% of the area and PULs for stormwater management for about 7%. These are exempt from off-site levies according to the bylaw. As well, phasing of payments and the period of these, which the city enables private developers to do, needs to be considered. Practically, the off-site levy bylaw as it stands now does not consider a development like this, and it will not consume the off-site infrastructure like a normal development would when looking at these relative contributions to traffic and water and wastewater capacity. But ultimately, there's a future land use beyond the solar farm as well. So there's lots to look at in that area. Fowler Way and upgrading of Villeneuve Road will both have components on the Badger lands, and the relative impacts of these projects on each other is being incorporated into the considerations. Probably the most complex component with many different considerations and permutations in Phase 3 is the financial analysis and all the related cascading items for supporting business and operating model options. Inputs to the operating and business models will be various considerations, including, again, operational options, such as city-owned and operated, commercially operated, lease arrangements, and partnerships or joint venture opportunities. And inputting to those will be considerations such as tax impacts, grant opportunities, and available markets that each of those options provide. As already discussed, additional work is required on construction phasing. And finally, public engagement is necessary as part of the regulatory application process. However, the minimum engagement requirements for the application are focused on property owners in proximity to the project site and not the broader population of St. Albert for a project involving borrowing with public funds. So the city is considering enhanced public engagement with the broader population in Phase 3 near its completion once further work is done to refine the project parameters being discussed this evening. So recognizing these two processes, project development and project financing, are effectively bashing heads as they're running concurrently, and the historical practice of requesting the authorization of debenture funding early in the project life in St. Albert, when there's still significant information to be collected and analyzed and options and strategies to be looked at, administration has prepared an alternative motion to better integrate these two processes, should council wish to consider it. So to circle back, new revenue is a strategy to help solve the dilemma that St. Albert is not alone in facing. New revenue includes both new non-residential growth and organic residential building up and in, or densification, and non-traditional revenue to relieve existing and potentially growing residential tax burden without shifting it to local businesses. We are seeing substantive progress in growing non-traditional revenue. We're seeing substantive progress in growing non-residential growth, some of the best performance that St. Albert has seen. However, its pace is not aligned with near-term substantive tax impacts in order to mitigate them. Non-traditional revenue, such as a solar farm, notwithstanding its environmental and potential social benefits, and applying only to financial lens, is an opportunity to potentially mitigate near-term tax impacts and moderate reductions in existing services and service levels. In the absence of new revenue opportunities, taxes will have to be increased significantly higher than historical increases, and/or services and service levels offered to the community will have to be reduced. Increasing taxes would be counter to the results of the current St. Albert Gazette poll regarding issues important to voters for the upcoming municipal election, which has the number one issue at 28.5% of respondents about increasing taxes, with the next closest issue at 11.3%. The solar farm is fourth at 8.1%. That was as of 1:28 this afternoon. So there's lots to consider and balance. At this point in the project, there are many questions that remain to be answered, not only for council and the taxpayers, but also for administration. Answers to those questions are currently being sought in the current phase of the project. But overall, is the strategy to find new revenue, increase taxes, or decrease services, or some combination of these, given that doing nothing does not exist? Relying on internal controls and decision gates, at each of which council will be informed of the status of the project, which will indicate the viability of the project, and it can then act if it deems necessary, or implementing further council controls and decision gates, which will extend timelines of the project implementation, are things that need to be considered. Going fast to optimize financial benefits, such as current limited window for carbon credits, and to realize these sooner with the city's current financial challenges, or go slower, reducing the optimal financial benefits and incurring additional costs, such as multiple regulatory applications for phase construction, but also providing opportunity to limit the city's financial risk. Those are things that need to be considered. Is this project about finances, the city contributing to mitigating a global issue, or both? What is for sure is the financial wall that has been discussed regularly in public meetings over the past few years is now here, and council has the burden of choosing the path for the community. So in summary, the community needs to pick a lane soon. Increase taxes, reduce services, new revenue sources, or some combination of these are the lanes. The city's fiscal sustainability is a higher level issue, driving potential revenue generating projects like the solar farm. That is the driver, but that is not the issue before council today. Is the solar farm a good project for the city or not? This is unknown at this time. $135,000 is needed to get that answer. If you want the answer, how will you fund it? With the proposed borrowing bylaw, which is the traditional method the city has employed in the past, or with the alternative presented by administration? Alternatively, if funding in some form is not provided, phase 3 of the project does not proceed, and another lane will have to be selected by council and the community. It's not administration's place to pick the lane. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Can you go back to the slide that showed the phases and the price tags?
There's two of them.
That one is what I was thinking. So just to be clear, crystal clear, if the borrowing bylaw passes tonight, you will be taking approximately 135,000 out in debt to fund phase 3.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Madam Mayor. There might be multiple debentures taken out, but I know enough about it. But if Diane McMorty's on it, she would be the expert to answer about how and when we take debentures out. I don't know if Diane's handy.
There she is. Yep.
Hi there. Yeah. So we'll look at the most viable way of funding it. So, where there's a small value being provided at this point, chances are we would look to sort of hedge and then kind of internally fund it until we kind of knew if it was going forward. We probably wouldn't want to take out a debenture for only 135,000 if it ended up not going to construction. But that is a possibility that we could take out a small debenture.
The reason I'm asking Diane and Kevin is of the $33 million borrowing bylaw, it's for phase 3, approximately 135, maybe less, before the next decision gate.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. All right. We're going to go into some questions. I know Councillor Mackay wants to jump in because he's got, he wants to let council know what his plans are with promotion. But before we get into too deep, I just want to be very clear tonight that we are not debating the project charter, the business. We don't even have a business case. That's phase 3. This is about the funding thereof. I just want to make sure that the questions are surrounded around the borrowing and how that works.
If questions are outside that, I'm going to ask Mr. Scoble to try to identify what phase that question will or will not be answered, or if it already has been answered, et cetera. But we really need to stay away from the project itself and talk about the boring, because I think your presentation just really clearly explained the process and where we are. So today's process is about funding. I appreciated your comments about picking a lane, and this is kind of where we're at today. So Councillor Mackay, you've got request to motion. You want to do second reading?
No, I'm going to move an alternate.
I think before we move any motions, we need to open up to questions. So I'm going to go to you just so that anyone who didn't read their email who's on council, which I'm sure we all did, and the public knows what your intentions are at the end of question period. Questioning. I don't want to
Questioning, question period. I like question period. So do you want me to read that, or do you want me to just give the intent?
Give us your intentions.
My intention is in the presentation, administration identified another opportunity that's open to council around funding a certain phase, remaining phase 3. And that would either include some of the pre-construction work and or maybe perhaps moving forward on the project charter around contaminated sites. So that's my intention.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to open it up, to questions. I'm going to take do you want me to keep, do you want to keep your request to motion up? Why do I have that? No, I'm done.
It's nice to know
So
the mayor
I'll just
doesn't
keep
trump
it.
mine.
I'll just keep it there for now. Okay, Councillor Watkins, when you start.
So if I may interrupt,
sorry.
would you like the PowerPoint left up or me to stop to share? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good visual for us. Okay, go ahead, Ray.
You talked about levies that could be applicable to the site of like $9 million. Is that correct?
Yes, 8.9.
And a levy can only be collected once. Is that correct?
Yeah, my understanding, but I'll turn it over to Regan to help answer the question.
I think it is. I think you can only collect a stormwater levy once, and then if somebody comes in on the same piece of land, you can't collect that levy again. So if we collected all the levies,
that is correct. That is correct.
yeah, okay. If we collected all the levies when we did like you said, you can collect a levy either through the subdivision process or through a development permit. Is that correct?
That is correct as well.
And what we were saying was that we would collect these levies through the development permit process.
That is correct.
Okay. And then, but the final use of the land, what we've talked about and what everybody's talking about remediation is residential. So that would involve the subdivision of the land into a number of parcels. And so the way we're saying this now is that when if we use this land for 30 years, we collect $8 million in levies from it, then we go to sell it to some other developer or somebody and they develop it, they will not have to pay any levies. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Watkins, that is correct.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's not really, that probably really isn't the right way to take the levies. We probably should take the levies when the land's subdivided, not when the development permit's issued. I don't know if our bylaw allows for us to have some discretion in there, but I don't know why we would take $9 million worth of levies at a time and then give the ultimate user maybe 20 years down the road a free ride on the levies. And secondly, collecting those levies at this time when the demand is not being placed on the infrastructure as a result of the use, because the solar panel is not going to use stormwater, it's not going to use water, it's not going to have a bunch of sanitary requirements, is probably the wrong thing to do to collect a levy. So I think I kind of answered my own question. I think going forward, we should probably look at
I'm wondering if it's a good
whether
IR.
we should be collecting levies and where we should be collecting levies. But I guess my question was, I know we can only collect them once, and we were intending on collecting them at a development permit here. I think we should look at something different than that.
And as I said in my presentation, that the offsite levy bylaw doesn't really contemplate this kind of development. So it does have us, I guess, navel gazing a little bit, just how are we going to tackle this, or what do we have to do relative to this type of project?
And once again, to get to the decision gate where in the middle of that diagram, right in the middle of the diagram, under phase 3, that's another $135,000. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
And at that point, we would have a pretty detailed cost estimate and also more detailed financial estimates of what this thing is going to make, and they'll be buttoned down a little tighter.
That's correct, yeah.
So, and that would address a lot of the concerns that we heard today about people saying the numbers are wrong and the numbers are this. We're going to make sure that we have the right numbers by the end of phase 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I heard that we could spend $135,000 to get to phase 3, and we may have to use some of that borrowing money, or we may be able to find another source to fund that $135,000.
Yes, you can, basically, the way St. Albert has always done it is you would take out, council could approve the borrowing bylaw this evening for the 33 million, which of course includes 25% contingency. Or there is an alternative motion that's presented that you could fund the 135,000 from another source, such as stabilization reserve, and defer the reading of the second and third reading of the bylaw till stage 3 is complete. And you can defer up to 24 months, the second and third reading.
And the Badger lands have been owned by the city for how long? Yes, approximately.
For my time.
For your-
I'd say 11 plus years.
11 plus years. And when we bought the land, was it contaminated with salt?
The salt, the current salt, I don't know what the pre-existing conditions were. The salt there is from our snow dump facility.
Okay. And just on the estimated cleanup of 15 to 20 million, there were some doubt thrown on that, saying it's an inflated number. Maybe you could just comment on where that report came from, because somebody compared it to a $3 million report.
I'll defer to, I'm not sure who, utilities or environment or engineering. I'll let one of them jump in and answer that.
I can comment on that. This is Megan. So the estimated cost to remediate was completed using a site assessment from 2017. And the report used several conservative assumptions. So for example, the volume of soil needed to be remediated, the guidelines to be remediated to, the disposal facility for the salty soil. So the estimate was actually completed in order to provide a magnitude of cost for the city to determine its environmental liability at this site. So the estimated cost was based on the amount of contaminated soil that is anticipated to be removed from the site. And this amount of, and the report estimated that the amount of salty soil that's needed to be removed from this site is approximately 270,000 tons. To give council an example and a magnitude of what was taken from a local example in Riel, we removed just over 1,300 tons, and it was approximately $240,000 to remediate that site.
So you said it was estimated 270,000 tons removal of dirt, and we spent $250,000 to remediate 13,000 tons of dirt?
That's correct.
Okay, that's correct, right? Okay. And how much does a cubic meter of soil weigh?
2,200 pounds.
How much?
2,200 pounds.
2,200 pounds. So it's like a
I
ton.
used to be a civil engineer that did
a little
this
over a
long
ton.
time ago.
Little over a ton. So you're talking like 200 and something thousand cubic meters of dirt we have to remove from there, right? Is that what it works out to be? That's the guesstimate, 200,000.
I don't have my calculator.
Yeah, I think
I'm an engineer. I don't have a calculator. I can't do it without
I think that's the guesstimate is 200,000
Oh,
tons.
Looks like Councillor
ton
Rogers
weighs-
going to do the math.
If a cubic meter of dirt weighs 2,200.
Okay, I mean, it's not really, yeah.
It's a lot of cubic meters of dirt to be removed. And we're also talking about removing, there's a lot of risk with when you're removing that contaminated soil. Is it not true, Kevin, that we could find even more soil that's contaminated?
I don't want to speculate, but I've done a lot of dig and dumps in my career, and we always ended up over excavating what the budget was.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's been my experience in the past too. It's usually end up over excavating to find the contamination, and then you usually end up chasing it around to where it is. I think that's all my questions. Okay, yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Perfect.
My
No, and just for council's understanding of my brain right now, that wasn't anything about the boring bylaw. And I said I was trying to keep the conversation on the boring bylaw, but Councillor Mackay is proposing a motion around the cleaning up of the contamination. So I want to get all that information on the floor. So thank you for that. Councillor Jolly, you're up next. Yep.
Thank you. And my question is strictly kind of on $135,000 because I think that's what we're contemplating today. So on your slide on the borrowing bylaw, you said that it's a historical philosophy that we have a borrowing bylaw at this stage of the project. So the alternative of funding the $135,000 through stabilization reserve, any concerns with that or kind of problems going that route rather than our traditional route?
As long as the CFO is okay with it and the money's there from that perspective. I mean, you know, eyes wide open for everybody. This could be a sunk cost, no different than if we spent 135 with the borrowing bylaw. If for whatever reason at gate 4 or gate 5, the decision, you know, administration could very well recommend don't proceed with the project. So, you know, there is a bit of a hedge here to spend that money to get to whatever the ultimate decision that council is going to make on this project.
Thank you. So either way, kind of, we'd be looking at $135,000. Operationally, is there any impact on delaying a borrowing bylaw should the project go ahead? And I mean, that's a big should, but I mean, apart from having this meeting again.
Not really, no. I mean, it's,
okay.
It'd be a couple weeks at most. It'd just be, you know, I don't think we would be that compressed that we're going to miss a couple weeks of construction because of a borrowing bylaw. I don't see any major impacts.
Kind of, so no concerns either way. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I'm not sure, was it Megan that you just talked about remediation? So do you say that we are going to plan to do 270,000 tons of dirt removal? Was that correct?
That's a high level estimate, yes.
And that 13,000 tons cost $250,000, is that right?
That was in 2014. I should have been more specific.
Okay. Because when I just extrapolate 13,000 to 270,000, that comes at a total cost of about 5.1 million in 2014 dollars. So I'm wondering, was there hole drilling or anything done to substantiate the 16 to $25 million remediation costs?
Yeah, so between 2014 and 2017, there was some drilling done, but you have to keep in mind that to date, we haven't really been able to access the site because it's been underwater. So we would have to do a little bit more further assessment, which we've put through in that capital charter to actually get a little bit more of a clear idea of what is there right now.
So where did we get this 16 to 25 million and how confident are we in those numbers?
We got those numbers from a 2017 report that was completed for a risk management plan to report on our environmental liability at the site. So it was for our PSAB liability requirements. So these are really high level numbers, but we are very confident in these numbers. But again, it's supposed to be showing a magnitude of cost. So, and the site has now been used for 5 years since we've completed these site assessments. So we would need to go back to the site and complete some further investigations in order to come up with a little bit more clear picture.
So are we still using this as a snow dump right now? Not this second, but every year. Are we still continuing to use this as a snow dump?
No, we just stopped using it for the 2020-2021 season. So we stopped in 2020, is my understanding.
And we're not going to be resuming, is that correct?
That is my...
Councillor Hughes, I can take that one. We actually stopped internally on 2019, just commercial was using it for 2019, 2020, and then it all stopped 2020, 21, and we have an agreement with City of Edmonton, so we have no plans to go back there.
Okay, so we're not continuing to contaminate it. So again, so the 60 and 25 million, what did they do to determine those numbers?
Similar to what a gentleman was talking about, they completed about 26 boreholes between 2014 and 2017 to come up with these numbers.
So I guess the question I have right now, is not to you, Megan, now is why do we have a motion to do a remediation study now when apparently we have remediation numbers and we're already decided we're going to do in this land? So why is there a discussion about the cost for remediation now then? The business case, et cetera.
I think what was said earlier by the Environment Department is that's a limited assessment because we weren't able to do sampling in the snow dump area because it was operational. So now we have the opportunity, and there was some water conditions. So now we have the opportunity to build on the work that's been done already to better delineate and understand the volume of impacted materials we're looking at.
So
why didn't we do this?
This project charter, whatever it's called, Environment 001 contaminated sites remediation, you're advancing a piece of that to do just this piece of land, which will give us the actual remediation cost. Is that what this project charter is for?
I'll let Environment answer that.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. Okay, so because we've heard $2.7 million in the Gazette and the city's saying 15 to 25, and this is going to actually answer the question.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, keep going, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I'm trying to figure out why this wasn't done in 2019 or before, like last year when this was brought forward in the time frame, or before this was brought forward to determine what the actual remediation costs were as a solid number. If we stopped using it in 2019 and we're at the end of 2021, we've had 2 years to do that essential drilling and to actually be confident about the number. And we're moving forward on this without actually knowing for certain what the even number is to compare for different land uses. So why wasn't this done before all this came to pass today?
Was there a schedule of sites, Megan, that you had, in some sort of order that you were going to do this on that council?
No, well,
sorry. No.
It was assumed that this site would be used for the next 5 to 10 years. So it didn't really make financial sense to go into the site and actually complete this assessment again. And again, it's been underwater up until about, as Jay had mentioned, until 2020. So the fact that we couldn't get equipment in there, it just wasn't feasible to do it then either. So that's why it's coming as a project charter to council in 2022.
Could I just interrupt a second? Sure. Megan, could you confirm, was it 1,300 at Riel or 13,000?
Just over 1,300 tons.
1,300. 1,300.
1,300?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. Okay. That's a different number altogether. So if you were to base that same number, it would be like, okay. That would be a $50,000 remediation cost if we were to extrapolate it. So somebody's numbers are not going to be right at the end of the day.
Well, you know what? That's what we're trying to answer is get with this project charter.
Yeah, I just think it should have been done a lot sooner. Yeah. So the concern I have, and I think that many people would have, is that we're saying that we have this gated process step where we're not doing anything until 2023 and et cetera, et cetera. But when I look at the business case that was approved in June, it has the layout of what goes on per year. And in this capital project worksheet, everything happens in 2022, and there's nothing that happens in 2023 and beyond. So there's nothing here to indicate to council or anyone else that there was additional steps being planned for final approval. It has 2022 detailed designing, site servicing, et cetera. So I'm just wondering when this changed.
Nothing changed. This just isn't the level of detail you would provide in a council meeting for a budget approval.
I know that other projects do have it separated by
project management gates, very common in both the public and private sector.
What other capital projects have we had where we've approved a project in a budget and then had to do another approval a year later when we had not already approved the full project? I just don't remember one.
So the timelines and gates as outlined are something for a project of this magnitude. We wouldn't do it for a sidewalk replacement or something big like this, recognizing the money on the table and consistent with other projects like Ray Gibbon, where council regularly gets briefing notes. So at the end of phase 3, if nothing else changed, there would be a briefing note provided to council on the state of this project. Councillors could then review it, and if they had concerns, ask questions and or make a notice of motion at a council meeting if they wanted to debate continuing with the project or not.
So, but Ray Gibbon, if they didn't, there was no steps coming forward saying do phase 1 or do phase 2 or final approval. After we approved the project and we approved the borrowing bylaw, we got updates, but we weren't coming back for additional approvals. This is different.
On Ray Gibbon Drive.
So I'm just looking for any project where we did that. Because this is, there's nothing that I've ever seen that's suddenly changed this. And even when I talked to you 2 weeks ago at the council meeting, I said, you're planning to do construction in June, and you said yes. And then you're planning to do the ASP for December, and you said yes. And then you said you're gonna have to figure things out. And now the document comes forward and it says that, we're gonna be doing a council approval again in Q3 and Q4. So as part of the budget approval process. So the timelines have all changed.
Councillor, I can't debate with you, okay? This is the project schedule, and I don't know that anything has changed significantly. We don't normally provide this level of detail. However, with the community interest in this project and to clarify a lot of misunderstanding, we brought it forward this evening. These are, as I said, standard gates in project management, private and public. Feasibility, pre-design, design, ready for tender, and construction.
And the timeline in the capital charter says detailed design 21-22 and installation and construction is not until 23.
Okay, so the following year.
That's what it says.
And at every budget, every budget, a councillor can make the motion to defund or advance. I've seen that many times.
So, but the project, I'm going to talk to you, Mayor, because you said that the project's been approved. So, but then it says in phase 4 gate, it's upon approval. So, but our council approved the business case to move the project forward, right?
That's right.
Okay, so that part hasn't been debated, or not, is not going to be redebated.
No, but it will be that budget. Because every year at budget, we do the RMR and the growth capital, and it's approved by council every year.
Okay. The next question is that some of the concerns I've been hearing repeatedly today and in other sources as well, I'm sure we're all aware of sources, is that the assumptions don't show that there's going to be a revenue. And also, I'm seeing that the assumptions have changed. The assumptions that were given to us in June 21st are different than assumptions that we gave to the public last week, certainly for the revenue generation. Let's past the capital costs. The cost for sale of electricity has changed dramatically, and yet the financials have not been updated to give to the public. So I don't have any words to explain how or why. Like, for example, June 5th, the feasibility report that talked about this solar farm said that we'd be selling it for an average of 68 cents a megawatt hour. The assumptions in the sheet that was provided last week said either $50 or $60 a megawatt hour. It didn't specify which one. Either way, it's a different number. And the financials to back it never were updated.
Whoa, I'm going to call point of privilege 2 seconds. You are revealing stuff that was in a confidential memo.
No, I'm not. I'm revealing what was in the feasibility report of the MEC.
I'm just making sure.
It was in the MEC feasibility report. They listed it out. I'm very clear about what's confidential and what's not.
Was that in the memo? Yeah. Or am I confused? I just want to make sure before we step over any boundaries.
I think what the difficulty is the speed of as she's talking. It's hard to follow it.
Yeah. So, Councillor Hughes, your questions are about the financials.
Why were the financials not updated when you updated and changed the assumptions that were released last week?
Okay, so Mr. Scoble,
explain the difference between what we saw in phase 1 and 2 to what I think the public is looking for
So
that's not yet done?
phase 1 and 2 was feasibility. So there was a feasibility report presented to council with the charter for consideration. And part of that feasibility was 30% design. Like we are still designing every day right now through this next phase to get it to 100%, which is at the end of phase 3. Yes, things are going to change, things are going to be refined, things are going to be added, things are going to be deleted. That's what is happening in phase 3.
And so, okay, and according to this, phase 3 is sometime next year?
We're looking at probably June-ish next year.
Okay, so.
Phase 3 is about 12 months.
So Councillor Hughes, I'm just making sure I have your question right. Are you asking for the accurate numbers?
I'm asking why the assumptions changed over a 2-month period on what we were claiming to make for revenue and sales.
Okay, so I'm assuming that's because assumptions are being refined and more data is being input.
Because we have, again, some resources we're working with that have experience in this, and we're continuing to refine.
We're going from.
When it comes
high-level
forward in
feasibility-
phase 3, all assumptions and everything will be there, and we'll share everything we can that's not proprietary, which, you know, I was going to mention it earlier, but I didn't. There's been a lot of allegations made. Any of those people are welcome to file a FOIP request with the City of St. Albert. Our independent office will look at it, decide whether it can be released. If it can't, then the applicant can appeal to the province, and the province will decide. And if the province says release it, we'll release it. So
But we are releasing what we can.
we are releasing what we feel is appropriate, yes, under legislation. If somebody has a challenge with that, they should file a FOIP request instead of making allegations.
Councillor Hughes, so I think the answer to your question is that we're going from a high level feasibility and they're still refining, and numbers will be continually changing until we get the final phase 3 report.
I can see the numbers changing on the capital costs, potentially, but I'm having a difficult time on why the sale of electricity price would change. I don't understand what be refining in the past 2 months. Because it's like, this is what we're estimating to make it at, and the numbers changed, which is one thing. And the second thing is that the financials to substantiate the assumptions were not updated. So that we've had one set of assumptions that came through the 21st. We had another ones that came in the meeting in the 21st that then were not put on the city website that I can find anywhere, that are now the right ones according to at the time. Now the assumptions have changed and the financials haven't been updated, and I don't know why the assumptions changed, and I don't know what the new financials even are. And I understand that they're going to change, but we can't say we're releasing information to the public and only give them half of it or none.
So the numbers are going to change many, many more times. Like that has nothing, unfortunately, it's, I talked about, you've got 2 processes butting heads right now. And those numbers are going to change many times again, I'm sure, in the next year. I mean, what is to be debated by council is the final numbers.
The council approved the project without seeing the final numbers.
Yes, but there's a design gate, decision gate, as I've mentioned, where council will be updated, and then any member of council can make a notice of motion if they don't think the project should go ahead, and it will be debated by council.
Mayor Herron, do you have other people that have questions? I don't want to hog the time.
Sorry, I think I had Councillor Hanson.
How about I'll just give a pause and you guys can ask some more questions. How about that?
Actually, no, it's just you.
Just me?
Or Councillor Hanson, your hand.
Yeah, it was going up and down a little bit because I was really talking, I think it was answered. I wanted to just go back to the snow dumping at the site and the cause of all the salty material that we haven't quite got a handle on how bad it is. But that snow, we're not going to be using it again, but is that snow dumped from businesses or is it from our facilities or both? And have we ever charged businesses to dump their snow there?
I can take that, sure. Councillor Hanson. No, it's been a free use for local businesses and utilized by the city as well.
So that becomes a service that we won't be able to offer now that we're not going to be using it. It's non-operational. So, but there's a cost to the city to remediate. And we're just at this point not sure what that cost is because we don't know the extent. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hughes?
Okay, so if this, I'm looking at the potential between if you defeat the borrowing bylaw versus if you postpone it. So the opportunity for someone to put forward a petition expired on this borrowing bylaw at this point. If it was postponed, and they saw the numbers, the final numbers, and the public had an issue with them, would they still have the opportunity to do a petition if they were opposed to the borrowing bylaw, if it was postponed?
That might be a legal question.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure.
Yeah, Marta.
If the borrowing bylaw was postponed and after the final numbers came forward, and if the public did not agree with moving forward with the borrowing bylaw, would they still have the ability to do a valid petition in the event they did not want the borrowing bylaw to proceed, if it was postponed and not defeated?
The answer, I believe, is no, because the petition has to come before, well, after first reading. I'm actually not sure of the answer to this question. I would need a few minutes to look this up, or I could do councillor inquiry.
For sure,
but I'm not sure, and I don't want to say the wrong answer.
We'll give you a couple minutes.
Yeah, because that's relevant.
The bylaw or the petition have to come before X number of days before second reading, and if this is postponed, second reading's postponed, so the petition could potentially be postponed as well. But I'll give you a couple minutes. Did you want to, on the same lines? Sorry, Councillor Hughes, hold on one sec. Councillor Mackay, is this similar?
Yeah, thanks for your patience, Councillor Hughes. It's a point of clarification in relation to the amended motion or the additional motion. If this one goes forward, is first reading just still on the books? First reading of the bylaw and
For 1
it
year.
sits there,
For 1
or is
year.
it gone?
For 1 year.
For 1 year.
Yeah.
So is that what you were asking, Councillor Hughes?
So
we're not talking about a postponement. We're just saying it sits there for 1 year.
Right, and if it sits there for 1 year and let's say the next council chooses to move forward with it in April, can a valid petition be brought forward to challenge the borrowing bylaw or not? Do they have their 60 days or not?
Yeah. You know what? We're going to give Marta a couple secs to.
Yeah, I can ask a different question too.
Go ahead.
Okay, so for this next phases 3 or whatever, are we contracting that out, or are we doing it in-house, or how are we determining the next steps?
Sorry, I missed the front end of the question there.
Phase 3, who's doing phase 3?
Well, different. I mean, I believe I'll turn it over to Regan or Mika to answer that.
So we would be contracting that out. This is, I guess, the short answer. The agreement that we have with ATCO contemplates them potentially doing phase 3. So we have the option of using ATCO, or we have the option of using another consultant.
So we've received one, the document they received, it doesn't say draft on it anywhere on June 21st, but it appears to now be referred to as a draft. So even if they did not do phase 3, do we still have some ongoing contract with them going on where they're doing updated memorandums every 6 to 8 weeks, or has our contract with them now come to a close if we don't do phase 3 with them?
Through you, Ms. Mayor, we are actually committed and contracted with ATCO right through to phase 3.
So they'll be doing phase 3 as well?
Yes.
Okay. One more. Just give me a second here, Mayor. I don't want to ask questions that were off topic.
Should I go to him?
Sure, that'd be great.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want to confirm, Councillor Mackay, you're advancing option number 2. Is that correct? The additional motions for
Yeah,
consideration.
it's additional motions. It's not
Right.
titled that, but yeah, it's an
Right.
additional motions and it was on the presentation.
Okay. So the questions then are before us, do we motion this or not? And the information that we're going to get from the 135,000 really is this phase 3. Phase 3 gives us the final answers. It gives us the actual more detailed cost on the remediation of Badger lines, all those things.
Yes, that's correct. And typically when you get through to phase 3, phase 4, like you're getting into that plus or minus 10% cost estimate. Like you're ready for tender when you're ready to go out in the marketplace. You usually have a cost estimate around plus or minus 10%.
All right. And at that point, we have an opportunity, looking at that final report, to say, not, or yes, go ahead. Correct? That's the decision gate that you have.
Not an official approval, so administration would send a briefing note. But again, as I referred to, many of our staff are under professional codes of practice, right? They're, and I've been very clear, we will not make any. We will make the best decision based on our professional judgment, right? So you could very well at some point say administration sends a memo, says, you know what, we don't think this is a good idea. At that point, we would probably initiate bringing it forward for cancellation. But that said, if the administrative work suggests that we continue, council will be updated with that. And again, it's not a council approval, it's a council information. But of course, with any information provided, a member of council can make a notice of motion to debate continuing with the project or not. The alternative, council can install more controls if you wish. That's your prerogative, but it quite often adds time to the projects and just another level of complexity, right? So.
Fair enough. However, if this motion goes forward, you'd have to bring forward the borrowing bylaw for the rest of it. Or phase.
For construction.
For the
Sorry,
construction.
is your question if the alternative motion goes ahead?
Yeah.
Yes, the second and third reading of the borrowing bylaw would come back.
Right.
And it would generally stay the same because it would be the same 2633, because we're asking for another $135,000. It doesn't really, change the value of the borrowing if it went ahead for construction.
And the borrowing bylaw at that point in time, you might, because of the more detailed work, it'll be a refined ask.
Could be amended. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Marta or Diane. I'm not sure if you can change it at that point, but I'll defer to them. So.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Can I ask that of Diane West?
Sure,
Yeah.
go for it.
So, Ms. McMorty, if just the alternate motions get thrown on the floor today and pass, and the motion for second reading of the borrowing bylaw is not put on the floor, how long does that sit on our books? Because I'm hearing 2 years or 1 year.
I believe it's 2 years is what
2 years.
I've
Okay,
been
so
told. 2 years.
Okay, and if it comes forward, let's say a year from now, for second reading, could we amend some of the numbers that the amount that we're borrowing to reflect the more detailed and refined designs?
I don't know if Berta wants to jump in on this. I believe things can be changed. Okay, good.
Okay.
The answer to that is no. The second and third reading has to be the same as what was read at first reading. Because we would have to do we would have to re-advertise for a different amount. So we would have to start the process over again
But as long as it's not costing more money, we could still take out $33 million and only spend 10, just like we did with Project 9, right? Okay. All right. Is that all your questions, Councillor Broadhead?
For now, yes, thank you.
Okay. We're back to you, Councillor Hughes.
I appreciate you guys stepping in so I can try to not ask questions to gather my thoughts type of thing, right? Okay, so in the event that the MEC did form, would this debt be transferred to the MEC or does it stay on the city books?
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out where the debt load is. We're talking about debt here.
Okay, so your question is?
Who's liable for the debt if an MEC forms?
If we have a municipally controlled corporation, can we transfer debt over it to it? If we transfer assets, do we transfer the debt?
Yes.
Not a simple answer. You can do different things. I mean, that would be a strategy decided upon at the time and discussed as part of the master service agreement. It would be negotiations. The answer is yes, you could do it that way. You could do it other ways. You know, maybe a good example is the transfer of the stormwater assets from the city of Edmonton to EPCOR many years after EPCOR was operating. It really depends what the two parties agree on is the mutually best strategy for both of them.
So it's possible.
When I was looking at the government documents, I got the impression that you couldn't transfer it because otherwise it would just allow cities to just go onto debt, form corporations, shove it on the corporation, and not ever be liable for it. So I'm just maybe you want to check that out because that's not the impression that I got. But I wanted to double check what your interpretation was, but that's not what I personally have seen.
I guess the answer is this is about the financing of the project. The first question to answer is a good project for the city of St. Albert. At the time the MEC business case comes forward, the question would be, okay, so we determined it's a good project for the city. Is it a better project for the corporation to take on? So that's, you know, if the project doesn't go ahead tonight, it doesn't really matter, I guess. So.
Okay. Well, I don't think you'd be up tonight worrying about that based on everybody's the responses. But the other question I'm trying to come to terms in my brain is that the MEC business plan is supposed to come back for Q1 of 2022, right?
Councillor Hughes, we're on a boring.
I understand. No, because I'm trying to figure out, because the timeline is that we're not going to build this until 2023 or 2024. But if this isn't approved in Q4 2023, that's one of the major revenue sources for the MEC. So are we moving the date for the MEC? Or how would you approve the MEC without knowing if you're actually going to go forward with a solar farm?
We wouldn't. We're not debating the MEC today. That is a conversation for next June. This is about building a solar farm in a city of St. Albert, municipally controlled right now.
I'm just trying to figure out how the timelines work because they worked before and now they just don't seem to work. If we're requiring another approval and there's another approval step that's suddenly required, then you have another thing that you're saying you want to do. I realize you want to isolate these two, but they are connected. And so I'm trying to figure out how on earth that would happen.
So the reality is we probably have to do an extension on bringing.
Yeah, I would
MEC
assume if
forward.
the solar farm, which is key to the MEC right now, could not be in the future, but if the solar farm numbers aren't available, then the MEC decision would have to be delayed. That's okay.
The other thing, is when are we going to actually be able to talk with ATCO about their revised numbers? Because they came on the 21st, they gave numbers. We were told we got updated numbers. Those were given to us in the middle of the meeting. ATCO was no longer there. And then we've never had a chance to talk to ATCO and discuss their numbers with them in the room. And now you're saying we can't discuss the project, it's been approved. So I'm just trying to figure out when are the questions about the financial viability of what ATCO brought forward ever up for discussion? Does it have to wait until Q3 of 2023? And if so, how did we approve this on June 2020, June 21st? Like, I'm having a very difficult time because I heard your whole talk, Mr. Scoble, and I appreciate that. But my major concern from the beginning has been whether or not this project is actually going to be revenue positive and whether or not the assumptions are realistic. So that's been my concern from the beginning. And for some reason, there appears to be no opportunity to have this discussion. So when would we be able to actually have that proper discussion?
Phase 3?
At the end of phase 3, yes.
Those will be some really good solid numbers at the end of phase 3.
We approved it, we approved the project. And I know you're saying that on all these stop checks, you can do a motion to rescind, but that's not the same as a motion to approve. That's an entirely different, it's basically continuing unless you rescind it, as opposed to saying we have stopgaps. So we have fully approved this project unless someone says to do it otherwise and brings forward notice of motion. And all of the numbers in June 21st and onward are not going to be questioned, or their assumptions can't be questioned, or anything can't be questioned until the end of phase 3. Is that what you're telling me?
I guess, you know, if council wants to meet with ATCO, I really don't understand the point, Councillor Hughes, to be honest. Like, I don't like checking numbers weekly. I don't know what your expectations are. I mean, the numbers are being refined as we've talked about regularly, and it's a go or no go decision at the end of phase 3. I mean, what happens 2 weeks from now and 2 months from now doesn't necessarily bear an outcome unless there is some significant showstopper, and at which point, yes, administration would stop work.
Okay.
I guess there's many professional engineers and certified accountants and registered or chartered lawyers or whatever working on this. I hope that you're able to trust us that we can come forward with the appropriate recommendation.
Yeah, it's just that we've come in with different numbers on what we say we're going to do for revenue. The number for solar hours has changed, and it's still not being disclosed to the public. So nobody can actually do a proper evaluation about how the numbers work out. And so I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I'm not going to just simply believe one set of experts when other people have issues. I want to make sure we get to the bottom of it. So, I mean, if that's the case,
I want to be
then
very clear about something too. We have no experts on this project. We have competent people. I don't accept the term experts unless it's in your title, like an expert sharpshooter in the Army or something. These are competent professionals, which is the appropriate combination of knowledge, experience, and training. And I'm sorry, but I'm getting tired of the staff not being trusted and their qualifications being downplayed and whatever. These are professional people. Please treat them like that.
And the experts are actually ATCO.
There are no
I wasn't
experts.
referring to staff. I was referring to the documents that we received, first of all. Second of all, if other people have concerns, I feel like we should be just being fully open and letting them see what's going on. I don't know, why have we still not said how many solar hours that we're expecting?
File a FOIP request. Anybody can file a FOIP request. We answer them all the time. If somebody really wants all the information, they can file a FOIP request.
And I think part of the confusion through this whole process has been a trickle of numbers and periodic updates when we don't have definite numbers. I think if we actually could wait till we have real numbers in front of us, then
I don't want to be in the position of explaining why the numbers change each month, because they're going to change until we come forward with a final completion of phase 3. And the fact of the matter is, where we are tonight, I want to be very clear. The election project has been delayed. The council orientation project has been delayed. The budget for 2022 has been delayed. So now the administration needs to figure out how to catch up on all those, because the last 2 weeks we've been working on this, and we can't do regular check-ins on why this number's changed this week and that number's changed the next week. We will provide a full report at phase 3. If that is not to the satisfaction of anyone, they can FOIP us, and the information that can be released under FOIP will be released.
Okay. You know what? I just really wish that there had been a much more thorough discussion when this was first brought forward. And I really wish that this project had not been approved before phase 3 was done, because we're in a different situation now altogether.
I think we're struggling because we're going to be a new council making the decision, but lots of decisions overlap two councils, and that's actually one of the beauties of local elected. When you're at the ledge or at the parliament, you actually just suspend and everything dies. Locally elected, projects carry over terms. And so, some of us will be here, some of us will not. So, but we're going to have to trust that the process, who will be here is our staff. And they will be carrying this project I have a high degree in faith in the process and the people working on it. And Councillor Hughes, I hope you do as well. And I just think we need to allow that process to happen. Any more questions?
We can stop asking questions.
I'm just looking around to see if anyone else has any. Councillor Hansen's good. Any more, like specifically on the bylaw? Okay. This is a little emotional, and I get that. And I know there's a high degree of public interest. Hopefully a lot of the conversation today has alleviated some of the public's concerns and level of risk. I mean, I think Councillor Scoble, Mr. Scoble said it in his presentation that we are violently agreeing. So what I heard, I'm getting into debate. I'm going to pause. I'm going to look to you, Councillor Mackay. Can you please read the motions that you had suggested you might make earlier into the record?
I am putting forward the additional motions for consideration. So if you want to put them up, Cheryl, the ones that I sent you earlier. I can. That a remediation study, a portion of the 2022 Project Charter Environmental-001 contaminated sites remediation be advanced for approval in 2021 and be funded in the amount of $35,000 from the capital reserve. That the funding source for the pre-construction work on the solar farm project Environmental-004 in the amount of $135,000 be amended from debt financing to capital reserve.
All right. Accepting that motion, go ahead.
Well, lots of debate, are a lot of questions around this. And certainly, as we heard from the presentations, there's been a lot of concern around the process. I've always believed, ever since we approved the project, that we would be following proper project management plans or proper management, project management processes. So I always knew in the back that there was going to be several decision points that was going to be available. Did we have the actual detail? No, we did not until this time frame. So I appreciate the extra level of detail. And I guess what came out for me in this slide, and also in reading some of the background information, primarily when we approved this back in June or whenever the date was, we were just following kind of general practice that we've always done within our city. And I think it came out earlier in some of the comments that this prior to 2013, there wasn't that many projects that required debt financing or debt debentures. So what I appreciate here is an opportunity that, rather than, we heard from presentations, excuse me, and we've heard it from questions, that there are a lot of information that we still need, and the project needs to, as it moves forward, it needs to determine. And I'm going to read what we have in the detailed design, which is basically what we're looking at doing, is funding the detailed design. And it's around reviewing the feeder system, substation capacity, required regulated studies to develop a detailed design package, the cost estimate, the actual schedule, develop a detailed revenue strategy, financial modeling, and an overall cash flow model, detailed drawing package, comprehensive itemized construction cost estimates at 60% and at 90%. Design phases, obtain approvals with utility companies, finalize and record operation, maintenance, and lifestyle requirements, and facilitate public information session. So I mean, it's no wonder that our numbers are all over the place, because when we had it, we kind of were looking at a concept. The numbers that were presented to us were a concept. Now are going to be, if this motion passes, rather than using a borrowing bylaw that has a bigger plus or minus built into it, we can actually start to narrow down those costs based on what we hear from the detailed design phase. And we can also at that time make a determination as to whether or not this is something that we want to go forward to. And as I just heard from administration, if this is something that doesn't look like it'll be viable, then as we heard, because of their competent professional skills, they'll tell us, and it'll come in the form of I can imagine we will hear from it pretty soon. It won't be something they'll hold back. So, I mean, there's lots of information out, or I guess there was lots of information out there, because as we all know in communication, if we don't get the information out, there's always a little bit of a vacuum, and nature abhors a vacuum, and they try and fill it with information. So I think this gives us that opportunity to answer everyone, like you said, of a violent agreement. We can answer every one of these questions that were presented to us, not only in these chambers, but were presented to us by the community, or whether it was in some of the advertisement or some of the opinion pieces that we heard in the local newspaper. But I just find it somewhat interesting that we're being criticized for having fuzzy numbers, yet when we're trying to determine more detailed numbers, we're still being criticized. So what we're trying to do is develop and show everybody the actual process around the key project deliverables and milestones and decision gates that will allow us to make a determination as to whether or not we should move forward on. So why would we not take the opportunity? Because as we heard, we're growing. We have opportunity. But here's an opportunity to maybe change the existing debt policy a little bit. Let's fund it this way through capital reserve, and get some more detailed information on the contaminated site, get some more detailed information as to all of the detailed design, and then make a decision before we go forward on a borrowing bylaw. So those are my opening comments.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mackay, for bringing this forward. It's been interesting. One of the sort of hallmarks of this whole debate for me has been an examination, I guess, of our current borrowing bylaw process. And the questions of the community, I think, are born directly out of the process that we've historically used. And I ran across this statement, and it's not mine, but it is, I'd love to cite the source, but I just didn't write it down when I wrote the quote. So, but the quote is simply this: are the structures of history the best platform for carrying our city forward into the future? And I think it's time that we re-examine how we tackle large capital projects like this, because we always focus on the very first information that we get. And then if that's conceptual, it's hard for our reading public, our following public who don't sit in chambers and hear the detail that you come and the explanation as to the capital project management process. What they see and what they believe and what they hear is what they read in the local paper. And it's unfortunate that, as the mayor said, the gallery was full when people were protesting, but when the actual detailed debate, and thanks for the many questions, they're not here. And so it, in 1,000 words, our local reporter has to capture all of what is said. So I believe that, that our learnings out of this is that we take a look at whether or not we actually bring a borrowing bylaw forward. And something that you already discussed in your presentation. So thank you for that. And certainly Councilor McKay will be supporting your motion.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. One of the best questions that we've received through this process is why approve the borrowing bylaw at this stage of the process? What we heard is there's no particular reason. It's a philosophy. It's just what we've done in St. Albert. And Councillor McKay, to these motions, I probably would have voted against them had Mr. Scoble not confirmed that there's no operational impact to going this route. So we are doing the same thing, just a different route, and I have no objections to that. So I'm happy to support this motion. This is a good way to fund the next steps of this project, to investigate the feasibility of the solar farm. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I just do, Mayor Herron, did we get an update about that petition question I had from Marta? Does she have an answer about whether or not the residents can still file a petition if this is not moved forward or not defeated?
Marta's here.
Councillor Hughes, so we have fulfilled our legislative requirement to extend the petition period. In fact, our council policy extends it from 15 days to 60 days. So we have complied with it. We wouldn't be required to have a new petition period.
Okay, so if this isn't actually defeated, any opportunity for another petition also, it's not, there's no opportunity for any other petitions, what you're saying, unless it is defeated and it's brought back in a new form.
It's a bit of a hypothetical question because potentially there may be a way to do it if it was brought forward by council, but currently no, because it doesn't align with the council policy.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for that. So I don't even know, I'm kind of at a loss for words in some ways, because everything that's being brought forward today, Councillor McKay, is what should have been done before any discussion of approving the project charter occurred. So like, I do not remember any thorough discussion about alternate uses of this land or discussing how much it's going to cost for remediation. Or having a firm grasp on those numbers and saying we are confident in them that we're now doing. I don't, all of these firm numbers that we're claiming we're going to get in phase 3 or projecting we're going to get in phase 3, those are the numbers that we should have had before we approved it before council approved it on June 21st. Those are the numbers that should have been in front of them. And not numbers that evolved during the meeting and the day before, and then again 2 weeks later. It should have been, these are the numbers, do you want to move forward or not? And it's been approved. And the only way to unapprove it is to have a council motion to stop it. So I know we're saying that there's checkpoints here, but they're more information points. And then if council decides today to do something about it, then they will reverse the decision, but the decision has been made to move forward. So in its entirety, unless someone stops it, which is entirely different than having approval checkpoints that are required to keep it moving forward. So I'm like, yeah, okay, we can get more information. And spend the 135,000 and get more information. I don't know who's going to be on council at that time. I don't know if I'll be on council at that time. I'll tell you that should I choose to run and should I choose to be reelected, the scrutiny will be a lot more intense than what you just experienced, because I want to make sure that those numbers will be rock solid. And I hope that anyone else that runs will take the same level of commitment to making sure that this is a decision that is financially stable. The concerns that I've had have been about the fact that no matter what the projections have been or the revenue estimates have been, when you do the math, it does not project 1.5 million in estimate revenue. Simple. The latest projections came in at $1 million revenue when I do the math. We're short $500,000. So we've been told that this would generate revenue. Past the green idea, past we want to do solar, we said we're going to do it for revenue. And the numbers do not reflect revenue. And so that's my problem, is that I need to see that the revenue is going to exceed it in a reasonable assumptions. And regardless of anything that's been brought forward, either in June or June again, or in August, those numbers still don't reflect that. And so, so that is the problem, is that in spite of the fact that the numbers do not seem to show the revenue, just on the PPA assumption alone, and then the carbon tax assumptions changed. And none of those numbers have been updated to actually show that we're still showing revenue to move forward. And yet we're saying, that's okay. And quite frankly, it's not okay. So I'm like saying, okay, you guys want to do 135,000 to do more detail, great. But the numbers so far don't even justify moving forward on that. And that's my problem I'm having right now. But if it takes that much to go forward to come to a conclusion, wonderful. But the problem I have is nothing to date has indicated that I should feel confident about what the phase 3 numbers are going to generate. So that's my concern, is that, and there's been no discussion furthermore about the numbers. They changed, and we can't talk about it. The assumptions changed, and we can't talk about it. And everything should go through a FOIP request, and there's no additional financials, and that should still be okay. And again, it's not okay by me. These should make sense every step along the way. The beginning, middle, and end, and not just at the end. So, yeah, that has been my concern from the beginning. And the problem is that 6.8 cents a megawatt hour, or 6 cents a megawatt hour, is still higher than the wholesale price of it. And it's just so difficult. The fact that solar hours, even when I asked today again, were said you have to do a FOIP to get it. Solar hours are not a special number. It's just how many hours we're calculating in a reasonable assumption. It's not a special number. I don't understand why everything has to be gated until phase 3 with a trust me it's going to work. Because I would love to trust the whole thing, because it's so much easier for me to approve an idea that I'm behind than to try to fight an idea that I have questions about. And so I would prefer, like absolutely prefer, that this worked out and the numbers made sense. And I said, yeah, that's realistic. This is bulletproof. I can't make sense. That would be so much easier. And that's what I would love to be doing today. Instead of having to say, we're going to need to spend another 135,000 and spend, I don't know how many months to a year to get the numbers, in spite of the fact that this project's been approved. And the only way to stop it is a rescind motion. So anyway, I think that the debate about the boring bylaw still has to come forward based on the petition answer. But that's it for now. Thank you.
Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm actually going to talk about the motion. I'm going to support the motion. I think it's a good compromise over approving the spending of a 35 million and approving the spending of more information. I've been involved in a lot of projects, fairly large projects, and they always start off with an estimate. And we have a lot of projects here, and they start off with an estimate of what, 50% contingency in them. And we've been dealing with estimates with 50% contingencies in this council for the last 4 years that I've been here. So having numbers change has happened on almost every project that we've dealt with here in the last 4 years. And that is the process of how a project works. It starts off as an idea, and you throw some numbers at it, and then you get some more information, and then you refine the numbers, and then you get some more information, and you continue to refine the numbers. And at any of those points, you decide whether you're going to go ahead or you're going to stop. That's what I've done over my whole career. We've spent some money, we've done some due diligence, and maybe you get to the third point, the tender option. We've gotten all the way to the tender option and tendered out a project and found out the prices didn't come in as anticipated, and we couldn't move forward. And we didn't move forward. So I really resent all the fear mongering here and all the allegations that staff is incompetent and they've changed the numbers consistently and constantly over a number of times. because that's what happens in a lot of cases when you're working on a project. How are we going to come up with bulletproof numbers when we don't even have a detailed design? It's impossible. It's like saying, you tell me exactly how much that house is going to cost, but I don't have any plans for it. I just know it's going to be 1,300 square feet. It's impossible to come up with bulletproof numbers if you don't have a detailed plan. So I'm going to support this. We heard a lot of people coming here and saying, well, you know, this is going to lose the city money, but we haven't heard one iota of an alternative of what we should do. Everybody's saying, don't do this, but nobody else suggests what we can do. And I'll tell you what's going to happen. Taxes are going to go up, as the city manager's already said, because people don't want to reduce the services. They don't want to cut anything, and they don't want to pay any more taxes, and they don't want to try anything new. So what are we going to end up with? You're going to end up with increased taxes. So I'm happy to support this, because I don't know about the other people, but I've sat here for hours and hours and hours, and I've read pages and hundreds of pages on this and done constant research, and I've listened to the experts. I haven't just done a Google search on my computer. Okay, I've done a lot more than that, and I have to rely on the experts. So I'm happy to support this motion. I think that this council has tried to find ways to look at the crisis that we face, and it is a crisis. If people say, we read in the article that says that council's trying to sell us on that there's a cost crisis. We're not trying to sell you on anything. We're trying to educate you on the fact that there is a crisis in infrastructure in cities across the country. Infrastructure is crumbling, costs are going up. We can't even afford to repair the infrastructure in the cities as we have. People are scrambling for more information. We have people calling us up and saying, come out and pull my dandelions instantly. Come out and shovel my sidewalk instantly. What do we think this is going to cost in the way of tax dollars? We have a 98% satisfaction rate in the city of St. Albert. 98%. Where do you go from 98%? 99? Yes. No, you go down. I'm telling you, that's where you go. You can't get more than 98%. You're striving for perfection. You're not going to reach it. So I think people just have to be people have to realize that we sit here in this council and we're not trying to raise our own taxes. We pay taxes here ourselves. We pay these municipal taxes. I sit over in Regency and I pay $7,000 a year in house taxes. I don't want to pay more taxes. I'm trying to find a way to pay less taxes. Okay, and I don't see anybody else coming up with any other alternatives. What I see are a bunch of people coming up and poking a lot of holes in everything we try to do and saying that everything we try to do is wrong, but not coming up with any alternatives. Well, the alternatives are either going to be cut your services or increase your taxes. So if you don't want to support this, get ready for one of those two.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor. I will also be supporting this motion. I think Councillor Watkins said, well, more than I was going to say, but he did say that it's impossible to have bulletproof numbers right now. Councillor McKay said that too. You know, we don't have them. Our CAO has said to us that the numbers are fluid. We're still gathering information. We're still getting to a detailed plan. You know, for us to be providing numbers that are going to change would be negligent. So we kind of do have to get to a point in time where we can look at some numbers, where the information has been gathered, and we can trust in the assumptions and the numbers and make a decision on that. Now, we're right in the middle of an election season, so it's going to fall on the next council, no matter what. One thing I like about this motion is that it talks about dealing with a contaminated site. Well, that would have had to been done, I think, eventually anyway. Whatever Badgerland ends up being, there's going to have to be some remediation on that site. So I think this is timely. This is a good alternative. This is a good compromise. And, you know, I hope that the next council can make a very informed decision with what comes out of the end of phase 3. And Mr. Scoble has said that, yes, that will be the best information that he can provide at that time to be informed. So, I mean, you have to go with the process. You have to go along with the fluid situation. It would be wrong for us to stop this project tonight when we are gathering information and the staff are working so hard on seeing if it is viable. Councillor Watkins is right. We whether or not residents want to believe it, we do need to find another revenue source. I mean, the government's just not going to be granting us money for infrastructure left, right, and center. That money's going down. Costs are going up. Infrastructure is just going to continue to crumble. And it is part of our job as councillors to be looking way, way out in the future, not just next year. We need to be looking at investments that bring a return. And so we need to give our staff the opportunity to do that. And we need to trust that what they're doing is accurate. And they're telling us that the numbers will be in at the end of phase 3, and that there's going to be a cost of $135,000 around the remediation. And I think this is a really good compromise. And I'm not sure what happened with the Gazette and with Mr. Farlinger's article. It was quite demeaning, I think, to councillors and to our staff, and I didn't like it for one. But I'm not going to be the one making that decision next year, but I sure hope that when the new council comes along, they'll make an informed decision that's good for the future of this city. That's all I have.
All right, my turn. A quick comment on the petition. It was a good question, Councillor Hughes. Petition, if you could get 10% of the population to sign off on it, would stop the boring bylaw, and you would still have an approved project, but you would have to find another way to fund it. We've seen that attempted before. It's difficult, but I think the council of the day would probably listen, to the public's outcry and comments if this, if our staff said let's not go forward and we still wanted to, you would hear from the public. So whether you have a formal petition or not, we still are always open to the public's comments. Saying that, a little bit of a comment on Natalie's about philosophy of how to fund these things. So I wrote down 4 different projects here, and so project number 9, again, an approved project with then at the feasibility stage. Then came the boring bylaw, then came detailed design, then came the tender, and it came in under. That's the process. And that one worked, that we had to build. I mean, for sure, that was a no-brainer. The library is another example. It was pretty high level. We had a boring bylaw. And just like an approved mortgage, we never bought a house. We did not build a library with that boring bylaw. We rescinded it. Waste to energy is that we don't have a boring bylaw on that one, but we do have a approved project charter waiting for grant money, just sitting there waiting. So that's another example. And then the one that I always like to think about is Millennium Park. So we actually, and that's why sometimes I like boring bylaws to encompass the whole thing, the feasibility, the detailed design and construction, is because when you don't, we threw away over $100,000 to do the placemaking in Millennium Park. I'm not sure how long that will be an accurate project charter, but if you have the whole thing packaged, sometimes you actually can push it through to construction a little bit faster. But this is about philosophy, and to tell you the truth, would have been fine with a boring bylaw and spending the $135,000 and then coming back to a checkpoint, or doing it this way. I'm fine either way. I mentioned waste to energy because the grants, you can't apply for grants unless you have an approved project charter. Now, if you do some research, most of the municipal solar projects in Alberta have all received the Alberta Municipal AMM's
climate action, you know what I mean, grant, and that could be a significant amount of money that would reduce the overall cost of the construction of this project. But we'll never know unless we have an approved project charter and we continue down the path. And the other thing that came up today was the possibility of partnerships specifically with Indigenous communities. That would provide another interesting and probably significant source of revenue towards this project, and partnering with the Indigenous would go a long way to help our Métis local and to do our part in reconciliation and just really strengthen our province. I think that's a fantastic idea and I want to pursue it. I also want to just point out that some of the things that I've said for a long time, and many elected officials over the last 3 terms that I've sat on have said that we're so lucky to have such engaged residents in St. Albert who have a lot of interest in the city and a lot to bring to the table. And so as much as some of what we've heard over the last couple of weeks in our emails and on social media has been misinformed, I'm just so happy to see our public at least engaged. You would not want a public that just sits back and lets us do anything without scrutinizing us. So I would like to keep the scrutinizing going, but let's scrutinize the right things. And we're not scrutinizing correct numbers right now. That's phase 3. It's been 4 years now that this council has been looking for new sources of revenue. Because we're getting into campaign season, I pulled out my brochure from last term, and right on there was look for new sources of revenue. And I didn't just mean new business assessment, I meant non-tax assessment, new revenue. It's been 4 years. Mr. Scoble has been putting forward ideas. You know, I haven't seen a lot coming from the community. I haven't seen a lot even coming from council. This is time, as he said, to pick a lane. Either we look for new revenue and we embrace it, or we just go with traditional municipal services and expect either, as Councillor Watkins said, service cuts or increased taxes. What gives me some confidence in this is not just what we mentioned earlier, the staff at the city that's working on it that has a lot of experience, ACCO working on it has a lot of experience. But for me, I think I'd be much more hesitant if we were the first, either municipality or private corporation, to explore solar voltaic energy production in Alberta. We're like 30th in line. And it's working for other people. So why can we not embrace that for the city of St. Albert? It's come up, why can't we partner with someone else to do this and get outside investment? Well, we absolutely could, but then if we get outside investment, we're sharing the revenue. So it's up to us, and that's still an option, but I want the revenue to keep taxes down. My biggest curiosity is, why are we not celebrating this? Why are we not celebrating the process for the possibility of new revenue and to keep taxes down and keep St. Albert as great as it is? St. Albert residents are not willing to bend on their expectation of service. We've heard that over and over again. So why are we not celebrating us looking for other ways to fund that? You know, Councillor Watkins, you said it very well. Somebody said to me the other day, spend your own money. And I'm like, I pay taxes in this city too, and I do not want them to go up. So that's the only purpose we're doing this, is taxes. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. There's the environment concerns as well. Those are good ones too. And the option to offset our entire, our own electrical consumption with the energy produced at that solar farm is a great one to give us towards net zero. But at the same time, it would also lower our operating costs in all those buildings. So that would help with taxes. So those are both good pieces. So
Mary Harris, split the motion. I texted you, but you don't think you got it. Can we split those 2 motions? I'm sorry, I thought you were.
Split it. So honestly, I think we've done exactly what the public has asked us for. We were going to do it before they asked, and that's what's frustrating. We are going to do our due diligence. We're going to do our risk mitigation, and this is all part of the process. When we had speakers today, Mr. Russell wanted us to delay it before we did the due diligence. I think that's what this motion achieves. Same with Mr. Crutchfield. Matt Backwich said there was a lot of risk, so we're trying to mitigate that. He also wanted the true cost of remediation, so we're attaching that. I mean, I took a lot of notes from the presenters, and I think we are violently agreeing with them. So I'm excited about the process. I'm excited about the conversation we had today, and I'm excited about trying to find a way to keep your taxes down, St. Albert. Councillor Mackay.
to close. And then we will be splitting them, but we're speaking to both now.
All right, I'm speaking to both.
Yeah.
That's good. I hope, Mr. Scoble, that we can actually put your presentation out there somehow. I think it's absolutely critical that I know, you know what, the information is there, you know, but it's always better if it's in one source and something.
Yeah, just for clarification, our communications department's either uploading it tonight or first thing tomorrow morning. That's part of our plan on communicating on this.
I just saw her dip her head and note to self. So I mean, transparency is a key to success, and it clearly builds trust. And I think that presentation, I mean, we've been criticized by some of the speakers and some of our residents that you know, we haven't been transparent, or there's no open transparency. And I mean, and I can see that. I can see where they perhaps got that impression, but I think that we mitigated some of their concerns tonight. And you know, in relation to some of the other comments, great comments, really thoughtful comments around this. And honestly, if any of the assumptions come back, I won't, if I'm sitting in this chair, I certainly wouldn't be supporting this project moving forward. If there's no advantage to the community, I won't be supporting this project when that decision comes forward. You know, Mayor Herron, as you were wrapping up, you were identifying, and I was ticking off, you know, comments that we heard tonight, and I took a lot of notes too as well. And you know, we have regular presenters to council, and I always take their comments very seriously because I mean they're thoughtful, engaged residents. So I mean, you know, you identified it, like why borrow money at this time without more detail? Tick. We did that tonight. We're looking for more detail in relation to phase 3 and then in relation to the concerns. There's legitimate reasons to hold off and get more details, more analysis. That's exactly what we're doing. So I can see where we're getting the comments in violent agreement. You identified Mr. Bakowicz. I mean, he even emailed, he took time to email some of these, like, do not pass the borrowing bylaw today. Thank you. Have ATCO and administration correct the errors on the financial. Well, that will be done in phase 3. Identify and assess alternative options for Badgerlands. Well, that's part of the remediation and part of phase 3. Have a third party assess remediation. That might be part of number 3, but we're certainly going to get more details in relation to the actual cost and really around identifying if there's an opportunity to develop partnerships. And again, that's part of what we're trying to accomplish in phase 3 and when we get the information back. And it's really, I mean, when Mr. Scoble said pick a lane, it was interesting because we got a comment from a resident, well, or a comment on our email. I don't know if it was a resident or not because they didn't leave their address, but it was like, stay in your lane. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're staying in our lane. I mean, if you look under what the role and duty of a councillor is under the MGA, the very, very first bullet is consider the welfare and interests of the municipality as a whole and to bring to council's attention anything that would promote the welfare interests of the municipality. That's what we've done with this project, whether it's to deal with the financial wall that we will run into. Hopefully, maybe it'll be crumbling like the rest of the infrastructure that we're faced with, but we know that we'll have large challenges facing our community. And you know, another resident said there's obviously opportunities to look at efficiencies. Well, we've already been engaged with that with not only the operational and fiscal review, but we've had our own internal processes. We were able to find huge savings in COVID costs, but again, that comes at a cost. So I think we've accomplished what by this motion. I think that what we will do is accomplish all of our objectives, get the detail that we require, and then come to a decision point where we can either move the project forward or say this is not in the best interest of our community. So that's my comment.
All right, so we're splitting the vote, so we'll just do the contaminated sites piece first. I'll let Cheryl get that in. Excellent. Okay, call for the vote. Oh, I can. Can Councillor Hanson, Councillor Hughes, I'll have to assist Cheryl. Put your hands up if you, both in favor. So that passes unanimously. Okay, and the second motion, which is about the funding of phase 3, I guess. Yeah. Okay, call for the vote. Councillor Hanson in favor. Councillor Hughes, are you opposed? In favor? She's in favor, yeah. Passes unanimously. Okay, so now you would like to jump in. Thought we were done. No, keep going. Okay, so Councillor Broadhead emailed us a motion. You want to read it in?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, in light of what just got passed, I would like to move this motion that administration undertake enhanced public engagement inclusive of the broader community within St. Albert in phase 3 of the solar farm project, and that $30,000 be funded from the sustainability reserve to complete this work. And I believe administration has that.
Yes, okay, so Councillor Jelly, is that a question? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So Mr. Scoville, in your slides for phase 3, you had a note in there about public engagement. Was that, I didn't quite catch, or this might be Mr. Heltz.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to mention, is it sustainability or stabilization reserve? It should be stabilization.
Stabilization.
It's called stabilization, yeah.
My mistake,
No,
stabilization.
okay.
We need a sustainability reserve.
So I guess I didn't catch your question.
So the question was just in phase 3, there was public engagement. Was that just for those residents who live right there? I got the impression that it was a little bit more.
Generally,
Mr. Pascal will tackle that one.
Sorry, I'm just getting my mask off. It's my understanding is it's really focused around residents in proximity of the project within a certain radius, and that's required to file the regulatory application for approval by the regulator. So it's a little more limited in scope there's a budget built into that in the project, but it wouldn't cover the broader engagement of the St. Albert general the residents of St. Albert in the broader sense.
So I guess to Councillor Broadhead, so you're thinking this engagement would be like a World Cafe style, so people can actually have information? Is that kind of your intent?
Yeah, so from my perspective, we want a holistic public engagement with the entire city. 2 phases. I mean, public engagement provides information and then allows them to reflect back to us. And to me, one of the things that has been made clear is that there's not a whole lot of understanding around this particular project and the merits that it brings to our community. And I think this holistic public engagement gives them the information, allows them to truly digest what will come out of phase 3, and then allow us to get their feedback and give council the information necessary to proceed. So
you're not looking for a Twitter poll, kind of something where people are actually provided the information?
That's the intent.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any further questions on this? Hold on, let me go to the Zoom people. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what information we're going to be able to give them, since every detail is now up for grabs until the end of phase 3. So what information are we supposed to do to have a wholesome discussion when the only reason I voted in favor of it, because believe me, I've been sitting here back and forth about 5,000 times in the past half hour of debate, was that we have to get phase 3 to have solid numbers and be confident about our assumptions and everything else. How can you have a wholesome discussion when you haven't got all the facts in front of you and won't have them for a year? I think that this might be premature.
Well, go ahead.
You want to answer?
Through the chair to the council, I guess this engagement would come towards the end of phase 3. So that when we are in a position to start providing information that we're comfortable with the clarity and a little more certain of where the numbers are going. Again, I could see it, I think it'd be similar to some of my slides, the environmental and the social side in addition to the financial. So, I'm not necessarily considered a communications expert. So, I would really be building that program with our stakeholder relations and our communications department. And I'm expecting, funding would go towards a third-party firm to help us with the expertise to make sure that we've got the maximum effect and making sure we're communicating the information that the public would be looking for to provide that feedback to the city.
So wouldn't this be premature? What shouldn't we wait till we get a bit further down this process before we determine if it's even necessary? Because it's very possible that you said as we come to phase 3 that the numbers may not jive. So I guess I'm looking to you, Councillor Broadhead, you're seeing this come forward, but this is also being said now it's going to be brought forward 6 to 12 months from now, and it may not be necessary.
Well, the intent is to do public information and feedback with phase 3 information. So it won't happen for a while, to be sure, but it's part of the motions that just kept going forward. So that's why I made it now, so that when we get the phase 3 information, part of the project going forward includes holistic public information and engagement.
Okay.
All right, any more questions before I accept the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
I guess following along some of the themes around this, we wouldn't be using our own internal cultivate the conversation, or we would be actually engaging with like I think it was mentioned World Cafes or something. We'd be getting a consultant with this. Would you do that?
I think it could be a little bit of everything. I think we'd probably use the tools we have, but I think we'd probably engage external support as needed. It could be very much like our budgeting sessions where we've got the cultivate the conversation tool now, but we retain external advice or expertise to help us with the World Cafes and that sort of thing.
Okay, good. All right, I'm seeing no more questions. I accept your motion, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure how much more I have to add after just answering questions, but certainly I think one of the things that we heard is just in the feedback tonight is that there's at this point in time, there's a general lack of understanding about the project, and rightfully so perhaps. But when we get phase 3, we'll have much better information, and we need to be able to present this project to the community in a holistic fashion so that everybody can get an opportunity to weigh in and get their feedback and engagement so that council truly understands. But we need the information that's right. And let me rephrase that. That's the most appropriate at that particular time. Because at each point in time, the numbers are right. They just happen to be refined and refined and refined, hence the change. But that doesn't mean they're wrong for the period of time that they're given. So I don't want to make a value statement around that, but what I am saying is that when we get to the final point where we're comfortable with the numbers, we're comfortable with the business plan, we're with the business case, with all the stuff about the remediation of Badger lines, when we're comfortable with all that, that's the best numbers we can get. Go out to the public and educate them and allow them to be engaged and get their feedback and move forward.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So I'm really not sure how I'm going to vote on this one for a few different reasons. The first is the best engagement that we're going to be getting is by talking to people, and an election season is really a wonderful opportunity to talk to people. And I'm not sure that a formal engagement process will bring more to the table. we also have our engagement through the Budget World Cafes, which is always exceptional. And that really brings us opinions that are, that come to the table with an open mind, ready to listen to the information. And I'm concerned that I'm concerned that we'll see people again turning to Facebook for their information. And I don't want to see that again, because it's not the best place to understand how we make our decisions. So I don't know how I'm going to vote. So certainly I will listen to, it looks like Councilor Mackay has something to say. I'm going to listen to everyone today to figure out how I'm going to vote on this one. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes.
Thanks. I don't feel I'll be supporting this. I think it's premature. The statement has been said repeatedly that phase 3 will be when we actually have assumptions that we'll stand behind, and we'll have all the projections that will be clear. And the numbers so far don't show confidence yet. I understand other people may feel comfortable with them. I still don't. So I'm not going to guess what the numbers are going to say in phase 3. And at that point, if we feel like there's a communication plan necessary, at that point, the council of the day can obviously decide to move something forward. But I don't need this to be I don't need this to be a sales pitch to try to convince the residents. If it works, it'll be very clear. If we offer transparency and they can see it, we don't need to do extra communication on that. It'll be very clear. It's been the lack of divulgence of information and the all the confidential documents that the public has not seen. That's what's hindered it. It's not about whether or not we've had a communication campaign that said something different. It's what's not being said that's been the problem. So, and ultimately, if this project comes forward and it's going to lose money, it's going to solve none of the revenue problems that are being stated tonight. It will just make it worse. So if it doesn't actually produce the revenue expected, we're going to make the problem worse. And it doesn't matter what the communication plan says that time, that's going to be the reality. So I think we should wait to see what does the plan stage 3 say before we start jumping the gun and assuming that everything's going to be a sunshine and roses. That's it.
Councilor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Initially, when I first got notice of this motion, I thought, well, that's a no-brainer. I will obviously support that because I believe public participation is required. You can't have transparency and accountability of public resources without public participation. It's impossible. But then as we were going through this, I saw public engagement. It's in the attachment, page 264, key project deliverables and milestones. Right after it's included in the phase 3 detailed design. And then as the as part of the phase 3 stages 1 through 3 application of the DER, detailed distribution study. And then it's also included again on page 265, public engagement quarter 3, 2021 or quarter 4, 2021. And probably we're looking at 2022 now in relation to the milestones. So I would assume that was part of the 135,000 and that was part of the getting the information. And I also made the assumption that it would occur in the latter part of phase 3 or be outside of phase 3 once we had the detailed information that Councillor Hughes has referred to. And I also have always been a little reluctant in relation to community engagement surveys. It was not only earlier in this term that we had a very broad discussion on the benefits, pros and cons of forums and community engagements and more surveys and things like and topics like that. So it's obviously critical. It's obviously important to get the public information and engagement feedback, but I don't know whether or not it's until we actually have the project more detailed and more of the information that we require to take it back to our residents to say, here's the detailed numbers. We're very confident in the numbers, and and now it might look like this, or now it might look like that. Or you, like, for example, do you want to go in on a partnership? Do you want to go in on it all by yourself? So, you know, Councillor Broadhead, I'm just leery in the sense of maybe directing administration to do something in a motion that they're already undertaking and completing as part of already a number that we've already arrived at. So that's my only comment. And like I said, I was initially didn't have any reservations in this, but now I'm beginning to have some.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Broadhead, I'm going to support your motion because I do believe that the next council will have a focused opportunity to talk about this project. And yeah, I really understand what Councillor Jolly is saying about people picking up their information from perhaps sources that don't tell the whole story. But this is an opportunity to guide what the public engagement, where it's going. If it's going awry, it's a good chance to bring people back together and clear it up without having to do it through a council meeting. It's an important project. It's going to be very important to the future of the city. And I do think that it's not just a financial project. It's an environmental project. It's a social project. It's a project that will say a lot about St. Albert. And for those reasons, I think a different kind of more focused public engagement will be really important for this particular project. It goes without saying that public engagement should happen, and it always should happen with projects. But this is a very particular project with, people are worried about the risk. And once we have the numbers in place and the assumptions in place, people will want to talk about it from all walks of life. And it's a good opportunity to have a fulsome conversation. I really believe that part of good governance is engagement. And it can't just be through surveys. Sometimes it's got to be through face-to-face town halls. So I hope the next council proceeds with some focused public engagement on the solar farm. Thank you.
Councillor Hanson, you said something at the very end there. This is a financial project. It's also an environmental project and a social project, which very clearly describes ESG, which is something that we should be focusing on, and the region at the EMRB board is as well. You know, through this whole process, we've seen emails. So we've all had emails in our inbox that say, "Don't do the solar farm." Period. Why? Like, and a couple of them said, based on what I've read in the Gazette, don't do the solar farm. Why? Yeah, I quite often would refer people to Kevin Ma's article, which I thought was very well balanced, and no one had read it. I forwarded all of you one response that was indicative of many of the responses I got back. So I would respond back to residents saying, make sure you get your information from our frequently asked question page on the city website, read Kevin Ma's, this is why we're doing it, blah, 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 blah. And the responses I would get back, if any, would be, thank you so much. I obviously misunderstood this project. I will do my research. That's public engagement. And so I appreciate those who are open-minded to this and understand the motivations behind it. $30,000 is a lot of money. And so, but that's what it takes to get those kind of World Cafe type engagement sessions. This is not about a communication plan to just sell the project. This is about getting broader community engagement, which is exactly the words that Councillor Broadhead has used in the motion. I think it would be nice to hear from people how much they value climate change as a strategy and a priority going forward. I'd see how much they value their taxes and service levels, et cetera. There is no timing on this motion, so we can probably wait till we have some really refined numbers that we can present to the public. And town halls are great. But we all know who shows up for town halls. I would want to see a World Cafe style with that is kind of indicative of the broader population that, you send out those invites and get a cross section of get some youth in the room. That would be super important because this is their future we're talking about. So I'm going to support your motion, Councillor Broadhead, because this isn't just about the solar farm. This is about a broader conversation. So I'm going to support it. I have nothing else to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the comments all the way around. Just want to remind everybody what's in the motion, broader community. Mr. Scoville talked about the difference between what is envisioned by this particular motion and what is in the capital plan in terms of public engagement in relation to legislative requirements in terms of submitting an application. Two different things. And so this speaks to the broader community, and the other words in the motion are in phase 3. So in other words, we give them the information that is available once that phase 3 is complete. So I wait on the will of council on this, but I think by doing these sorts of things, we truly speak to the issue around making sure that the community understands what we're trying to do and being fully transparent in how we do it. And so the will of council is 4 votes.
Call for the vote. Sorry, I need to help you, don't I? So Councillor Hughes? She is opposed and Councillor Hansen's in favor. So the motion passes by majority with Councillor Hughes and Councillor Watkins opposed. Anything else on the solar farm, Mr. Scoville? All right.
Mayor Heron, are we going to bring forward the second reading then? Because I'll bring it forward.
You want to bring forward second reading after we just approved the funding to?
Yeah, it's not relevant. The 135,000 can come from anywhere. Are we going to be decide the borrowing bylaw or not?
You can bring forward second reading.
Sure. The bylaw 35/2021 being borrowing bylaw to design and construct a solar farm be read a second time.
All right, I accept that. Before I accept that, any questions?
I got a question.
You have a question?
Yeah, I guess it just goes back to the initial question I'm asking about what happened. I mean, in relation to whether the additional motion goes forward, I know the bylaw is sitting there and I know that we're just looking at a different funding source. So it goes to kind of the sense of, I guess, process. So if I could get just some lead services help on that, that would be beneficial for me.
Councillor Mackay, is the question, what is the process if I'm not sure what your question is, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll try and narrow it, focus down. So earlier in the discussion, we talked about what would, sorry, I'm getting feedback here. Earlier in our discussion, when we were talking about the additional motion, I asked where that left the bylaw, and I was left with the impression that the original bylaw was would sit there in a holding pattern, for lack of a better term, until phase 3. We didn't need the borrowing bylaw at this particular time, and we were moving forward with internal funding from our capital reserve. So bringing forward the bylaw as is that legislative okay? Or?
Yeah, so we can absolutely, because Councillor Hughes is correct. Your motions did not postpone the motion. Anyone can do second reading. We can deal with it tonight, or we can postpone it. It's up to you.
Well, it's not up to me. It's up.
Well, it's up to council. Sorry, but those are good questions. Councillor Jolly, question?
No, I was just ready to bring forward a motion to postpone, but I think Council Broadhead's ready to do that.
He's got a request a motion. I'll come to him, but I see Councillor Hanson has a question.
No,
Or
I
is
was
it-
just going to bring a motion forward to postpone. So whoever does it, that's just fine with me.
So I've got three of you. Okay. Well, Wes has got it done, so go ahead, Wes.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. The intent of the previous discussion was to postpone the discussion around passing the bylaw until we had solid information. And I appreciate legislatively, we could go forward with bylaw.
Sorry, don't get into debate. Make a motion to postpone first.
Okay.
Yep.
That borrowing bylaw be postponed until,
That second reading on borrowing bylaw 35. Is that right, Cheryl? Okay.
is it up there somewhere?
I'm making it up as I go. That second reading on borrowing bylaw 35, 2021, being a borrow bylaw to design and construct a solar farm, be postponed. Does that work? Okay.
Sorry, Mayor Heron, did you want, Councillor Broadhead, did you want a date on there for when to postpone it to, or?
At the completion of phase 3.
I beg your pardon?
At the completion of phase 3.
Thank you.
You can do it two ways, because you can make a postponement motion with a certain date, or you can postpone indefinitely, which would give it 2 years. So it's up to you, Councillor. I actually Google that or look at my cheat sheet.
Well, I'm open to any kind of friendly emotion.
Well, it's up to you. Do you want to just do it indefinitely, or do you want to phase 3?
Postpone till the end of phase 3. If anybody has any comments, please.
I like it. Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
I was just going to suggest to leave it open because then it can be brought back when it's needed. And administration knows best on when it's needed. And it accomplishes the same thing.
Looking at Kevin.
How about
You
brought
decide,
back
you
at,
decide.
how about brought back at the timing of administration's discretion after the completion of phase 3?
Yeah, that's where I was going to go. Something like that following completion of phase 3. So
Okay.
yeah, appropriate time frame after completion.
I like administration's discretion. We can't build it without it, so. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just let Cheryl type away for 2 secs.
Mayor Heron, is it a defer or a postpone?
Postpone. I don't think there's actually a word. Table would be within the same meeting.
That's postponed.
And postpone. I'm looking at the common motions from Robert's rules. So table would be within the same meeting. Postpone works. Am I doing this right, Marta? Okay.
Postpone is the word, yep.
It's on the screen.
No, until Carrie's coming over. I need a glass of ice water. It's hot in here. While you guys figure this out, I'm just going to grab some water. Yeah, we're taking three minutes. Yeah, just splash it on my face. Wait, oh, I think Wes might have run to the other, there he is. Yeah. It's full of salt. Okay, we're back. We have a motion that reads that second reading of bylaw 35, 2021 to design and construct a solar farm be postponed at the to a date determined. That sounds like the administration is just postponing it. Yeah. To a date. Well, no, a date determined by the discretion of administration. Or just take, can we just do after phase 3? Can we just do that, Wes? Yeah. Go ahead. Okay, why don't you speak into the mic so everyone can hear you?
Could I suggest maybe substituting after with in, like in, the word in, administration in phase 3? Because if we do it at the conclusion of phase 3, that's still in phase 3. But if our consultants and our internal resources suggest we may want to do something midterm as well, just so we've got some discretion.
Sure, okay.
Thank you.
Is that okay? It's your motion. Yeah, okay. But yeah, the way it's reading right now, it sounds like it's administration is using the discretion to postpone it, not council. So. That sounds good. Does that sound good, Wes? I'll read it out for everybody. That second reading of bylaw 35, 2021 to design and construct a solar farm be postponed to a date determined at the discretion of administration in phase 3.
Just clarity, Mr. Scoville, your request of in phase 3 is to have everybody here, and then we would be dealing with the borrowing bylaw in phase 3? Because that's what we're postponing, right?
Yeah, so the deliverables out of phase 3 that would be the decision gate for a borrowing bylaw would be the design work, the financial modeling, and the public engagement. So everything that we've talked about tonight in phase 3 would be rolled up into a phase 3 report with that no go or no go recommendation from administration. And then, yes, then the borrowing bylaw would come back.
Okay, understood. On that understanding, then yes, this fulfills my intent here.
Okay, all right. Before I accept it, any questions? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So what would be the minimum advertising requirements to let the public know that the second reading of the boarding bylaw is coming forward?
She wants to know what the advertising requirements are.
Like how would the public know that it's coming? And if how much advance notice would they have that it's coming?
Put on a council.
Marta.
We put on the council.
I heard the right answer. It will go on the council agenda, Councillor Hughes.
So we have no legal obligation to give them like 2 or 3 weeks warning when we postpone this. It's just going to be, here it is on the council agenda.
Well, it
This
comes.
is a pretty big decision.
From a legal perspective, we have complied with our legislative requirement to extend the petition period. And so even though second reading may be postponed, we've already done the petition requirement. So that's why it would be acceptable to just place it on a council agenda in the regular course.
Thank you.
Any more
But
questions?
I got a question.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
Marta, that doesn't preclude us though from advertising in advance that, oh, by the way, second and reading. I mean, council could make that decision to give 2 or 3 weeks notice to the public saying, oh, by the way, on this date, second and third reading are coming. Even though that we're not legislated requirement to do so, we could in fact do so should we choose, correct?
Excuse me. Through the chair, Councillor Broadhead, in my opinion, I believe it is possible at council's discretion to do that if various amendments are made potentially to the council policy regarding the borrowing bylaw petitions. But yes, if it was re-advertised, then we could open up the petition period again, I think, in my opinion.
We can just advertise whatever we want, whenever we want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the point is that, you know, we're not hiding this from anybody. Just because legislatively we wouldn't have to or be compelled to, doesn't mean we wouldn't. And the idea is that the community will know when this is coming to council well in advance.
If I may also let you know that City Lights, we advertise in City Lights at least 2 weeks before the actual agenda. So the public is made aware of what's on the agenda 2 weeks prior to the agenda going forward, and it's subject to change by agenda planning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the point is that this is not hiding anything. We'll make it publicly known when it comes back.
Any more questions on the motion?
Yeah. 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 So if we want to have that, do you want to add that to the motion to say, and we'll be advertising it so far in advance? Because we can do lots of things. This is the next council, and are we telling the council that they're going to do it or not?
Who wants to amend the motion? Is it friendly?
Sure, I don't care.
I don't know. I don't know. Councillor Hughes, we just said that we advertised 2 weeks out.
Sure. Okay. Well, if you think that's good, it's your choice.
Are you happy with your motion, Councillor Broadhead?
Yes.
I see no more questions. Go ahead.
It's almost been a committee of the whole here discussion. So the intent here is that the entire debate that we had tonight was about postponing the bylaw and substituting the funding provided by the bylaw for the phase 3 through different means. And Councilor Mackay, you know, brilliantly led that particular motion through. Council supported it. And for us now to proceed with, you know, debating the very bylaw that we're trying to postpone and replace it with a different funding mechanism for phase 3 would be inappropriate at this point in my opinion, Madam Mayor. So hence my motion to postpone until appropriate time in phase 3.
Anyone else on debate? Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, so Councillor Mackay's motion never actually addressed the borrowing bylaw. And so I thought that this council should definitely make a decision about what they're doing with the borrowing bylaw, which is why I brought it forward for second reading. I was hoping, honestly, that the borrowing bylaw would be defeated because we determined that the next phase is not required through a borrowing bylaw by approving the other two motions. So that would have allowed the proper phase 3 to happen, to get the data that should have happened, in my opinion, before we approved the project altogether, and then had the borrowing bylaw at that time. And considering it's not going to be for 6 to 12 months from now, with what the projections are being at this point now, there was ample time to put forward a new bylaw with revised numbers that would be able to withstand scrutiny, but and public and any public concerns. But postponing it does not, saying that we put it in City Lights is not the same. Saying that we really can just put in a council agenda, but we may not, but we have nothing in writing saying that's required, is not reassuring. The only thing that this really does is it prevents the public from being able to do a legally binding petition if they have an issue with the bylaw. That would bring it forward to a forced plebiscite vote. And if you say, well, if they went to the effort of making 6,700 signatures and it was considered valid, that even though it's not binding, that I hope the next council would actually do it, it's not the same as saying we're going to put the power back into the residents' hands. And if they have an issue, they have the opportunity to have their only legally ability to change the situation, which would be to put a petition forward. And if we do not actually allow a new bylaw to come forward, we are wringing their hands and not allowing that to happen. And saying, well, we could, or we might change the bylaw forward, is one thing. But to actually just simply say, we're just going to put the book forward. Can you give me 1 second, please? Dog that's not going to shut up. One thing to say, we could do it. There's another thing to actually just walk the talk and say, we're defeating this bylaw today, and we're putting a new motion forward for a new bylaw if and when necessary after phase 3 is reviewed. But to postpone it removes the ability for people to do a proper petition. And it also precludes, because we have nothing in here, a requirement other than just trust me that there will be proper notification about the second and third reading coming forward. So I just would like to see the hands go back into allowing the public to make sure that they have the full right to have their legal say in this as it moves forward, and to show that we are not moving forward with it right now. So I understand that this is probably going to postpone, but it's really disappointing, because if the public had an issue, their ability to, after seeing numbers that are not going to change, they're final, if they have an issue with it, they have no ability to have a recourse other than to come to council and speak their voice for 5 minutes, but they do not have a legal way to make a legally binding plebiscite. And that is what would have been allowed if this is defeated. So I'm asking council to defeat this bylaw today and let the next council, after reviewing phase 3, actually make the decision about whether or not a borrowing bylaw needs to occur and by how much. That's it.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be supporting this second reading. I think it's open enough that those who are following the project and who want to do a petition, I think that the next council would allow for that kind of democracy to take place. So I'm not really concerned. I'm not going to focus on the petition part of it. I think if there's a will, there's a way, and that will happen. I think it's great that it's open-ended. I have to say that when we passed the earlier motion, in my mind, that was automatically deferring this into a time when it would come forward again. So I wasn't of the mindset that we were going to actually defeat the bylaw. So good that we're bringing it forward and making sure that it's just a postponement.
All right, I see no more people entering into debate. Councillor Broadhead, anything to close?
Just this, Madam Mayor, the public is always welcome in chambers, and they can come and voice their opinion on any matter at any time. We saw that happening tonight, and we've all been in chambers when the gallery has been packed. As a matter of fact, packed and out the doors and down the steps. So the public has a way of making their will known, and council ignores that at their peril. And quite honestly, we heard them tonight. We postponed, which is exactly what they asked us to do. Thank you.
All right, call for the vote. Councillor Hanson in favor, Councillor Hughes opposed. Voting's closed, and that motion passes by majority with Councillor Hughes against. All right. Anything else on the solar farm, Mr. Scoble? We are now on to information request, notice of motion, and announcements. I'm going to start. Mr. Scoble. Council, don't go on your Twitter page right now. I've got probably 100 tweets right now. Mask mandate, Edmonton. One of the councillors in Strathcona is talking about following suit. I think we need to have, we have Dr. Sequoia coming to us on the 13th of September, but I think that's going to be too late. My question to you, is there a possibility of getting AHS in here earlier?
Yes, we can follow up with Dr. Sikora, see if he's available this week.
My problem is right now, like, when we brought in our mask mandate last August, it was pre-vaccine with a deadly virus. Now we still got a deadly virus, but we've got vaccinations, and we're all I have for data is active cases, which means very little. I don't know how ill these people are. I don't know if they're in hospital and ICU, et cetera. And Dr. Sokar can get us that information. When I read some of the tweets, City of Edmonton had that kind of expertise in the room when they made that decision today. So I think we need that expertise before we jump to any decision ourselves. So council, I guess this is a heads up that I'm going to potentially be calling a special council meeting in the very short order if we can get some professional advice from health. That's kind of what we're needing right now.
We'll start inquiries right away
Thank
for
you.
his availability.
Yeah. And I do think there's some urgency. The school, at least the public school board, is now mandating masks in school. They changed their mind. I think I heard Catholics are as well. So, yeah. Okay, I'm going to go down the list. Councillor Mackay, go ahead then.
I don't know how I got bumped. I got bumped.
Get bumped by me.
If you wanted to go.
No.
I guess just following that, maybe we get, the other alternative we have is to have a meeting of them, or a meeting of the advisory committee of council. Emergency management
Yep.
meeting.
But this is going to be a council motion and that would be 2 meetings. So I think
Okay.
there's some urgency here.
Yeah, but it might be, I would probably prefer, you're right, having all of council involved in
Yeah.
discussion. Yeah, my information request is just in relation from a resident, and I'm fairly confident I know the response, but because she watches every council meeting, I wanted to hear it from administration. For the upcoming municipal election, are we going to have mail-in ballots?
Yes, it was advertised.
Sorry, it is
Yeah.
advertised in the process.
Cheryl, can
of
you
it.
answer that one?
We have special ballots right now that the public can use, but it's mainly for if they're not going to be in town, but I can get you further information. We'll get you further information on that.
Yeah, this would be more for individuals who don't want to leave their residence,
Yeah.
or if they're going to be in town, they just would prefer not to go to a
Yeah.
ballot and actually have to.
We'll certainly get you more information within the next few days, yeah. on
Okay.
that one.
Okay. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. Mayor Herron, you checked off my first one, so thank you. This one, I'm not sure if it's a question or if administration wants to see this as an IR. It's having to do with the master rates bylaw. And just by the 13th, I would like to know if we have rationale for maintaining the really high cannabis retail license fees. I know Edmonton recently made those match their regular business license fees because the municipal enforcement costs just haven't been seen that we are expecting. So if an IR is required, I can do that. That's something we can discuss next year. You can let me know.
If maybe I could jump in, I would actually say it's probably more appropriate to have that as an IR.
Okay, sounds good. I'll send that in. Thanks, Dan.
It was quite often aligned with the tobacco. We have a higher tobacco licensing as well than some municipalities. So Edmonton's was extremely high.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Nowhere near ours. Good. So you're gonna put that in as an IR? Okay. I see no more hands. Oh, let me see. Oh, sorry, I couldn't see either. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a question. I'm not too sure how to. It's just what's happening with the development on the Blind Pig site. It appears that construction has stopped and that the site is only being used as a storage facility, and that they're like storing beams and they're putting them on trucks and moving them somewhere else. And just on that, it's my understanding that once you get a building permit, that you have to show progress for that building permit to remain active. And if they're not showing any progress, I'm wondering if we've questioned them about that or if their building permit is still active.
Yeah, we'd have to follow up on that and get back to you. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Would you like me to write that or use?
We'll send a briefing note to council.
Okay, thanks.
Awesome. All right, seeing no more questions. There's no one registered to speak for delegations. No business arising from that, so I need a motion to go into camera for 14.1. No one wants to go on camera. Counselor Jolly, go ahead.
The council move in camera to discuss a matter pursuant to section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party of FOIP.
All right, call for the vote. Sorry, I gotta make this bigger. And Councillor Houston, Councillor Hanson are in favor. Motion passes unanimously. I did notice that they had the Zoom set up in Council Lounge, so we can adjourn to there for the rest of the meeting. I don't think, Cheryl, anything that we're doing in camera is going to require public motions, so lucky you, get to go home. So do you too. Good luck. Good luck trying to write that up, Rachel.
So Mayor, we just stay on. Jackie and I just stay on?
Yep.
We'll set up a breakout room for the council lounge momentarily here. So
Oh, we need a breakout room. Okay.
just for the council lounge though. Yeah.
Who's
Mayor
setting?
Herron.
You want me to?
Yeah, I'll have you.
Just have to invite council lounge. It's in one of the guest.
So you have the, you can do that?
I'm not set up right now as the host, but Renee can give myself or as Cheryl or your
Or me.
Yeah, or the mayor.
Okay, I'll give Mayor Herron the host.
Lucky me. Okay, I'll do it now.
You.
Actually, I'll wait till I get into council lounge, so I'll do it when I get in there.